R.'s writing makes visible the heteronormative logic central to white supremacy. She writes, "To me, the guards that give me the most problems are the white male ones. And the most inmates I have problems with are the white ones. The reasons that Nelly prisoners like myself have problems with white guards and prisoners alike is that they feel that gay white males make the white race weak. Now think about that. Are they full of it or what?" 26. R highlights the ways that heteronormativity is not only central to the prison's daily operations, but that it is also foundational to white supremacy. White supremacy is never separate from other technologies of power, it is intimately intertwined with capital, heteropatriarchy, and the prison. R is not only punished by the state through her incarceration, but she is also ritually and routinely punished by other inmates, who are not stopped by the prison administration, and state employees for her queerness. Imprisoned queer people experience a particular form of carceral violence and living death, one produced by heteronormativity and white supremacy. R.'s description of her resistance to the institutionalized white supremacist and heterosexist violence articulates a vision of the U.S. prison regime in which acts of racialized, sexual violence are not exceptional nor spectacular, but rather are routine, mundane, and everyday. This violence is not a deviation, corruption, or pathological disruption from the normal functioning of the prison. Instead, this violence is foundational and constitutive of regimes of punishment in the United States. Within the larger economies of neoliberalism, the racially gendered and sexualized violence foundational to the prison regime is intimately connected to larger regimes of exceptional force that render queer and trans bodies, especially queer and trans bodies of color, surplus to neoliberal capitalism. 27 R is the embodiment of this theorization. Poverty, sexual violence, and heteronormativity funneled R into the prison industrial complex, further punished her once she was inside, and drove her back once she was released. R.'s poetry makes visible the ways that various spaces and technologies of confinement collude to discipline nationally, racially, and sexually aberrant subjects. Within this theorization, the prison underpins and produces not just state power, but also racialized, gendered, national, and sexual social formations. While it inhabits a realm of everyday common sense and enjoys a popular consensus around its seemingly isolated architecture of domination, the prison produces discursive and ontological forces that emanate beyond its formal walls. 28 Judith Butler's concept of construction as constitutive constraint is instructive here. Butler argues that the same regimes of power that produce intelligible and knowable bodies also produce a domain of unthinkable, abject, and unlivable bodies. 29 It is those subjects who are physically and discursively forced to inhabit spaces of exclusion and deferred death who continually haunt and constitute the bodies and lives that are permitted to flourish. The U.S. prison regime's mass incapacitation of bodies of color and queer bodies not only marks and immobilizes those bodies as disposable, but it also produces the discourses needed for other bodies to be free. Laura Whitehorn, a white lesbian political prisoner, captures this relationship when she writes, "Our lack of freedom does affect how free you are. If we can be violated, so can you." 30 Many imprisoned queer writers understand that civil society relies on carceral unfreedom to render itself intelligible. 31 In addition, they reconceptualize the supposedly abnormal or exceptional violence central to the prison's existence, as a fundamental organizing logic of life in the United States. 32 The prison is thus not outside of social production, but rather, foundational to it, making subjects on all sides of the prison walls. Rs multiply determined status as a poor, imprisoned queer is productive of a particular vision of the U.S. prison regime and the ways that it animates and haunts civil society. She makes visible the intertwining networks of power that overdetermine the presence of queer and transgender people in the U.S. prison regime. Writing from within a liminal space between life and death, freedom and subjection, known and unknown, the happened and the did not happen, R speaks directly out of a epistemological formation produced in the crisis and conflict that inevitably accompanies the oppressive logic of white supremacy, heteropatriarchy, neoliberalism, and state violence. R.S. writing and epistemology returns an image of the free world that makes visible the terror of the everyday that is rendered invisible by normative ways of knowing and seeing, or is so routine as to not merit attention or outrage. R.S. forced transfer from the foster system to prison, to the free world, to prison, to the parole system, and back to prison, demonstrates the ways that the U.S. prison regime animates and is produced by sexual, psychological, and physical violence, neoliberalism, heteropatriarchy, and white supremacy to render certain subjects what Angela Davis has called detritus as human surplus. Queering abolition, undoing homonormativity. When I asked R what she needed from me as a scholar, activist, and friend, she responded, "The last thing I would want is for someone to feel sorry for me. For what I need most help in is to overcome all the negative in my life and become a more positive person, but not just for myself but for my people within the gay community and in the free world, and here behind these prison bars. But Steve, what hurts me the most is this. The lack of knowledge within the gay community in the free world concerning LGBT people behind bars. It makes me feel like my brothers and sisters in the free world could care less about us that are behind prison bars, or we must be the forgotten ones. And this I don't understand my emphasis." 33. What has this forgetting made possible? What subjects arise out of this loss? In Criminal Intimacy, Prison and the Uneven History of Modern American Sexuality, Regina Kunzel charts the forced forgetting of imprisoned LGBTQ people by free world queer activist communities. By looking at mainstream gay and queer left publications, Kunzel notes a transition from a politics of solidarity with imprisoned LGBTQ people in the 1970s, "We are all prisoners, we are all fugitives, and free our sisters. Free ourselves," to a position of distance and disidentification beginning in the 1980s. 34. Kunzel notes the ways that in the 1970s queer activists connected their experiences of personal and institutionalized racism and homophobia with the struggles of all prisoners, because we understand that the system that has created and maintained prisons as method of social control is the same system that oppresses those of us on the outside. 35. This liberatory queer politic was not concerned with giving queer prisoners a helping hand, but rather sought to build a new kind of community that could simultaneously challenge the racialized politics of criminality, social control, bodily regulation, and the management of queer desire. In the 1980s, Kunzel marks a decline in prison pen pal projects and a shift from a revolutionary politics to a liberal politics bent on social inclusion, rights, and gay marriage. Many queer activists' concerns shifted to winnable battles, in which queer prisoners were constructed as a negative element in the overall debate concerning gay rights. Gay activists sought to build a movement with as little fragmentation as possible. 36. Middle-class gay white men argued that gay rights should remain a legislative issue and that legally sanctioned gay marriage should be a primary concern for all of us. 37. Kunzel charts the ways that the forced forgetting of queer and trans prisoners was central to the coalescing of new gay norms, gay respectability, and homonormativity. This disciplining of the queer left was a racialized project that coalesced around shoring up the privileges afforded by whiteness, gender normativity, and capital. It was a movement to proliferate the life-enhancing norms of white supremacy and neoliberalism at the expense of so many lives, in addition to a movement and politics bent on the liberation of all. The purging of imprisoned queer and trans people from the community has, in part, acted as the condition of possibility for the privileges and power afforded to those not ensnared in the nexus of power produced by neoliberalism, heteropatriarchy, white supremacy, and regimes of incarceration. The forgotten, the expunged, and the eradicated are intimately constitutive of what we remember, how we know, and where we are. As some seek safety and security under racially gendered state and corporate power, what quotidian deaths will make such shelter possible? What norms will proliferate? What bodies and lives will be constructed as disposable or even unimaginable by a movement for inclusion? Whose doors will continue to be kicked down? Who will continue to be taken at night, or under the light of day? Imagining the impossible. In his description of the differences between death row and administrative segregation, the whole C captures the possibilities that lie within the immobilizing contradictions of states of captivity. Did I feel differently being on death row? Honestly, to me the only difference between death row and ADSEG is that in ADSEG one day when you do all your sentence you will go home, and in death row you don't go home, you get killed. But in death row at least you have a small window in your cell, and here in ADSEG there is not even a window to at least see the outside, the blue sky, or the night stars. 38. In her poetry, R articulates a similar theorization of possibility within the immobilization and incomprehensibility of captivity when she writes, "The only freedom I can see / is death in a prison cell." 39. This contradictory logic that freedom comes with death inside one's cell, and not release into the free world, that a window on the way to biological death is more desirable than a state of isolated living death, is precisely the epistemology required to fight against unimaginable and incomprehensible formations of power. R&C's writings point to a political logic, queer visions, that exceeds the boundaries of liberalism. It embodies a way of thinking that is derailed from normative common sense. Coming to terms with C and R's intimate understanding of power's mobilization of biological death and living death, in addition to their conceptions of freedom, pushes us toward a never-ending insurgency that cannot be satisfied with polity, patience, or reform. Cultural theorist Dennis Childs captures this when he writes, "The enormity of racialized carceral genocide in the United States and its continued accretion into / within our current moment both domestically and globally disallows any model of tidy or triumphalist resistance." 40. We are faced with conditions whereby life itself has become the object of variable forms of destruction, annihilation, and quiet exterminations. 41. R&C's writings push us toward imagining forms of insurgency and resistance that refuse to settle for bigger cells, softer chains, or normative notions of freedom. They remind us that reform is a pathway to more insidious forms of subjugation, and that what disguises itself as humanity, hope, freedom, and possibility may end up destroying us in the end. They push us toward imagining the impossible and reckoning with the unimaginable, as we are faced with the inconceivable, unthinkable, and indescribable. They beg the question, what possibilities open up when we become intimate with the impossibility that lies before us? Being an incarcerated trans person. Shouldn't people care? Clifton Goring / Candy Rain Sweet. I was born in New York State and deserted by my family. I was really raised by many group homes and residential treatment centers. I have been homeless and I am still currently poor. While in prison, I have been cut by other prisoners for refusing to perform sexual acts for them, and I have been beaten and sexually assaulted, sodomized with the nightstick, by correctional staff. I see firsthand the very issues that the system needs to change. No one in the prison system really cares about us trans people, gays, or gender non-conforming people. They say they do, but when it really comes down to it, the facts will always show that the majority of the prison believes this nasty saying that only the strong shall survive and only the weak perish, which is such a cruel saying and, when you think about it, doesn't really make much sense. But not much ever really gets done regarding the violence within the very prison walls. Rapes, very nasty physical assaults, and beatings take place, by other inmates and by the very same prison personnel who are sworn to protect each and every inmate. Regardless of the degree of such brutality, many of the staff known as the administration turn their heads the other way as one of various non-conforming people is being harmed, truly violated, and or in better words straight up put through hell by the hands of inmates and staff members. These very same prison staff do not even get punished for their violating actions. Nothing usually happens to the staff, which really compounds an already unsafe atmosphere and makes it an even less safe place for gay persons, trans folk, or two-spirited persons. If anything, the most that happens to employees is a suspension for a period of time, but that's about it. Like nothing ever took place, like the world stopped as they hurt someone, they don't face charges for their acts, they don't even get fired, but they are simply let back to work, bragging about what they've done and or how they did it. They sometimes even taunt the person harmed with other fellow employees. Instead of protecting each and every inmate, in accordance with their duty, they discriminate based on the complexion of one's skin, or the way a person looks, or the type of lifestyle one chooses to live, whether it is as a person being bi, gay, trans-based, queer, gender variant, or two-spirited men and women, or femme queens, non-femme queens, or feminine men. The one thing that we all have in common in this life is our very human being itself. Though in our own ways we are very different, we are still people with meaningful personalities, feelings, ways of thinking, ways that we conduct our day-to-day dealings, ways that we interact, ways that we cry, and even viewpoints. But that should not, under any circumstances, mean that we should be viewed in a separate light from the next person and treated differently. This is a fact. Straight people, or ones who are not of trans nature, do not face the same kind of violence or the same negative aspects of prison life as much as gay persons, queer persons, bisexual people, two-spirited people, femme queens, non-femme queens, femme men, gender variants, gender non-conforming people, or us trans folks have to face. Why? Well, that is very simple. As it stands, I believe that this world isn't really ready to accept us yet, point blank. No sugar-coating it or putting it into a better bunch of words. This world, not just this harsh prison system, is not truly ready for us yet. Most of this world deals with or interacts with us because they simply have no choice in the matter, whether they like it or not. And the others are starting to honestly realize that we, too, are people with feelings, that we, too, shouldn't be harmed or violated in any way whatsoever, and that we, too, need support at times in life. This entire prison system is truly and utterly so corrupted in every sense of the word. Violence toward us occurs, but nothing ever happens, rarely if anything, to the ones who attack us. We face long periods of isolation a lot, because of non-acceptance and fear of being harmed, and even fear of death. Because of many issues caused by the prison system, we face a lot of emotional issues, whether they be of self-esteem and/or other elements caused by the core of the prison environment, which in itself is a world of its own. We all have one very strange fear in common, which is the fear of being harmed by the very ones who are there to protect us, the staff. These guards have no regard for us, and this forces us to constantly worry about our safety, which is truly never a sure thing. Why? Because at times we suffer from way too much stress, paranoia, fear, and isolation. We suffer from the elements of being poor. Most of us do not have family, friends, or any type of outside support. Most of us are going through these very painful stages in life, alone, which in its own way compounds the issues we face on the day-to-day basis. There is so much that the system can and should do to change the way it functions, though it's easier said than done. The ways of Congress play a major part in the system and how it works, yet they turn a blind eye as the most of society believes that everyone in prison is a savage of some kind. These changes are so very sound, simple enough to correct over the course of a year or so more, yet it may never take place because not much care is really directed toward this cruel system and the way it runs. The work of the Sylvia Rivera Law Project and other allies seeks to change this very problem, for it is way overdue for us to have a voice, to not be alone, and face such harm and whatnot. The road is long, but the light is so very bright. Change is near, and it is very much needed. Out of compliance. Masculine-identified people in women's prisons. Lori Gershik. Well, I don't care how long I live. Over this I have no control, but I do care about what kind of life I live, and I can control this. I may not live but another 5 minutes, but it will be 5 minutes definitely on my terms. 1 George Jackson. George Jackson was responding to the racist treatment he endured while incarcerated. There isn't one issue concerning incarcerated individuals that can be viewed separately from how the prison industrial complex attempts to control people and strip them of their dignity and respect as unique human beings. Ray, to a transgender male inmate at Central California Women's Facility, said to me regarding the homophobia and transphobia he was faced with. "You're trying to take my identity from me. You're trying to take my soul from me, you're just trying to take everything from me. You've already taken my freedom, but I had a large part to play in that, so there's not a blame game going on here. But, come on now, you can't, that's all I have left is who I am and they are trying to take that from me. Individuals whose gender identity is outside the traditional gender binary of masculine and feminine for the bodies they are perceived to have challenged gender expectations. I am using transgender as an umbrella term that encompasses several types of gender transgressors. This umbrella term includes transsexuals, cross-dressers, masculine-identified female-bodied people, drag kings and drag queens, androgynous people, ungendered people, two-spirit individuals, intersex people, and others who do not neatly fit into the two boxes of a gender binary. This study 3 involves individuals who were medically assigned as female at birth and who identify as masculine. Most are content to be in their female bodies, while some feel they are men and are interested in transitioning socially and physically to live their lives as men. One prisoner lived as a man for over 20 years before arrest, though without any medical changes to his body. Since most states where this study was conducted house prisoners according to their genitalia, including California, people identifying as men are living in women's prisons, and individuals identifying as women are housed in men's prisons. Some attention has been paid to trans women and feminine men incarcerated in men's prison facilities. Their issues and abuse, verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual, is portrayed in the 2006 documentary movie Cruel and Unusual. 4 legal issues surrounding housing, access to hormones and sex reassignment surgery, and safety from sexual assault have been written about in legal journals. 5 transgender rights and prison rights activists have written reports about the range of concerns of transgender prisoners in documents such as It's War in Here. 6. This study examines the less-known concerns of masculine-identified people in 2 women's prisons in California: Valley State Prison for Women, VSPW, and Central California Women's Facility, CCWF, vie for the recognition as the largest women's prison in the world. Located in Chowchilla, California, in the San Joaquin Valley in Madera County, they are literally across the street from each other. Both were designed for just over 2,000 bed capacity, but each house just under 3,900 people today. CCWF opened in 1990, and VSPW followed in 1995. There is no official count of how many transgender prisoners there are in the California system. Woodward wrote in 2006 that based on activist estimates, there were probably 200 transgender people who had or were interested in transitioning, and another 1,000 who were gender variant and did not fit the gender binary. This takes on heightened significance because prisons are highly gendered spaces in terms of masculinity and femininity, and also in terms of sexuality. Men's prisons are set up to emasculate men, and women's prisons are designed to reinforce dependence and passive roles for women. 7. Both environments mirror a hyper-expression of traditional gender roles. While violent control over men in prison breeds violence in return, either through the violence of guards over prisoners or the violence among prisoners through gang violence, sexual assault, or guards allowing prisoners to prey upon each other, this is seen as an inevitable result of concentrated masculinity. That is, the control is designed to be violent, to reinforce the hypermasculinity of competition, dominance, control, force, suppression of emotion or weakness, and especially heterosexuality, where punks, or women, are forced into sexual submission. Female prisoners are expected to be passive, emotional, weak, submissive, and dependent. Since non-feminine behavior landed them in prison, incarceration should restore them to it. 8. They should display subservient behavior, including in heterosexual relations. Due to the constant monitoring of sexual behavior, where any touching between prisoners can be defined as sexual, and the fact that more guards are male than female, there is a highly sexualized environment that includes flirting between male guards and prisoners, whether due to dependence on them for access to goods and privileges or in search of attention, kindness, or father figures. This dependence mirrors the traditional relationship outside of prison in which women are supposed to be at the beck and call of men in their lives. Furthermore, Lutz reminds us, this leads to women continuing to see themselves as a commodity to be used by men. 9. That incarcerated females have defied feminine expectations and morality is shown in a comment by gender nonconforming Cookie, they just feel that this is part of my delinquency. You know, they attribute it to my delinquency. They don't attribute it to just me as a person. The sample: 22 masculine identified people at CCWF, 16, and VSPW, 6, filled out surveys, and 14 of this group were interviewed in person in a follow-up. 10 their age range was 22 to 63. The average age was just over 39. Half of those interviewed, 11, were in their 30s. The sample was mostly minority, 10 people identified as African American, 1 as Black Cuban, and 1 as Haitian/Dominican. 4 were Hispanic, and 1 identified as Chicano. 2 people were white, not Hispanic. There was 1 Native American person, 1 Pacific Islander, and 1 mixed-race person, Hispanic and African American. These prisoners had very long sentences. 41%, 9, were lifers, 1 had life without parole, or LWOP. The other sentences ranged from 4 months to 19 years, but for these 13 people, they averaged a 9-year sentence. Their educational attainment was not high, 5 had dropped out of high school, 2 had graduated from high school, and 6 had attained a general equivalency degree, GED. There was 1 college graduate, 1 with an associate's degree, and 7 had some college. 1 person had also graduated from the California Military Academy. Every person was in the study because they identified as masculine. However, the words they used to describe their identity differed. Transgender terminology is in much debate and flux. Individuals use terms differently, disagree on meanings, or use multiple terms to describe their identities. 11 in this study, the term aggressive was used by 14 individuals, masculine, 3, stud, 4, butch, 1, gender nonconforming, 1, and transgender male, transman, and man trapped in a woman's body, 4. Numbers add up to more than 22 due to multiple terms used in some cases. The term aggressive is commonly used in prisons for the female-assigned masculine person, though this may partly be connected to the aggressive attitude and demeanor that these masculine prisoners display or are accused of displaying. But the term is not only used within prison walls. According to the profiles in the documentary film, the aggressives 12 aggressives are female-bodied persons who have been tomboys, who feel masculine but accept their female bodies, and who see this masculinity as a gender identity. They dress and act in ways consistent with a masculine presentation. Some aggressives are transsexual and want to transition, but not most. Aggressives are generally lesbians. 10 of the prisoners prefer the pronoun he. 6 listed she, and 6 said either he or she, or no pronoun. 18 people identified as gay or lesbian, and 2 listed that they were either bisexual or open. 2 people identified as straight, they were both transgender males, meaning they were attracted to women while they identified as men. So, every person in the study was attracted to women either exclusively or to both women and men. Conflation of gender identity and sexual orientation. Before moving on to a discussion of what these prisoners experience in their daily lives based on their gender identification, it's important to acknowledge that gender identity is often viewed as the same as sexual orientation to most people in the general public and probably most people in prison, whether prisoner or guard. In my earlier research, transsexuals have told me that the first question their family members ask them when they tell them about their transition is often, "Does this mean you're gay?" This conflation in the prison is seen when staff, common term for guards, make homophobic comments in response to gender issues or when, in this study, I asked a gender question and was answered with a sexual orientation reply. For example, "You said your gender identity was butch, can you tell me what that means to you?" Reply from Mike: "I've always been sporty and whatever, and when I was growing up I just leaned toward women, you know, that was who I wanted to be with." And, Potatoes, who identifies as a masculine woman, was telling me how she overheard others talking about aggressives, and these prisoners said, "Well, isn't that something you choose? Nobody makes you be homosexual." Kango defined her identity, aggressive, this way: I've always been a tomboy growing up, so I do boy things and not so feminine-like. And I've been gay pretty much all of my life. Ray said, I didn't know about aggressives until I came here and heard the prison lingo. Out there in the free world there's just gay, so I've learned transmale in here as well in identifying with others. But in the free world, I'm gay, and that's what I am. Since gender identity is a concept that examines how people identify in terms of masculinity and femininity, as defined by the culture, and sexual orientation addresses issues related to attraction and intimacy, these are quite different concepts and look at different aspects of the self. They involve different behaviors, ideas, activities, relationships, and emotions. Gender presentation is not the same thing as who one's sexual partner is. But, in our culture, we conflate these when it comes to those who violate either gender norms or sexuality norms. While someone who is gay or lesbian is not automatically seen as being transgender but are often seen as transgressing gender boundaries, someone who is transgender is often assumed to be gay. Whether it is because homophobic attitudes and expressions are so widespread that these are familiar and easy to use, or because being gay is seen as a gender violation so the language of and about homophobia is easily applied, I'm not sure. Many people who do not accept gay or transgender people view both as unnatural, whether based on religious beliefs or learned prejudices. As long as homophobia is deeply entrenched in our society, transgender individuals will have a difficult time being accepted. I've always been a tomboy. Probably the most commonly shared aspect of their lives was that, growing up, these individuals were tomboys. Tomboy was the specific word I heard used when people described their identities. For example, cool identified as a masculine female. To her, that means being kind of hard. Always very aggressive, tomboy, basketball, baseball, all of that. It's always been, probably raised more of a tomboy than a girl because I never wore makeup, anything. Never tried to bring out my feminine ways. Joy, an aggressive, always got called tomboy. So, I always had the lifestyle of being rough, so that's aggressive in my eyes and other people's eyes. I never wore makeup or anything like that. But I've always had the rough edge about me. Terry, another aggressive, echoes, like a little boy, they prisoners call us, because we're aggressives because we don't do what the girls do. We don't put on makeup, we're always wrestling around, playing sports. We're more like the little boys. That's how they prefer to call us, he's. These identities complicated life, whether outside or inside prison. Booba, an aggressive, reports that people did not know whether she was a girl or a boy. Potatoes had guys plant themselves in front of me and chest butt me, and say, "You want to act like a man." I mean, totally unprovoked. Insane identified as masculine and was comfortable with the pronouns he or she. While fine with a female body, Insane was nowhere near a feminine female. He said, "I like to play softball, well, here we have softball, basketball, something like that. You don't see me up there with the aerobics people, or jump rope or something." Insane compared himself to feminine females who stand in the mirror combing their hair. Me, I'm just like, getting some braids, wash my face, brush my teeth, and get moving. In other words, some of them stay there for hours, while I get ready on a drop of a dime. And that's like my brothers or something, so that's why I put myself in that category. Growing up, Insane fought with his mother over wearing dresses and sitting properly. He sees the masculine influence in how he dresses and the way he carries himself. Potatoes also referred to demeanor, well, it's how I carry myself. I don't have a feminine walk. I prefer not to go out with my eyebrows plucked. Cookie always wanted to be a boy. He was called tomboy and dyke. In junior high school, girls refused to shower with him in PE class. For years he felt something was wrong with him because he did not feel like he was supposed to. Growing up there were fights with his grandmother over wearing dresses. Wearing girls' clothes at graduation was awkward. Cookie tried to conform to being more feminine, but it was never comfortable. He tried to not be called names and to fit societal and family expectations. Today, Cookie uses the terms gender nonconforming, aggressive, and stud, but gender nonconforming expresses it best. Richard identifies as a transgender male. Essentially, I was born in the wrong body. I call it the wrong suit. Since I was very, very young, I have thought about that I was a boy and why wouldn't anybody recognize it. Things went along okay until high school. I dropped out because then you had to wear dresses and all that, and they're real strict about dividing boys and girls, and stuff like that. At the time I quit school I could not vocalize why, I just didn't want to go anymore, that is all I could say. Richard started living as a man at age 15 up until his incarceration at 37. Nobody knew that I was female except for my partner. Respondents also mentioned that being aggressive meant having a hard edge, being perceived as non-deferential, and treating women with respect, for example, not calling a woman a bitch and not hitting a woman. These standards of masculinity are backed up by appearance norms such as shaved heads, big and baggy clothing, less feminine clothing, no makeup, more masculine postures, and being assertive speakers. Their gender presentation is more masculine by societal standards even within the tight parameters of prison clothing options. The issue we turn to next. Femininity standards. All people wear clothing and accessories that convey gender messages. If you look in any clothing store, there are different styles, colors, fabrics, clothing cuts, buttons, belts, ruffles, and so forth that indicate whether these clothes are to be worn by women or men. These style ideas are widespread in society and taught to children without their even realizing that they are absorbing and accepting them as natural. People in a women's prison who want to express masculinity will want to express a certain look. This can only be done based on prison-issue clothing and what products are available in the vendor boxes. 14. This and their comfort level wearing certain types of clothing are factors to take into account with how masculine identified prisoners present. The main clothing issues that surfaced in the interviews were baggy, loose, or sagging clothing, the new state-issue blue jersey tops, boxer shorts, and muumuus. Other presentation issues include grooming standards, in particular, facial hair, and tone of voice. Comments from staff about baggy clothes, baggy as in oversized, and sagging clothes, sagging down low, by the hips or lower, were common. Many prisoners mentioned that they were more comfortable in large or oversized clothes. But this created problems for them. For example, Booba said that she had received harassing comments such as "put your pants up," "you're not a man," and "oh, you think you're a man, I'm going to treat you like a man." Low down, and aggressive, wrote, "I've had write UPS for wearing too big clothes and shaving my head." Cool brought up the problem of being identified as a gang member if an inmate wore baggy clothes, when many had either never been in a gang or were no longer gang affiliated. For Cool, who has been incarcerated for over 30 years, clothing is no incidental item. The clothes, especially the blouses, and their bras and they underwears, they are not cool with me. Most of the people I spoke with talked about the state-issued blue jerseys. I noticed that most of the people I met with wore baseball jerseys, white t-shirts with navy 3/4 length raglan sleeves. But these were the old issue, potatoes explained. We had what they call a change in the matrix last year. No baseball shirts, and change in the denim jeans. With pockets they fit better. They came out with this new clothing. The new shirt has the woman's neckline, which is different than a t-shirt. It's big, and if you have a brand new shirt, it will go up here, but if you wash it 5 times it opens up and comes all the way down here. With washings, the necklines stretch out and at times even fall down one shoulder. Insane said, "I'm not okay with those ugly wide neck shirts. They try to make you look all feminine, I'm not wearing that. We just cut the sleeves, get it sewed up, get something to taper it the neck a little bit, make it so we can deal with it." Brown Eyes, an aggressive, feels these are girlish shirts, and she does not wear them. To some prisoners, these clothing changes are, as Ray commented, trying to make us more like femme all the time. Cookie called it forced feminization. Concerning the loss of the baseball jerseys, elasticized jeans, and the banning of belts, he said, "To me this is about making us wear tighter clothes, which is again going back to what their picture is of rehabilitated females." Potatoes, like several others, hoarded the baseball shirts. They had them stashed in different places. Eventually, they were told, the baseball shirts will be confiscated. But Potatoes has stated that she will never wear the more feminine shirts. I said, "Well, I'll just go to jail." They said, "Well, you can't go to jail forever," and I said, "Yes, I can. I would hit a staff and go to jail before I would walk around in a round-collared shirt." The comfort issue around clothing is especially acute when it comes to underwear. Terry mentioned, "I always wore boxers. I feel more comfortable, and that was one of those issues. Why can't we have them? I don't understand why we can't have them here." People in women's prisons wear panties, not boxer shorts, the undergarments of choice for many aggressives and masculine-identified individuals. But, boxer shorts are considered contraband in women's prisons. Some people cut the legs off their thermal pants, and wear them as underwear, but for much of the year it is too hot to wear those. Boxer shorts are not available from vendor boxes, unless you are housed at a men's facility, but prisoners do get them. There are a few ways of getting this contraband item. Prison Industry Authority, PIA, makes inmate clothing, including boxer shorts. Prisoners have found a way to get boxers out of there, though not directly from stealing them since they are searched when they return to their units after work. As Booba reported, in PIA Laundry, we wash men's clothes. Some people be getting some boxers out of there and they sell them on the main yard. Insane mentioned another way of getting boxer shorts. You find a hookup and get you some clothes made, you know. They have PIA fabric and they make boxers for me, so you can get, if they have a pattern. There's some talented people here, that's why they can make you boxers out of a sheet. Mike does feel constrained from getting black market boxers, since you can get into trouble for having contraband items. I have a few pairs, but you try not to get caught. I would be removed from my job because I work where they make them, so, but to CJ, an aggressive, I know it's contraband, but I cannot do panties. Cookie questions the whole premise of keeping boxer shorts from people who feel more comfortable wearing them. He said, "Boxers don't make me act more aggressive. Boxers don't make me break more rules, they don't make me want to use more drugs, they don't make me want to do anything but feel more comfortable when walking around. Like I said, it's forced feminization, they're going to make us wear these panties. They've determined what women wear and that's it." In addition, Cookie points out that if boxers were part of the clothing matrix it would stop the theft of boxers and eliminate a black market item. It would be easy to allow access to boxer shorts for people in women's prisons. They are already made at PIA and they could be part of the clothing matrix. Vendor boxes already have approved vendors that supply men's prisons with boxer shorts. Prisoners in women's facilities could order from the same vendor. And there is the example of the New York State Office of Children and Family Services that now stocks bras and panties in boys' juvenile facilities and men's underwear in girls' centers to accommodate transgender youth. A spokesman said, "The policy is all about tolerance and respect." 15 And on this point all of the people I interviewed would certainly agree. When female prisoners are transported from one prison or unit to another, or if they go into the hospital, they are made to wear a muumuu. This dress can be humiliating for a masculine-identified person to wear. Potatoes said to me. "But they bring you over in a muumuu, in a dress, for what purpose? They transport you in a dress. What does that mean? What's wrong with a jumpsuit? It's just wrong to keep us docile, to degrade you, I don't know." Even women that wear them, are upset. I've never asked them why they're upset. The time I wore one I walked to a yard receiving to the yard, and I put my bag on the bed and said, "What do I have that I can trade?" to the room, "What do I have that I can trade for a shirt and a pair of pants?" I had just shopped the day before. I didn't care what they wanted. I was going to walk out of that room with a shirt and a pair of pants, and I did. But, I don't know what I would have done. I would have taken them off somebody, that's what I would have done. If I didn't have the canteen, I would have took them off somebody, I hate to say. Standards of femininity are enforced to the extent that if a prisoner is outside of gender expectations, they will be out of compliance. This compliance is to the grooming standards, for example, the idea that women will not have facial hair, mustaches, or beards. So, for example, when Kango was going to medical for a lab test, she was stopped and told to go in compliance before she would be allowed to have her test. She at first thought the officer thought she had shorts on instead of long pants, but no, he said, go shave your face. In fact, Kango does have facial hair, but she also has a chrono from a doctor stating that she can have it and keep it trimmed. She had tried to remove the hair with cream, but it burned her face. Plucking left marks, and shaving made her break out. The dermatologist sided with her that she was better off to just leave the hair on her chin. But, whenever officers demand she shave her face, she has to produce the chrono. Visa, an aggressive stud, also has facial hair. Staff have said to her, get that fucking shit off your face. But Visa is on a yard where razors aren't allowed. So, I've got to get mistreated with the verbal abuse when she cannot fulfill the demands of the grooming standards. Mike mentioned that most prisoners who have facial hair do shave, complying with the expectations of femininity. According to Brown-Miller in her classic work, Femininity, Speech is an Assertive Act, and male and female are schooled in different ways. 16. The voice pitch, pronunciation, tone, vocabulary, females ending a sentence as if asking a question. All aspects of speech are gendered. Women are not supposed to be authoritative. 17. To be verbally aggressive is to be like men, who are trained to be argumentative and assertive. Females, on the other hand, should reflect their passivity and support roles in their manner of speech. Consequently, tone of voice is a major issue for the aggressives and masculine women I interviewed. Insane spoke for many individuals when he said, "You respect me, I'll respect you. You don't respect me, I don't respect you. You're not going to take all my dignity from me just trying to talk to me like I'm nobody on the face of the earth." He continued, "They take your disposition as being a threatening manner, or if we have an argument, you talking crazy to me, I talk back crazy to you, you step, I step, you know your hands are in the arguing, the first thing they're gonna do is take you to ADSEG." 18. Not being submissive to staff, being an aggressive speaker, and tone of voice were just ahead of clothing and appearance regulation as difficulties these masculine-identified prisoners faced. Kuhl felt that stereotyping by staff has a lot to do with her problems. She said, "They do not try to get to know me, they don't want to know me, they take one look at me and feel like I'm this evil mean bitch because I'm dark-skinned. I walk kind of boyish-like, I'm into my own little world, and I have a right to express my opinion and my voice when I'm angry or when I'm upset. There's a correct way of doing things. And I try to do the correct things. But, for an aggressive, there is no correct way that will work." Lowdown said he experienced constant harassment. "I've had officers rough-sick me up and say, 'How much of a man are you?' Then I've had them tell me, 'So how big is your dick?' I bet mine is bigger." Aggressives and male staff as competitors. Most of the prisoners I spoke with identified male staff as the main source of harassment and problems, not other prisoners, and not many problems with female staff. Male staff were the ones who made the homophobic comments, male staff were the ones who harassed the aggressives by roughing them up, male staff talked about dick size, and male staff were the ones who flirted with the femme prisoners. The aggressives perceived that they were singled out for harsher treatment than the femme inmates. The problems with homosecting any behavior seen as sexual, whether sitting too close to another prisoner, touching a prisoner, or actually engaging in sexual acts ranges from homophobic comments to receiving a write-up for behavior against the rules. Not only is the threat of a disciplinary action around homosecting a constant, but to many officers, homosexuality is a moral issue. This gives staff a certain license to bring sexuality into their everyday conversation. To CJ, my sexuality has nothing to do with why I'm in prison, how I act in prison. In fact, my sexuality is none of your business. It's my own. And it's hard for police here, certain police, to understand that. They feel that you're going to hell, and I'm here to let you know that. Ray completed the requirements for the religious program Evangelism Explosion. Yet, because he challenged a Free World staffer when she was not going to allow a program participant to graduate because she was a lesbian, Ray also was not allowed to graduate. The inmates had put their full energy into the program, but when it came to graduation night they were informed they could not attend based on their sexual orientation. CJ said if there's a disagreement between two prisoners, certain officers will make an unrelated comment like, "What, they trying to make you a dyke?" Once, when Cookie was sitting close to his girlfriend, an officer said, "This is disgusting. Richard has received retaliation because of my perceived intimate relations with attractive female prisoners. I have received retaliatory transfers and disciplinaries because of these relationships and for asserting constitutional rights, and for prison activism." These examples of homophobia are a small sampling of what the prisoners experience daily. There is a widespread feeling that staff treat the aggressives more harshly than the femme prisoners. John feels because of his gender identity as a transman he has been verbally harassed, mocked, put down, made to go to the end of clothing, canteen, and dining room lines. "I've had my cell torn up and trashed on a regular basis. I've also had male C/Os aggressively search me or have a female C/O strip search me for no reason." Similarly, Richard wrote, "On more than one occasion I have received disciplinary right UPS, cell searches, and punishment, continued denial of parole suitability, which I believe to be due to my transgender male identity." Cookie believes the fact he had a bald head worked to his disadvantage when an incident was blown out of proportion and he landed in ADSEG for a year. Why does this happen? According to CJ, some male staff are like this one in particular. As long as you're not masculine, he don't have a problem with you. If he see that you're masculine, it's over. As Visa told me, I was locked up in the hole and I was coming in from the yard, so I was cuffed. He grabbed me and smashed my face in the concrete, for no reason at all. There's a lot of aggressive women here and a lot of them get treated real bad. She also believes that staff are quicker to use batons on aggressives without warning than on other prisoners. Insane has been singled out of a group and told to hit the wall. "Put your hands up, let me see some ID." He feels the officers do not like his appearance, or how he carries himself. So being as they don't like it, they gonna try to mistreat me any way they can. Similarly, Mike has been singled out as the only aggressive in a group. "Hey, come here." And as he says, you can't really argue. Cool has watched the favoritism of femme over aggressives for decades. Many masculine women feel, as Booba said, staff's attitude is, "Oh, you think you're a man, I'm going to treat you like a man." The hard way. Aggressives who have girlfriends see the difference in how they are treated compared to their partners. Why is the girlfriend not harassed? "Because she's a girl," said Booba. Cookie was very sick one time and the nurse refused to give him an excuse from work. His, now ex-girlfriend walked in right after, with no real illness, all smiles and sweetness, and walked out with a work excuse. "I'm expected to tolerate more pain. I don't cry, so I couldn't be in pain. If you want to be a man, be a man, tough it out," is the attitude Cookie feels aggressives are looked at with. As Joy told me, "I feel like if I was a femme and I go to the cop shop and do all the smiles cause I've watched it, you know, oh, sure, you can get in, or go ahead." Another way the femme are treated differently than the aggressives is through favoritism. Kango said, they give them things that, like, we're allowed one, let's say laundry soap, we get laundry soap every month, and they give us a bag of laundry soap. So, this officer might give this femme 2 or 3 bags of laundry soap. One reason why staff treat aggressives so harshly is because of their homophobia. They conflate their masculine gender presentation with being gay, and this challenges their own sexuality issues or their religious views. The other major perspective is that the aggressive maleness threatens the masculinity of the male staff. Male staff often flirt with women prisoners, hence, aggressives are seen as competition for the femme attention. Moosey Baby, an aggressive stud, states, "The correctional officers get jealous because the aggressives are more aggressive than they are, and we, aggressives, get more attention from the female inmates and correctional officers than they, men, do." Ray feels that some male officers are attracted to his girlfriend, so they have problems with me because they can't get to her. Sadly, sexual abuse and sexual assaults of women prisoners by male officers in correctional facilities around the country is too common. Documented in the report All Too Familiar 19, some male officers take advantage of the vulnerability of prisoners, both that they are locked up and that they are frequently survivors of incest, rapes, and domestic violence prior to incarceration. It cannot be denied that a sexualized atmosphere exists in prisons, whether as flirting, manipulation, or outright abuse and assaults. Sometimes the flirting behavior between male staff and femme prisoners creates problems for aggressives. Cool talked about this experience. "One officer used to flirt with my girlfriend, the one that I've been with since '89. Hey, you need to be with a real man, and all kinds of stuff, and I used to tell him all the time, quit disrespecting me. And he'd laugh. He used to flirt with my girlfriend all the time in front of my face. I can't hit no man, what could I do? I was scared to say anything, because if I say anything, he'll probably put me on another yard in another unit, but I should've because that's what he did anyway when he couldn't get his way with my girlfriend. He went after somebody else who lived in my cell. And still made me feel uncomfortable." That's one example. When he talked, he would grab his private part, who he think he be super fly. Similarly, when a male officer disrespected Insane's girlfriend, the officer said to him, "Oh, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? You're no man." Transgender concerns. Masculine female-assigned prisoners do not face the same issues as feminine male-assigned prisoners. In general, there aren't the same fears of sexual or physical assault from other inmates, and the need for protection isn't there. Whether considering homosexuality or gender identity, masculine-identified women have greater concerns regarding officers than other prisoners. Housing segregation would be needed only in highly individualized circumstances in women's prisons. When I asked people in my study if they felt gay or transgender prisoners should be segregated, they almost all said absolutely not. This is not an idle consideration. Legislation is being considered in California to segregate lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, LGBT, prisoners who self-identify at receiving. I would caution the wholesale support of this measure since considerations in men's facilities are different than in women's facilities. Currently in California, prisoners are classified by their genitalia, not their gender identity. This policy means transsexual prisoners who have not had sex reassignment surgery are housed in facilities that may not be the best placement for them. With the lack of understanding of transgender issues and the conflation of gender identity with sexual orientation, prisons have become sites of compounded punishment beyond punishment for the crimes committed. Many prison advocates feel transgender prisoners should be housed based on subjective gender identity and in the place they feel safest. 20 This would be a step in the right direction, but we should be under no illusion that the prison industrial complex can exist without gender violence. Another reason aggressives oppose segregation is the complete access staff would have to them to harass and abuse them. Prisoners would have fewer protections, not enhanced safety. In fact, for more than a year, inmates in a Virginia women's prison were sent to a butch wing based on their loose-fitting clothing, short hair, or otherwise masculine looks. 21 straight and gay prisoners were sent to this unit in a deliberate strategy by a building manager to break up relationships and punish perceived gay appearance. The inmates were harassed verbally and subjected to comments like "Here come the little boys." The unit was referred to as the Little Boys Wing, Locker Room Wing, or Studs Wing. 22 This policy was just reversed in June 2009. Civil rights groups claimed it was unconstitutional to segregate people based on their appearance as it violates the equal protection and free speech guarantees of the Constitution. I spoke to prisoners at Valley State who had recently started to meet in a support group for those who are transgender males and masculine women who are harassed because of their appearance. The group offers support, information, and hopes to gather resources to share with group members. One concern is access to hormones to those who would like to continue their transition and enable their bodies and emotions to fit their male gender identity. California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation policy is that if the incoming prisoner had a prescription for testosterone, or estrogen for male-to-female transsexuals, when they were admitted to prison, that prescription will be continued. For those that want to start hormones after their sentences begins, there is a protocol for them to follow to see a primary care provider for a request for service to be evaluated by a specialist regarding gender identity. Prisoners run into many roadblocks in this access. For example, the primary care provider is sometimes someone who does not understand gender identity issues. Sometimes it can take months or years to be seen and referred, ultimately, to Dr. Lori Kohler, who sees all the patients in California prisons on hormone therapy. Currently, Dr. Kohler sees about 60 patients. 23 At the time of our interview, Richard had just recently received word that he would be evaluated for hormone therapy. Others in the study would also like to start on testosterone. Discussion. This study was based on a small sample but highlights several issues of concern for masculine-identified people in women's prisons. Masculine-identified prisoners, or aggressives as they commonly identify, face more harassment from male staff than from female staff or other prisoners. This harassment can be verbal, physical, or impact access to goods and services, or land you in jail. Masculine appearance, posturing, and tone of voice seem to challenge the authority or personal sensibilities of male staff. Prisoners and officers are already in a relationship of control and subordination. This gendered component adds to the power dynamic. In its broadest sense, transgender refers to those individuals who do not neatly fit into gender boxes and who cross gender lines in how they look, act, feel, and live. All of the people in this study fit that criteria. But whether they all mean the exact same thing by the transgender terms they use and apply to others, and why some use the pronoun he, while others use she, these are issues that complicate an easy understanding of gender, how people identify, and what these identities mean to them. We need to continue our work to further understand what gender identity terms mean, especially in the context of prison where incarcerated people live and are not free to express their identities. The conflation of sexual orientation and gender identity complicates the understanding of masculine women and transgender male prisoners. Virtually all of those I interviewed are attracted to women, so to prison staff, they are in homosexual relationships. The transgender males I interviewed identified as straight and thus are in heterosexual relationships. Further research is needed to tease apart what of the negative reactions coming from staff is based on their ideas of gender and how women should properly behave versus their attitudes of lesbian attraction and sexuality. Are both of these seen as gender violations? Women should look and act as women, and women should be partnered with men as a gender role? Is homophobia both about sexual behavior and gender behavior? Some women in prison are gay for the stay, in other words, partner with women in prison but resume their heterosexual identity when they are released, and some are aggressive for the stay as well. A few prisoners mentioned to me that some women enter prison, shave their heads, and assume a masculine posturing, pulling off another scam. They gain from this FOM will take care of aggressives, including commissary items. Further research might examine how individuals take on gender roles for utilitarian reasons and not gender identity reasons. While not a focus of this study, I heard many stories of various healthcare difficulties. This is a huge problem in general for people in prison gaining access to and receiving adequate healthcare, as well as basic health information. For those prisoners who want access to hormones, they need prompt access, monitoring of their hormone levels, and continuous access to their medication. Hormones should not be stopped and started sporadically. Concluding comments. I began this article talking about respect and control. Masculine-identified people in women's prisons do not feel respected for who they are. Incarceration takes away their freedom, but it should not take away their dignity. However, prison facilities and prison staff are within a societal context that still significantly stigmatizes gay people and transgender individuals. Lack of legal protections, discrimination, and hate crimes are daily problems that LGBT people face. Within prison we find some of these same problems. It isn't reasonable to expect prisons will be enlightened locations of social justice and equality. However, it is important to bring to light some of these harassments and problems aggressives face in prison, which have been fairly invisible up to this time. Reform and abolition movements of all kinds have started incorporating the concerns of LGBT people into their agendas, and prison advocates are at the forefront. This examination of gender is also instructive to the society as a whole. Even outside of prison, transgender people are often not free to be their authentic selves due to multiple risks in coming out as transgender. These walls imprisoning gender itself need to be torn down. My story. Paula Ray Witherspoon. I am a transsexual woman incarcerated in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, TDCJ, and this is just part of my story. I was on probation from Williamson County, in Dallas, on transfer from Williamson County Adult Probation because my home, my means of support, and my family were all in Dallas. Probation in Texas is designed to ensure that people are sent back to prison by way of the excessive, unrealistic parole stipulations that the courts require probationers to adhere to while on probation. I had over 36 such stipulations, several requiring me to pay large monthly fees, expensive counseling, polygraph tests, drug testing, and any other services that the counselor, probation officers, and court deem necessary. Now, when Texas lets you out of prison, they only give you $50 and a bus ticket, then let you out. I was lucky they allowed me to do my probation in Dallas, where I was lucky to have family to help me get back on my feet. Most people released from Texas prisons don't have anyone to help them, so most have to commit more crimes just to survive. After all, $50 does not go very far when you don't have a job, food, and a place to live. My family witnessed me doing my best to look for work, odd jobs, anything to make a living. They watched me fill out hundreds of applications, fax resumes, search newspapers, drive to job interviews, go to companies to apply for jobs, and do this every day for over a year. No one wanted to hire this ex-con transsexual woman on probation. All the applications ask about my criminal history, sex, gender, name, and all the other information that employers use to disqualify this electronic engineer technician and college teacher of computer science with over 30 years of experience. What makes job hunting so hard nowadays is that most applications must be submitted over the internet. Some of my probation stipulations forbid me access to computers with modems, the internet, or any form of electronic data transfer. The Texas Workforce, TWF, database is on the internet, so I had to get permission from my probation officer, PO, to log on and search for jobs. This is how TWF works. First you fill out this real long application on the internet TWF database and a counselor runs it to check for matches of jobs versus skills, then prints out 5 for you to go check out. While you do that, the computer will send you a notice of other matches, as they come up, by US mail. The problems with this system should be pretty obvious. By the time you get to the company, their personnel department has already reviewed and screened thousands of applications for this job, hired someone, and closed the job out. Dallas has 2 large neighborhoods and my PO wouldn't allow me to take the jobs that were guaranteed me by friends there because the stores had a few, less than 10% of the stock, adult items for sale or rent, mainly items of GBLT nature. My PO said that if I even had one item sold or rented that was an adult item, I could not take the jobs. I think a transsexual cannot get a job outside the neighborhoods if they are open and honest on their job applications, even if they get past the name, sex, and gender questions, because of fears they have about customer and employee responses to a transsexual working at their company. So my probation was revoked and I was sent back to prison because I couldn't pay all the court-mandated fees for counseling and such. I was arrested at the post office in full female attire and appearance. Taken to Williamson County Jail for in-processing. A male LT there had me lean against the wall so he could pat-search me as cameras and other officers watched. He squeezed my breasts so hard that tears came to my eyes and my knees buckled. He screamed, "What gender are you?" I replied, "Female." He screamed, "This paperwork says you a male." I replied, "My gender is female, my sex is male, and my orientation is a certified transsexual woman." He stepped back, looked me up and down, and said, "I don't know how to handle this," and called a female LT over to search me down. She took one look at me and said, "I got this one," patted me down, and took me to the infirmary to be housed. The next day I went before the magistrate, still in my dress, as a woman, to have bail denied me and taken back to my one-person cell in the infirmary. Later on, I sent a complaint form in and asked about the jail's policy on the treatment of transsexual prisoners because I felt I was mistreated. A female, Captain Pokudo, was called to handle my complaint and was very understanding and issued orders clearing the way for me to get panties, bras, my HRT medications and depression meds. I was taken to TDCJ Bird Unit by Special Transport Squad car. Williamson County Jail wanted to pass this hot potato on to TDCJ as soon as possible, in hopes that I would not file charges in a lawsuit against them. In the intake of TDCJ at Bird Unit, transsexual women are stripped of their identities and dignity. I was put in a caged area where over 200 men witnessed, gawked, and made fun of me. Some made passes, some made lewd comments, and others made known their desire to have sex with me. The officers shouted comments at me like, "Yet, now you got to pull your nuts back out and be a man, your cellie is going to really be glad to see you, and are those real tits or silicone?" Then I was forced to strip off my clothes, bra, panties, and stand nude in front of them while I changed clothes. This generated a lot of cat calls, whistles, and more lewd comments. The floor SGT got so mad he pulled me out, emptied the barber shop out, and ordered the barber to skin him like an onion and cut those damn nails. The barber shaved my head and handed me a pair of nail clippers. The LT came in, looked at my pink finger and toenails, asked what they were painted with and took off furious towards the infirmary. He comes back with some different kinds of pads and told me to wipe them clean. When the polish wouldn't come off, I informed him it would require polish remover to take it off and his face turned so red I thought it would pop, as he stormed off saying we'll see about that. The capt came back with a nurse and more pads. When she couldn't take the polish off he said, "You don't want it to come off, do you?" I said, "Not really." The other inmates screamed, "Guess she showed you, Captain." Which made him even more furious. He had 2 guards handcuff me and escort me to the infirmary where a nurse looked at all the medications that came with me from Williamson County Jail, which I paid for, and said, "Well, I'm not sure I'll let him have these," referring to my hormone medications. The nurse had all my medications, except my Prozac depression medication, destroyed, and I have been fighting ever since to get allowed to have access to take my HRTs again. TDCJ has a policy number G51.11 that allows for transsexuals to get them, but we are routinely denied GID and HRT treatments. That's why there is such a high suicide rate among the transsexual women in TDCJ, which is covered up. TDCJ has no idea how many GBLT people they have locked up, and they want to keep it that way. Because what isn't documented can't come back to haunt them in a courtroom. Next, 2 guards take me to a shower and watch me take a shower, shave my body, my choice, and get dressed again. All the time making lewd comments to each other about my tattoo. 2 colored roses on my buttocks, red. Then they handcuff me and escort me to the punk tank in AD. Seg. Where I was welcomed by other inmates in safekeeping. I was put in a cell by myself, but was able to talk to the others out the bars on the front of the cells. But only if you are able to scream louder than they can. My stay at bird unit was another story, all its own, so I'll move on. One day I was told to pack up, because I was on the chain to my main unit assignment. I was handcuffed to a huge man that led me into the center of a bus crammed tight with about 80 other inmates. In the dark, on the long trip to the layover unit, the guy I was handcuffed to whispered something to the other inmates around us, and the next thing I know, I was being forced to have oral sex with the man as the others blocked the view of the guards. My gums started to bleed because I have a bad case of pyorrhea, just as he ejaculated in my mouth. I spit it and the blood onto my sleeve, hoping I don't catch anything. The sun starts to come up, so I'm not forced to have sex with anyone else. Thank God for that bit of mercy. We arrive at this Robinson holdover unit and a SGT sees the blood on my shirt. He asks me in front of everyone that was on the bus, "How did you get that blood on you?" I look around at all their stern warning faces and replied, "My gums bleed." The SGT looks at me, then them, and says, "Right." He unhandcuffs me and puts me in a cell by myself for the night. Early in the morning, I'm loaded onto a small van, handcuffed to myself, with 4 other inmates and 2 guards, headed towards my assigned unit, all red unit. This is an all-male unit that is one of 8 units, out of over 160 units, that TDCJ has designated as safe Persian units to house inmates needing safekeeping to comply with the Prison Rape Elimination Act of 2003. Or at least give that appearance. Right away, I notice I'm not the only transsexual woman with breasts on this unit. In fact there are over 75 of us, just a rough estimate. None of us are allowed treatments for ORCID or HRTs. The horror stories on this unit concerning transsexual women and their abuse are stories all their own. Many are rape victims, some are intersex, one of whom gave birth to a rape baby and still has milk in her breasts. Could you imagine her horror being assigned and forced to live in the same cell with a sexually aggressive man? I help her write the grievances to get moved to a cell with a transsexual, because her cellmate keeps making sexual advances on her. The administration and staff here are made up of typical Texans that they call bubas, who are proud Southern Baptist homophobes first and guards second. Since I have lived on many units in TDCJ, both as an in-the-closet homosexual and an out-of-the-closet transsexual woman, I've observed this to be the typical employee of TDCJ. Even the homosexual employees don't dare to be out of the closet on the units for fear of retaliation from other employees of the inmates guards used to scare them straight. Transsexuals don't have a voice or any protections outside of prison, much less inside. Just look how transsexual was removed from the ENDA legislation as proof of that, and you'll clearly see how even the GBLT community/organizations agreed we should be eliminated from ENDA. If there ever was a minority people that need constitutional protection, it's the transsexual people of the USA. But who will speak and lobby for transsexuals? HRC, GLAD, Lambda Legal, Texas legislators, US Congress, how about ACLU? Is there anyone willing to speak up for such a small minority of human beings in the USA? Only the future knows the answers to these questions. But in my experience the transsexual population is hoping, praying, and trusting that President Obama will have the guts to effect real changes, like he promised, that will correct the horrors that transsexuals live every day. Exposure. Cholo. Prison is possessed by hatred and violence. This hatred leads to violence that oftentimes results in death, and death after rape is what transgender people and queers are subjected to in prison. Transgenders and queers in prison are enduring inhumane treatments, and their cries are not really being heard during their walk through the valley of the shadow of death, and the few that are hearing their pleas are small in number. They are only able to do things that will make them the target of verbal, physical, or sexual abuse before they are equally treated in the manner that most prison queers and transgender people are treated. These diabolical acts are brutal forms of self-expression that are normally produced by prison guards and prisoners. These individuals are often, but not always, closeted queers. The harm that the prisoners have to endure is usually performed in front of others. They do this in hopes that these acts will provide the impression that they are not queer and will protect them from attacks by others in prison. These individuals are motivated by fear, and these acts are often done in order to survive. Their survival is based on the maltreatment of others, and if we continue down this path, how can we expect to survive when our enemies are destroying us and we are helping them in the process? The truth of the matter is that we will not survive. We will all perish if we continue to do to ourselves that which the enemy is doing to us, and this will happen sooner than we think if we do not come together. And I use the word together because I realized that our strength rests within our unity and that our downfall rests within the opposite. It has been my love for Black or African American transgender people, transsexuals, and the queer community as a whole, coupled with the pain that I often felt when one of them was mistreated within the system, and that inspired me to put work in on the predators. I hope to open your eyes to some of the things that are not greatly spoken about so that some of you may begin to address these behaviors. No one enters like them. Health, gender variance, and the pick. Blake Nemuk. Police is hollered while 5 cops slam open the door to Kim Love's apartment, to aim their barrels at our faces. Hands up, get your hands up, get back. Where are the guns? Get back. Okay, I've leapt off the couch where Kim and I had been sitting talking. What's going on? Hands up, hands up. Okay, our tongues echo. Our hands have remained high since they flew up in shock the second the cops entered the apartment. Just stay back, stay back. Their guns close in on our bodies. Are there any guns? Where are the guns? There's no guns, Kim states. What's going on here? 2 of them go to Kim, who is still sitting on the couch, naked except underwear, and demand that she stands up. The cops grab her arms and pull her up so that she is standing in the middle of the room while they hold her arms behind her back. They turn her around, they're poking and prodding her, demanding answers and personal information about her body. We're just talking. Is there a problem? We request, shaking. They are loud and demand that we be silent. You are in her home, please tell us what is the problem, I say. They pull out handcuffs and start to put Kim in them. Kim does not resist as they continue interrogating her about what we are doing, about guns. They want to know if there are guns. Kim tells them there are no guns. What is the problem? I repeat, somehow only able to question like a cop in my failed attempts to stop the assault. We got a call, we need to make sure she is safe, we need to make sure she is not harming herself. This isn't right, Kim is saying, and she says it louder as they continue to poke and prod her. We do not consent to this, I spit in a mumbled staccato. Kim and I continue to voice our confusion, to voice our shock. The more that I say there is not a problem here and we do not consent to your presence, searches, or interrogation, the more they scream relax, at us. I become the beat of one cop, and his job is to keep me out of the way. He leads me by the arm to a corner of the room and stands in front of me. It works. I watch them handcuff my friend, question her about what she has been doing to her body, and keep her standing in the middle of her apartment as the other 4 cops stand over her, and I become more conscious of how outnumbered we are. I am more visibly aware that the privacy of her apartment makes the situation more unsafe. I'm going to go off. I'm fighting against my common sense to defend my friend at all costs and stop them from parading her, to stop them treating her like an animal. Okay, we're okay, she's not hurting herself, please leave. Kim, where's a pen? I say. Kim tells me where a pen is, but the cops physically and verbally block me from getting it. Relax, stay back. Cops start coming in and out of her apartment like a forensics team. Shut the door, please shut the door, I keep restating. Ma'am, relax or we'll need to take you in. Ma'am, can you step outside for a minute? No, I am not comfortable with that, I am not comfortable leaving her with you, you're hurting her. Why is this happening? She's screaming, do you hear that? She's afraid. You're terrorizing her while asking her if she's hurting herself. You okay, Kim? I ask. They're hurting me, Blake, make them stop. She then tells them she is humiliated by being exposed in front of a group of males. Kim and I begin to voice tenderness to each other. We are apologizing to each other for what is happening, we are reminding each other that we are there together. Ma'am, you need to relax, you need to calm down. I'm not relaxed, this is not relaxing, this is not safe. There are 5 uniformed and armed police holding my friend at gunpoint in her home. She is naked and you have her standing in the middle of the room handcuffed. It is very stressful, this is a stressful situation. I am very concerned you are hurting her, she's bleeding. Blake, make them stop. Kim pleads as her wrists begin to bleed from the handcuffs. Sir, you need to relax, they tell Kim while her breasts are staged for them all to see. This is not right, Kim repeats, you're humiliating me. I'm an African American woman standing naked in front of 5 mostly white males, this is not right. Please uncuff her, I plead. Ma'am, can you please step outside with us, they ask me again. They tell me that the handcuffs stay on until the paramedics get there. They tell me to relax and step away. My knowledge of police brutality provokes me to question them, but I know this is also dangerous, and it's hard to know what to do. I fear leaving the apartment to go to the hallway as they want, but not more than I fear them separating us. I go to the door and block it with my body, so I can still see Kim. We are terrified of what could happen next, so we keep talking loud so we can hear ourselves repeat what is happening. Kim keeps telling me how she's feeling afraid and humiliated. They will not take the handcuffs off her. I am getting names and a star number, M. Hodge, the nice cop keeping me relaxed, and star 655, the one who was handcuffing and manhandling Kim. The paramedics come and keep her handcuffed while manhandling her. Is it necessary to handcuff her while seeing if her body is hurt? The handcuffs are not a problem for us, they reply. The door keeps being left open, and they still have Kim standing in the center of the apartment for anyone passing to see. We continue to plead for them to leave. After an hour, the 10 to 20 person group finally did leave. They never produced a warrant. Their alarmist and sustained actions came from one call with allegations that were never confirmed by their search. The question that continues to surface in my reflection of this invasion is, what is a logical response to shock? It once again became clear to me the ease with which one can be charged with resisting arrest or failure to comply with police procedure, as the cops' physical and verbal intimidation tactics spark all our instincts for self-defense, stating we're being hurt, that we don't consent to unwarranted searches, blocking a billy club, and so on. Similar to the unwarranted takeover of Kim's apartment, I've witnessed San Francisco cops stopping transgender women on the street under the alleged suspicion of solicitation, when in reality the women were simply walking home. Love and I were diplomatic during an illegal search and interrogation, yet the cops made it clear to both of us that questioning or any implied act of resistance would warrant our arrests. Violence, Health, and Survival, a conversation with Kim Love. Like the story I just recounted, the cultural normalcy of violence in all locations of the prison industrial complex is experienced by everyone who has survived incarceration and is witnessed by those who do restorative justice work inside prisons or work with formerly incarcerated people. Gender-variant people who have done time are forced to accept varying amounts of violence as realities of completing their sentence. This takes different forms of active emotional/physical violence as well as inactive violence like neglect or denial of necessary medical care. In order to understand the complexities of these systems, we must understand how both active and inactive forms of violence work together. Blake Nemuk, could you introduce yourself and talk about your work? Kim Love, my name is Kim Love. I sit on the THIRD-WORLDISM, Transgender, Gender Variant, Intersex Justice Project, Board, which is a committee about transgenders in prison, and I also periodically facilitate harm reduction groups. THIRD-WORLDISM is awesome, they try to help all transgenders in prison. If people need someone to write to because they don't have anyone, we have somebody designated to write people in there. We advocate for them, we get their stories out, and basically that's what we do. We rally up. Bien, in THIRD-WORLDISM, what decisions have you made with your work that are based upon your experiences with prisons? KL, everything that I do with THIRD-WORLDISM is a reflection of the treatment of transgenders that are incarcerated in county jails and in prisons, specifically transgenders of color. In 1999, toward the end of '99, I was incarcerated, I went to jail. I took a case for my man, and I figured I would beat it because I wasn't on any paperwork for the case. I was fighting for 7 months. During that time a deputy sheriff raped me for a couple of months until I couldn't deal with it any longer and I exposed it. I was treated very, very badly by the female deputies. When they would come to give us our lunch they would look at me and just hold my bag lunch and just stare, and I'm like, "Can I have my lunch?" And they would look, and one would even go so far as to say, "You're a man," he referring to the deputy sheriff would never touch you. And I was like, "Girl, give me my bag." So they ended up having to move me from the new jail to the old jail for my protection. They stuck me in the hole, way in the hole, because some of the cops, the deputy sheriffs, were gunning for me. Because I was being harassed a lot. Bien, when you were in, you talked about a couple of different things, you talked about the sexual violence that you experienced, and you also were serving time for your man. Can you expand on what the charges were initially? KL, it was for burglary, I took a burglary charge for him. He was seen, and we both had on all black, and when the police came, I told them it wasn't him, it was me. And he said, well, dude pointed him out, and we were both wearing all black and our hair was in a ponytail, so I said it was me. And that's how I ended up going to prison. I fought for 7 months, and ended up going to prison for 3 years. I sued Sheriff Hennessy and I settled out of court with him. Bien, for the rape charges? KL, yeah, I sued Sheriff Hennessy and I also sued Deputy Anthony Hughes, and I settled out of court with him, too. I'm currently on parole and will be off in 3 months. Bien, so was the healthcare, the food and the treatment really different in jail versus prison? KL, yeah, it is. It's way different. County jails, there's no freedom, especially for transgenders. You go to gym once a week. If they feel like taking you to the gym. As opposed to all the other inmates who get to go at least 2 or 3 times a week. It's segregated like that. In prison, from morning until time to lock up, you can go outside, except during count time. But you have more freedom. And you're more recognized in prison, because you are a commodity in prison. The COS use the transgendered prisoners to keep the violence rate down. Bien, what a CO is an abbreviation for? KL, oh correctional officer, they're basically pimpin'. If you look like a female, they'll put you in a cell. I've had them put me in a shock-holdin' cell, and I told them I did not want to be there. They told me that's gonna be your husband, and that's where you're going to be and you're going to love him. And I did my time with him. Bien, sorry, that's horrible. KL, it's horrible. Without the sexual tension being brought down, the prisoners would probably overturn that place. Because there's more prisoners than there is COS. They use us. Bien, were you able to file a report of any kind? KL, for what? CDC California Department of Corrections is the hardest thing to fight. We've had so many transgenders that have been raped in CDC and had proof. One of them even had the towel the CO wiped his semen on. Today I haven't heard of one case that a transgender won against a law officer, against CDC. So, no, I would never attempt to do that, and besides, they have their own games. The officers do, and if I would have tried to bring a lawsuit against CDC, they would have gotten one of the lifers to stick me or hurt me. Bien, how long did it go on? KL, as long as I was there. For 3 years. Bien, so, did you know about the lost CDC cases while you were experiencing rape? Was there cultural information that you had heard while you were serving time that it wasn't worth it to report that? KL, no, because you're locked up. You're in a place where you don't get ice water, you don't get popcorn, certain things that you're accustomed to having that are so small and minute that you don't get. But if you play by their rules, they'll bring you. In the summertime, it gets 100 and some degrees in a cell like this. So they'll bring you buckets of ice, and cold sodas, and pizzas, and food from the street, anything to pacify you. You want some bras and panties, your man think you look good in that? Here's some panties and bra. You need some lipstick? Bien, I want to back up a second, so in the jail SF jail, there's a transgender section? KL, there was one when I was there. When I was raped, there was a transgendered section. They had a split level, down on the lower level there are guys, and half the upper level is the transgenders, and after I got raped, they stopped us from having interaction with the men, period. Even though it was the deputy sheriff that raped me. Bien, sorry that happened. And what about in prison, there were not transgender cells? KL, no. No, you fell in with men. Bien, you talked about, that there were not venues for repercussions against rape in prison. What about other healthcare and taking care of your body? KL, no, it's deplorable, as any place else. San Quentin has been written up so many times for health violations. They have all of these epidemics breaking out. It's deplorable, it's deplorable. I must say this, they did make sure that I had a sports bra. So they gave me bras, and stuff, but it wasn't for me, they said it was because they could see my nipples through my shirt and I could start a riot. So, go figure. Bien, what about other things, condoms, lube, anything for safe sex? KL, no, they don't give any of that there. We take those plastic gloves, you can cut the fingers out and use it as a condom. Bien, you get the plastic gloves from the doctor or the nurse or something. KL, no, you get whatever you need. Your guy or sometimes the guards, just tell them, look, me and my husband are starting to have relations, I decided to be his wife, I need some gloves. Bien, I'm really interested to know what people's relationships are with nurses, with doctors, who work inside of prisons. If they get the prescriptions that they need. KL, we call them fag hags. You meet some of the females, doctors/nurses, that love the girls, and they'll bend over backwards to get you what you need. You're lucky if you get one of them. If not, then it's the draw of the dice. Bien, okay, so the fag hag nurses are really good. What was your experience with other nurses or doctors? Do they do regular exams? KL, no, you have to submit to see the doctors. You have to have money on your books. Whoever doesn't have money on their books, they go last. If you have money on your books, you go first. But then, the prisoners that don't have money, the prison will take that money from your gate money. So each visit is like $5, last time I was there. Bien, how long would it be for you to accrue $5? KL, my paycheck, when I worked, at what 4 cents an hour, so figure it out. It takes a long time. Bien, and if you had the $5 right there, how long would it take you once you signed up, to see the doctor? KL, probably a week. Being a transgender, probably a week or 2. Bien, did you have hormone treatment inside? KL, inside I was getting my hormone treatment, yet. Bien, and how was that? KL, that was good, they never denied me my hormone treatment. But like I said, I worked the man, I knew how to work the man. I knew what they wanted, the deputies, the COS wanted. I knew what the sergeants and lieutenants wanted. So, it's scratch my back, or I'll scratch yours. And then I'll tell them, look at my CDC file. I don't have a problem with doing my time in the hole. So either meet me halfway or you can lock me in the hole and I'll do my time there. Bien, so you always got your scripts filled, for hormones. What about any verbal abuse, or any harassment with the doctors in terms of transgender issues. Any inappropriate questions? KL, no, more fascinated than anything. Some would take it as inappropriate, but I wouldn't because of where I was. Where I was in prison, they don't have many of us with 38 DDs and looking like a woman. They have looking like switchin', poppin', but buffed and all the weight power, liftin' weights. And runnin' around, oh, girl miss thing. So the questions they asked me I accepted because they only wanted to learn. The doctors would say, I've never seen that on a man before, and you're not a man, I'm looking at you, you're not a man. Can I touch them please? Most people would think that would be inappropriate, but I understood. He's never seen that, and he's curious or he's really what? And my little mind at that time was quick and I would do things like touching my nipples to get them erected so I could catch their eye, because there is no telling what I would need from them. Bien, so your scripts got filled, you knew how to negotiate getting care from the doctors. Any other health stuff that you want to talk about? Did you get any HIV or ST testing? KL, no, I never would. Never. It's the worst thing you can do. Bien, how's that? KL, they have a ward for once they find out you're POS, HIV positive. One of the nurses came and she told the deputy. And he got on the loudspeaker and said to all of the general population, Kim Love, they've got a bed in ward Lalala for you, the ward for HIV positive people. Bien, so then you went to the HIV POS ward? KL, no, because then that would be admitting I was POS. The procedure should have been to contact the prisoner anonymously, to offer them a bed. It should be anonymous, be separated, the conversation, from general population. Bien, so then what happened? KL, I played it off. Bien, you stayed in the cell you had, you didn't go to the HIV POS ward? KL, exactly. Bien, can you talk about other community stuff, about other trans people that you were serving time with, and how those dynamics were? KL, I was picked by a captain to be with a shot caller that was running the Kumi car. My whole focus was to be this man's wife. Being his wife meant I didn't go outside unless he walked me, like a dog. I was his pet an hour a day. We could socialize, but I could not make eye contact with anyone else. Other girls, oh yeah, for a minute. Baby, can I go talk to my girlfriends? You have 2 minutes. That's how it was. Bien, can you elaborate? KL, I was so focused on my husband and my life in there. I couldn't get close to anybody. He would hoop me, he would literally hoop me. He would go to work and somebody would be at my door talking to me, the guards would come over and say he didn't want nobody over here while he's at work, you got to go. And you can only come out to take a shower. You can sit in the day room if you want for 30 minutes, but he wants you to stay in the cell until he gets home. Bien, do you want to say anything about what you see would be solutions to any of the problems that you brought up? KL, some people say they should let transgenders be guards, that they should let some transgenders get in places where they only have heterosexual people working so that they can make a difference in the quality of life, in the way people do business. People say trans guards, but you know, that would not change it. The prison system is a moneymaker and nothing's gonna change that. Capitalism, not healthcare. The existing prison healthcare mechanisms, such as those highlighted by Kim Love, point to institutional interests in fulfilling state and federal reporting demands so the prisons can keep their funding. As CHAMP, Community HIV/AIDS Mobilizing Project, observes, capital, not medical forces, guides the actual placement of testing mechanisms. As prisons and jails were never set up to do healthcare, and by and large, healthcare is being provided by for-profit corporations, all of those imprisoned are viewed as potential coins in the funding well. Under this lens, it's easier to understand the difficulties in confronting the PIC's blind eye or deliberate indifference to violent prison conditions. 2. HIV/ST tests, regardless of prison public health codes, are typically done at the end of a sentence, not upon intake. This prevents medical accountability by the prison if the jailed are HIV/ST positive and in need of treatment, because the prison can claim ignorance to medical conditions. Even if incarcerated folks are at the end of their sentence with only 6 more months or less to serve, it is in the best interest of the prison and the United States wellness at large if testing and medications are a periodic healthcare option for people to consider throughout their sentence. Parallel to the absence of safe sex paraphernalia, the same capitalist entities rule against medical access to HIV medication or HIV specialized and knowledgeable care. It is necessary to have specialty HIV medical care for prisoners to avoid distributing counter-indicated medications, to monitor the efficacy of the medicines, and to reduce the possibility of transmission. Risks of current infectious disease protocols and legislature. The sexual environment of prison is overwhelmingly non-consensual, lacking in safe sex paraphernalia, and transphobic. Legislation, like the Stop AIDS in Prison Act 2009, H.R. 1429, that mandates testing upon prisoner intake, have not become law. Even as this act and other similar legislation that includes sexual education, counseling, and sex barrier distribution exist, the clauses that require mandatory testing alongside other intake steps are concerning. Harm reduction counseling, proven to lower sex, drugs, and lifestyle risks, has been eliminated in some U.S. county hospitals that are performing mandatory testing upon intake. The testing sessions are streamlined, and it's likely that greater ignorance around people's sex or drug harms will accompany the assembly line testing procedure. Equally precarious, the test result information is then in the hands of the prison intake officer, and in the case of prison testing they would give the state this information. 3. In prison, streamlined HIV testing alongside housing segregation for HIV-positive people could, as Kim Love suggested, expose them to greater harassment and violence. There is social stigma from the general prison population that can visibly note who is segregated or living with HIV. Love speaks to some benefits of resisting such public labeling, confidentiality and a form of protection by cisgendered cellmates, that occurs with housing segregation. An isolated placement can also be a further opportunity for behind-the-scenes sexual violations from prison staff. The confidentiality of a prisoner's status can similarly be jeopardized by forcing people to wait in line to receive medication, if HIV medications are in fact being distributed. Laura McKnight and Pascal Emmett consistently observed confidentiality breaches with HIV medical care inside Pennsylvania prisons. Other prisoners have direct visibility of medications in integrated medication lines. Segregated medication lines are typically structured around viral conditions and thus create a non-consensual system of visual disclosure for all prisoners living with viral conditions. Guards often distribute medications, even though they have no formal training to do so. V-coding women. As Kim Love's experience shows, it is a prison industrial complex norm to use women's bodies in unsafe ways to pacify male inmates. The prison staff and the PIC create sexually opportune environments, e.g., cage women in the same cells as straight men, coerce women into having unsafe sex with their cellmates because there are few if any barriers for the sex acts, then validate the sexual roles with toiletries or medical favors, exchange of goods or services. Forced boarding by a third party for sexual contact, or in prison V-coding, on the streets would be seen as pimping, as Kim Love called it. The placement of such coercion inside of prison, however, serves to locate pimping as a central part of a trans woman's sentence. Most acts performed by prison staff, violent or not, are unfortunately upheld as the norm of prison culture. The vision of sexual tension being brought down, to where there's no sexual tension they would probably overturn that place screams to Love's understanding of prison staff using her body to pacify her husband. While Love's remarkable survival skills speak to a particular angle of resilience, Emmett Pascal witnessed many women attempting to resist or refuse being V-coded, but guards only turn a blind eye. The refusal of prison guards to acknowledge such violence, deliberate indifference, if not to directly coerce it, places the guards in a pimping position. Legal definitions of pimping consistently include intentionally inducing another to become a prostitute or soliciting a patron for sex acts with the sex provider. At what point do prison staff members receive such direct immunity from pandering or procuring customers, husbands or men they want to silence, for a sex act? 4. In an equally abusive placement, gender-variant women are being V-coded close to the end of their sentences. This location works to keep women incarcerated because if they defend themselves against rape or other violence that occurs with their husband or cellmate, it is common for them to be charged with assault then placed in the hole. The assault charge then shreds the previous parole possibility or release date. Looking forward, it's vital to continue asking how many stories like Love's must be amplified before people understand reforming the PIC holds severe limitations? Love ends by stating, the prison system is a money maker and nothing's gonna change that. While solidarity work with currently incarcerated people can provide witness to violations like those that Kim Love experienced, or mobilizations to free caged people, we must not stop there. Financial support for peer-based educational programs that collaborate with hospitals, schools, and other public institutions in effort to provide community-based knowledge and information on sex work, gender-variant groups of people, and people living with viral diseases would be a more sustainable and harm-reducing model, compared to the costly and violent results created by the PIC. Accomplished by peers, the empirical knowledge can address social as well as health and economic concerns that speak for those specific groups of people. Also, political and monetary support for decriminalizing prostitution efforts can cut overtime hours of cops currently directed toward violent policing tactics that are paid for by taxpayers. These are some economical and educational prison abolition steps we can take to empower our friends, our neighbors, and ourselves. In parallel, groups like Right to Win, a grassroots collective that creates epistolary relationships between incarcerated gender-variant people and the collective members, many of whom are gender-variant, offer emotional and resource solidarity to their pen pals. It acts as an alternative accountability paradigm in concert with other abolition groups. As a volunteer group, it doesn't fear losing funding or compromising its politics, as is unfortunately seen in many non-profit agencies. 5. Movement building that creates innovative models of justice that do not pimp prisoners for the success of capitalism are possible. It is time to view the current U.S. economic hardships as an exit opportunity away from dependency on conservative foundations and government funding vehicles that bar groups from work that threatens pharmaceutical industries or gender/sexuality norms. Transformative justice models that empower lovers, friends, and groups of people to be accountable to one another rather than rely on unjust and unsustainable U.S. systems, can work to abolish the prison industrial complex. We can, and are, creating these informs that facilitate a domino effect of cultural and economic churnings. Bustin' out. Organizing resistance and building alternatives. Transforming carceral logics. 10 reasons to dismantle the prison industrial complex through queer/trans analysis and action. Lomble. It's hard for us to believe what we're hearing these days. Thousands are losing their homes, and gays want a day named after Harvey Milk. The U.S. military is continuing its path of destruction, and gays want to be allowed to fight. Cops are still killing unarmed black men and bashing queers, and gays want more policing. More and more Americans are suffering and dying because they can't get decent health care, and gays want weddings. What happened to us? Queer kids of queer parents against gay marriage 1. This article arose from an ongoing need to make stronger connections between struggles for gender and sexual justice, and the growing crisis of mass incarceration, over-policing, and cultures of control. Too often, these issues are considered in isolation from each other. On the one hand, prisoner justice activists have not always paid sufficient attention to the gender and sexual dimensions of prisons too, especially for queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people. 3. On the other hand, queer and trans organizers have often excluded prisoners from our communities and not prioritized prisoner justice issues within broader movement struggles. Within anti-violence movement politics, some feminist, queer, and trans activists have also been too quick to equate justice with imprisonment by embracing hate crimes laws, advocating for longer prison sentences for those who commit sexual violence, and calling for increased community policing. 4. But struggles against abuse, assault, poverty, racism, and social control require clearer connections between the violence of gender/sexual oppression and the violence of the prison system. Indeed, many of us who are involved in anti-violence work through rape crisis centers, homeless shelters, and queer/trans safe spaces are also committed to struggles against imprisonment. For some, our anti-prison politics grew out of that anti-violence work. After years of repeatedly responding to the same forms of violence, and after dealing with the ongoing failures and injustices of the criminal system, it has become clear that prisons not only fail to protect our communities from violence, but actually enable, perpetuate, and foster more violence. Engaging in struggles against imprisonment is particularly urgent now, as the so-called war on terror intensifies, as attacks on migrants and people of color increase, as violence against women, queers, and trans people show few signs of abating, and as the global prison population expands dramatically. These trends are closely related to changes in the global political economy, as governments continue to slash welfare, education, housing, and health budgets on the one hand, they increase spending on prisons, police, military, and border controls on the other. Never before has the prison industrial complex 5 been so powerful, particularly in the global north. While the United States takes the global lead in locking up its people, with 1 in every 100 adults currently behind bars and more than 7.3 million people in prison, on probation, or on parole. 6. Other countries, such as Britain, Canada, and Australia are rapidly following suit. England and Wales, for example, has nearly doubled its prison population since 1992 and is currently embarking on a £3.24.7 billion, $57 billion USD, prison building spree to create space for more than 10,500 new prisoners by 2014. 7. Canada has recently passed tougher sentencing laws, and prison expansion proposals are looming. 8. Examining these overall trends, however, does not provide an accurate picture of who is most affected by the growth in the prison industrial complex. Prison expansion disproportionately targets particular groups of people, especially communities of color, poor and working class people, youth, immigrants, women, people with learning disabilities and mental health issues, as well as queer, trans, and gender non-conforming people, who are increasingly forced into greater cycles of poverty, criminalization, incarceration, and violence. As the more privileged members of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and trans, LGBT, communities are ushered into new forms of neoliberal citizenship where buying power, respectability, assimilation, and nationalism are the price of welcome, and as some LGBT groups are developing closer ties with police and military forces through recruitment campaigns, advisory boards, and liaison committees, we need to question who is bearing the costs of so-called inclusion. If such inclusion means complicity with the violence and racism of the prison industrial complex, we must rethink those strategies. It is more important than ever to reject strategies that allow queer, trans, and feminist politics to be used for war, imprisonment, state violence, and racism. We must put anti-violence, anti-racism, and anti-prison struggles at the center of queer, trans, and feminist organizing efforts. This article makes the case for a queer/trans politics of prison abolition. When using the term queer/trans politics, I'm referring less to queer and trans as umbrella identity terms and more to a political approach that questions, disrupts, and transforms dominant ideas about what is normal. Questioning the normalcy of the prison, a queer/trans politics not only helps identify the role of imprisonment in perpetuating gender, racial, and sexual violence, but also provides tools for developing alternative community responses that better address problems of harm. Drawing from my experiences as a non-imprisoned person engaging in prisoner support and activist work in Canada and Britain, I outline 10 reasons why we should dismantle the prison industrial complex using a queer/trans analysis. In making these arguments, I hope to highlight relationships between gender, sexuality, policing, and imprisonment and provide some analytic starting points that might prompt further community organizing around these issues. This article is written with a diverse audience and multiple purposes in mind. It is for queer and trans communities who have not prioritized prison and policing issues. It is for prison activists who have not considered the gender/sexuality dimensions of the prison industrial complex. It is for folks who recognize that prisons are harmful but are skeptical of abolitionist ideas. It is for communities who are broadly committed to social, economic, and racial justice. Most of all, it is written as a tool for discussion. It is a contribution to ongoing debates about what kind of world we want to live in. For a growing number of people, that world must be one without prisons. Before setting out the arguments for a queer/trans politics of prison abolition, I want to offer 3 important caveats. First, the following arguments are not new, nor is queer and trans prison activism a novel phenomenon. Because prisons, police, immigration officials, and psychiatric institutions have long punished people for transgressing sexual and gender norms, queer and trans people have a long tradition of resistance to institutions of punishment. 9. Building on previous organizing histories as well as contemporary struggles, this article argues for a renewed queer/trans anti-prison politics. Second, in writing on prison issues, particularly those of us who have not directly spent time behind bars, it is important not to fetishize or sensationalize the experiences of prisoners. Much of the general public's ideas about prison come from corporate media, which not only provides distorted and misleading information, but usually treats prisoners as objects of fascination, fuel for fear-mongering, or targets of pity. 10. To counter the media's sensationalist pull, it is important to critically reflect on how and why we approach prison issues. For some, we may have been imprisoned ourselves or people we love are imprisoned. For others, we may be tacitly driven by fantasies about saving oppressed others, desires to claim a place of belonging within radical political communities, or a commitment to prison reform. However well-intentioned we might be, it is important to critically challenge our motivations and assumptions, particularly those that perpetuate rather than undo patterns of oppression. More importantly, there remains an ongoing need to prioritize the voices, perspectives, and experiences of prisoners, ex-prisoners, and those most directly affected by criminalization and imprisonment. Third, although I draw from academic research to support my arguments, I want to emphasize that these studies generally confirm what many prisoners already know from their own experiences of the prison system. The danger of using academic research is that it perpetuates the assumption that prisoners' knowledge is less valid or legitimate than institutional knowledge. As such, I want to emphasize that much of my own analysis would be impossible without the knowledge, experiences, and analyses that prisoners have shared with me over the years. 11. 10 reasons to fight the prison industrial complex using a queer/trans analysis. 1. Queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people have been historically subject to oppressive laws, gender policing, and criminal punishment, a legacy that continues today despite ongoing legal reforms. Law enforcement officials, including police, courts, immigration officers, prison guards, and other state agents, have a long history of targeting, punishing, and criminalizing sexual dissidents and gender nonconforming people. 12. While many overtly homophobic and transphobic laws have been recently overturned in Canada, the United States, and Britain, the criminalization and punishment of queer and trans people extends well beyond formal legislation. 13. State officials enable or participate in violence against queer, trans, and gender nonconforming communities by a. ignoring everyday violence against queer and trans people, b. selectively enforcing laws and policies in transphobic and homophobic ways, c. using discretion to over-police and enact harsher penalties against queer and trans people, and d. engaging in acts of violence, harassment, sexual assault, and discrimination against queer and trans people. 14. While some police departments are increasingly putting on a gay-positive public face, the problem of state violence against queer and trans people nonetheless persists and has been well documented by numerous police and prison monitoring groups. 15. This ongoing legacy of violence should make queer and trans people both cautious of the state's power to criminalize our lives and wary of the state's claim to protect us from harm. Although some people believe that we can train transphobia out of law enforcement agents or eliminate homophobic discrimination by hiring more LGBT prison guards, police, and immigration officials, such perspectives wrongly assume that discrimination is a flaw in the system, rather than intrinsic to the system itself. Efforts to make prison and police institutions more gay-friendly perpetuate the myth that such systems are in place to protect us. But as the uneven history of criminalization trends in Canada, the United States, and Britain so clearly demonstrate, that is, the way that the system targets some people and not others, the prison industrial complex is less about protecting the public from violence and more about controlling, labeling, disciplining, and in some cases killing particular groups of people, especially those who potentially disrupt the social, economic, and political status quo. 16. While the state might stop harassing, assaulting, and criminalizing some people within queer and trans communities, namely those upwardly mobile, racially privileged, and property-owning folks, the criminal system will continue to target those within our communities who are deemed economically unproductive, politically threatening, or socially undesirable. As people who have historically been, and continue to be, targeted by this unjust system, queer, trans, and gender nonconforming communities must move away from efforts to make the prison industrial complex more LGBT-friendly and instead fight the underlying logic of the system itself. To queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people, particularly those from low-income backgrounds and communities of color, are directly targeted by criminalization, punishment, and imprisonment. We do not know exactly how many queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people are currently incarcerated. This is partly because most governments do not collect information on the sexual and gender identity of prisoners, and partly because prisoners are not always safe to disclose their gender or sexual identities. However, we know that queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people in Canada, the United States, and Britain are frequently overpoliced, overcriminalized, and overrepresented in the prison system. 17 levels of harassment, targeting, and arrest are high, particularly for young queer and trans people, those from low-income communities, people with learning disabilities and mental health issues, and people of color. Trans community organizers in the San Francisco Bay Area, for example, report that nearly half of the 20,000 transgender people in the region have been in prison or jail. 18. Queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people are funneled into the criminal system for many reasons, but primarily due to systemic oppression. Because trans, queer, and gender variant people experience widespread discrimination, harassment, and violence, we are at greater risk of social and economic marginalization. This translates into higher risks of imprisonment. We know that queer and trans youth, for example, are more likely to be homeless, unemployed, bullied at school, harassed on the street, estranged from family, and targeted by sexual violence, factors that greatly increase the risks of criminalization and imprisonment, especially for queer and trans people of color. 19 Trans people in particular, and those who are visibly gender nonconforming, are routinely harassed by law enforcement and security officials for undertaking basic daily activities like using the toilet, accessing public services, or walking down the street. 20. Groups like Fierce have shown how the school-to-prison pipeline disproportionately affects queer and trans youth. 21. Whether dropping out of school because of severe harassment and discrimination, feeling alienated from education curriculum, experiencing suicidal thoughts, or turning to criminalized coping mechanisms like drug and alcohol use, queer and trans youth often have less chances for success in school. 22. Zero-tolerance policies, heightened surveillance, and increased police presence in schools further contribute to criminalization and dropout rates, particularly for queer and trans youth of color. Quality of life ordinances, such as anti-social behavior orders and Safe Streets Acts, are also routinely used to remove queer and trans youth from public spaces and criminalize their social activities. 23. Coupled with problems at home, many queer and trans youth find themselves homeless and unemployed. 24 Once on the street, queer and trans youth have trouble accessing services and supports to get their basic needs met. Many homeless shelters and social services, for example, are not safe places for trans people, sometimes banning trans people outright, and problems with gender categories on identity documents can restrict welfare access. 25 Without income, housing, family, or community support, survival often means working in criminalized economies like drug and sex trade. Queer, trans, and gender nonconforming youth who are bullied, harassed, and assaulted, particularly those who don't fit the stereotype of the passive, innocent, white victim, are blamed and punished when they defend themselves. The recent case of the New Jersey 7, in which 7 young African American lesbians were criminalized for defending themselves against sexist and homophobic harassment, provides a case in point. 26 Given that criminalization and imprisonment both arise from, and further exacerbate, experiences of social marginalization and oppression, efforts to address queer and trans homelessness, unemployment, suicide, school dropout rates, harassment, and abuse cannot stop short of prison issues. 3. Prisons reinforce oppressive gender and sexual norms. Prisons reinforce gender and sexual norms in 3 key ways. First, sex-segregated prisons restrict people's right to determine and express their own gender identity and sexuality. Because most prisons divide people according to their perceived genitals rather than their self-expressed gender identity, prisoners who don't identify as male or female or who are gender nonconforming are often sent to segregation or forced to share a cell with prisoners of a different gender, often with little regard for their safety. In Britain, even trans people who have obtained a gender recognition certificate, a state document that legally recognizes a person's self-defined gender, have been held in prisons with people of a different gender. 27 By segregating institutions along sex/gender lines, prisons work to make invisible, isolate, and stigmatize those bodies and gender identity expressions that defy imposed gender binaries. 28. Second, gender segregation in prisons plays a key role in correctional efforts to modify prisoner behavior in accordance with gender norms. Historically, women's prisons were designed to transform fallen women into better wives, mothers, homemakers, and domestic servants, whereas men's prisons were designed to transform males into disciplined individuals, productive workers, and masculine citizens. 29 These gendered goals persist today, particularly in the division of prison labor. For example, when a new mixed-gender prison was built in Peterborough, England in 2005, all parts of the institution were duplicated to provide separate male and female areas, except for the single kitchen, where women were expected to do all the cooking. 30 The current trend toward so-called gender-responsive prisons is likewise framed as a measure to address the specific needs of female prisoners, but usually works to discipline, enforce, and regulate gender norms. 31 Moreover, gender-responsive prison reforms are increasingly used to justify building new prisons, without closing existing ones, thereby furthering prison expansion. 32. Third, sexual violence plays a key role in maintaining order and control within prisons, a tactic that relies on oppressive sexual and gender norms. 33 Sexual violence in prison, including harassment, rape, and assault, is shockingly widespread and often institutionally condoned. According to Stop Prisoner Rape, 1 in 5 males and 1 in 4 females face sexual assault in U.S. prisons. 34 To call attention to the enforcement of gender/sexual norms in prison is not to suggest that prison culture is uniform across or within institutions, or that prisoners are more sexist, homophobic, or transphobic than non-prisoners. Rather, prisons as institutions tend to reinforce, perpetuate, and entrench gender/sex hierarchies and create environments in which sexual violence flourishes. 4 Prisons are harmful, violent, and damaging places, especially for queer, trans, and gender nonconforming folks. Prisons are violent institutions. People in prison and detention experience brutal human rights abuses, including physical assault, psychological abuse, rape, harassment, and medical neglect. Aside from these violations, the act of putting people in cages is a form of violence in itself. Such violence leads to extremely high rates of self-harm and suicide, both in prison and following release. 35. These problems are neither exceptional nor occasional. Violence is endemic to prisons. It is important to bear in mind that prison violence stems largely from the institutional structure of incarceration rather than from something supposedly inherent to prisoners themselves. Against the popular myth that prisons are filled with violent and dangerous people, the vast majority of people are held in prison for non-violent crimes, especially drug offenses and crimes of poverty. 36. For the small number of people who pose a genuine risk to themselves or others, prisons often make those risks worse. In other words, prisons are dangerous not because of who is locked inside, but instead prisons both require and foster violence as part of their punitive function. For this reason, reform efforts may reduce, but cannot ultimately eliminate, prison violence. The high number of deaths in state custody speaks to the devastating consequences of imprisonment. Between 1995 and 2007, the British Prison Monitoring Group inquest documented more than 2,500 deaths in police and prison custody. 37. Homicide and suicide rates in Canadian prisons are nearly 8 times the rate found in non-institutional settings. 38. In the United States between 2001 and 2006, there were 18,550 adult deaths in state prisons. 39. And between 2003 and 2005, there were an additional 2,002 arrest-related deaths. 40. It is extremely rare for state officials to be held accountable for these deaths. For example, among the deaths that inquest has documented in Britain, not one police or prison officer to date has been held criminally responsible. 41. Deaths in custody are symptomatic of the daily violence and harm that prisoners endure. Queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people are subject to these harms in specific ways. High risk of assault and abuse. Queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people are subject to widespread sexual assault, abuse, and other gross human rights violations, not only from other prisoners, but from prison staff as well. 42. Denial of health care. Many prisoners must fight to even see a doctor, let alone get adequate medical care. Trans people in particular are regularly denied basic medical needs, especially surgery and hormones. Many prisons have no guidelines for the care of trans and gender-variant persons, and even where guidelines exist, they are insufficient or not followed. 43. Inadequate policy and practice on HIV/AIDS and Hep C prevention is another major health problem in prison, where transmission rates are exceptionally high. 44. These risks increase dramatically for trans people, who already experience high rates of HIV/AIDS. 45. This combination of high transmission risks, poor healthcare provision, inadequate sexual health policies, and long-term health effects of imprisonment, including shorter life expectancies, mean that prison is a serious health hazard for queer and trans people. Subject to solitary confinement and strip searching, trans and gender nonconforming prisoners are regularly placed in solitary confinement as a solution to the problem of sex-segregated prisons. Even when used for safety purposes, protective custody constitutes a form of punishment, as it usually means reduced access to recreational and educational programs, and increased psychological stress as a result of isolation. Trans and gender nonconforming people are also frequently subject to humiliating, degrading, abusive, and overtly transphobic strip searches. 46. High risk of self-harm and suicide. Queer and trans people, especially youth, have higher rates of suicide attempts and self-harm. Such risks increase in prison and are heightened in segregation, particularly when prisoners are isolated from queer and trans supports. 47. These risks are not limited to incarceration but continue after release. A study in Britain, for example, found that men who leave prison were 8 times more likely to commit suicide than the general population, and women released from prison were 36 times more likely to commit suicide. 48. The prison system is literally killing, damaging, and harming people from our communities. Whether we consider physical death caused by self-harm, medical neglect, and state violence, social death caused by subsequent unemployment, homelessness, and stigmatization, or civil death experienced through political disenfranchisement and exclusion from citizenship rights, the violence of imprisonment is undeniable. 5. Ending violence against queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people requires a focus on the prison industrial complex. The pervasiveness of state violence against queer and transgender people is reason enough to fight the prison industrial complex. But it is important to include anti-prison work as part of anti-violence struggles more broadly. Too often mainstream anti-violence work around hate crimes, sexual violence, child and partner abuse excludes or remains disconnected from struggles against state violence. Incorporating anti-prison work within broader anti-violence struggles is vital because prisons perpetuate rather than break cycles of violence. People are less likely to cause harm to others when they feel part of a community, because social inclusion brings both supports and responsibilities. Yet prisons have the opposite effect. Prisons remove people from their communities, isolate them from social support, and disconnect them from frameworks of accountability. During their sentences, many prisoners become estranged from their families and separated from partners. Many lose their personal possessions and most lose their jobs. Imprisonment also exacerbates mental health issues. 49. As a result, people often come out of prison in a much worse position than when they went in, putting them at increased risk of the situations that landed them in prison in the first place. These effects can be devastating not only for prisoners but also for friends and family members. The British Social Exclusion Unit, for example, found that 65% of boys with a convicted parent are subsequently convicted themselves. 50. These cycles of social exclusion, poverty, and imprisonment pave the way for more harm and violence. The criminal system also reduces community capacity to hold people to account for their actions. Though prison is often framed as a means of serving justice and accountability, this is rarely the case. At most, prisons demand accountability to the state rather than to the people who were actually affected by the original harm. Locking people away does not require that people respond to those they harmed or take responsibility for their actions. By removing from the community people who have committed harm, the state actually prevents communities from holding that person accountable. More importantly, imprisonment does not assist with collective healing processes nor does it work to prevent harms from recurring in future. Effective anti-violence work means developing alternative, community-based processes that prioritize the needs of those who were harmed, address underlying issues that lead to harm, and work to prevent future violence. 6. Prisons reinforce dominant relations of power, especially racism, classism, ableism, and colonial oppression. The modern prison grew out of, and continues to be deeply embedded within, the European colonial project and the legacy of slavery. 51. This history, which includes medical experimentation, forced psychiatric treatment, sterilization, and eugenics, continues to shape the contemporary prison system today. Whether we consider who is most targeted by prisons or the socio-economic power relations that sustain imprisonment, the prison industrial complex remains a fundamentally racist, classist, and ableist institution. 52. The statistics on who is in prison make these realities painfully clear. In Britain, for example, although people of color made up less than 9% of the general population, they comprised 27% of prisoners in 2008. 53. Blacks in particular are 7 times more likely than whites to be stopped and searched by police, and are far more likely to receive a custodial sentence if convicted of a crime. 54. In 2002, there were more African Caribbean entrants to prison, over 11,500, than there were to UK universities, around 8,000. 55. In Canada, Aboriginal women make up less than 2% of the general population but comprise 32% of women held in federal prison and are more likely to be classified as dangerous offenders than non-Aboriginals. 56. In the United States, 1 in every 9 African American men between the ages of 20 and 34 is now behind bars. 57. The vast majority of prisoners come from poor economic backgrounds, and people with mental health issues and learning disabilities are locked up at disproportionate rates. 58. While corporate media attempt to justify these differential rates with claims that some people are more criminal, the reality is that some people are more criminalized. For example, though blacks use drugs at similar, if not lower, rates than whites, they are up to 10 times more likely to be admitted to prison for drug offenses than whites. 59 Governments, politicians, and corporate media continually reinvent images of prisoners as violent, pathological, and morally depraved people, but the vast majority are imprisoned for crimes related to poverty, social exclusion, and systemic oppression. Indeed, communities that are most criminalized tend also to be most victimized. 60 For example, in 2003, the Canadian Human Rights Commission found that 80% of all federally sentenced women were survivors of physical and/or sexual violence, and for Aboriginal women the rate increased to 90%. 61 Drawing attention to these underlying factors is not to deny the harms that people in prison may have committed, but rather to put those acts in their social, economic, political, and colonial contexts. When we recognize crime as symptomatic of broader social injustices rather than as individual bad choices, we are better able to devise strategies that address root causes and actually reduce harm and violence. Queer and transgender communities are not immune from the oppressive logic of imprisonment. Not only do many of us internalize the racist, classist, ableist, and punitive norms of the prison system, but we also create our own kinds of oppressive cages when we uphold social barriers that exclude, marginalize, and stigmatize people in our communities. For this reason, it is important to prioritize, support, and take action in struggles against institutions such as prison, where such oppression is most rampant. 62 Just as struggles against gender and sexuality-based oppression are distorted and incomplete without race, class, and disability analysis, struggles for social justice are incomplete without attention to the violence of cages. 7 Prisons and policing take vital resources away from much-needed community programs, services, and self-empowerment projects. The economic costs of imprisonment are staggering. In 2008, for example, it cost an average of £45,000 per year, more than £120 per day, to keep a person in prison in England and Wales. 63 In Canada, the average cost per year to keep a person in a maximum security federal prison is $110,223 CAD, for men and $150,867 for women. Medium and minimum security costs average $70,000 per year. 64 In the United States, the average operational costs per prisoner in 2005 was $23,876 USD, and capital costs were estimated at $65,000 per bed. 65. Contrary to mainstream media claims of lavish prisons, the high costs of prison do not reflect the living conditions that prisoners endure. In Britain, for example, public sector prisons spend less than £2 per day on food for each prisoner, and official inspectorate reports reveal that prison conditions regularly breach minimum standards of hygiene and safety. 66 Moreover, many prison costs are also absorbed by the prisoners themselves who provide unpaid or cheap labour, £4 per week in England and Wales, to maintain prison operations. 67. Global expansion in the prison industrial complex, alongside growth in private industries that make profits from imprisonment, means that police and prison spending continue to rise. Over the past 10 years, for example, U.S. federal and state governments have increased police department budgets by 77%. 68 In 2007, total corrections spending in the United States topped $49 billion, up from $12 billion in 1978. 69 Prison expenditure in Britain has increased from £2.84 billion in 1995 to £4.33 billion in 2006. The UK now spends more per capita on prisons than the US. 70. Increases in law enforcement budgets are directly related to cuts in welfare, housing, medical care, and community programming. Massive amounts of public money are being channeled into military, policing, and imprisonment regimes, while queer and trans-specific services, such as HIV prevention, drop centers, education supports, peer mentoring programs, employment training, and violence prevention programs are chronically underfunded. Not surprisingly, there is an inverse relationship between the amount of money a country invests in social welfare and the amount of crime it experiences. States with better welfare systems and more equal distribution of wealth tend to have lower incarceration rates. 71. When we consider what might be accomplished if even a fraction of prison and policing budgets were redirected into community-based violence prevention projects, the fiscal injustice of the prison system is even more striking. 8. Prison growth is reaching a global crisis, and LGBTQ people are becoming increasingly complicit in its expansion. Using prisons, policing, and militarization as a response to social, political, and economic problems is a phenomenon that has grown dramatically in the past 30 years. Though the modern prison is a relatively new invention that only dates back to the 1800s, its most dramatic expansion in the United States, Canada, and Britain has occurred in the past 30 years. Consider the following. Between 1994 and 2004, the number of children sentenced to penal custody in England and Wales increased by 90%, despite declining rates of recorded crime by children. 72. As of April 2010, there were 12,918 people serving indefinite sentences in Britain, compared to fewer than 3,000 in 1992. 73. The racial demographics of the U.S. prison population underwent a complete reversal in a mere 4 decades, shifting from a population that was 70% white at mid-century to 70% black and Latino by the 1990s, even though racial patterns of criminal activity did not change significantly during that period. 74. Between 1970 and 2001, the incarceration rate of women in the United States rose by a staggering 2,800%. 5,600 women prisoners in 1970 and 161,200 in 2001. 75. The number of people in the United States serving life sentences without parole increased by 22% between 2003 and 2008, from 33,633 to 41,095. 76. Contrary to popular assumptions, prison populations are growing not because more people are committing crime, more people are being caught, or more people are being found guilty. Rather, sentences are getting longer, custodial sentences are given out with increasing frequency, and governments are widening the criminalization net by creating new criminal offenses. 77. Between 2000 to 2007, for example, the U.S. Congress added 454 new offenses to the Federal Criminal Code, which coincided with a 32% increase in the number of federal prisoners. 78. While in power from 1997 to 2010, the British Labour government created more than 3,600 new criminal offences, almost one for every day it was in office. 79. Although many people assume that prison expansion is a response to increased crime, the main causes of prison expansion have less to do with so-called crime waves and more to do with political and economic policy, the war on drugs, the criminalization of homelessness and poverty, the lack of community support for people with mental health issues, the increased detention of undocumented workers, the expanding use of secret prisons, and the so-called war on terror. Unfortunately, many LGBT organizations in Canada, Britain, and the United States, particularly white-dominated and class-privileged ones, are increasingly complicit in the forces of prison expansion, calling for increased penalties under hate crimes laws, participating in police, military, and prison officer recruitment campaigns, endorsing law and order politicians, contributing to gentrification of poor, working class, and immigrant neighborhoods, and supporting quality of life ordinances that drive queer and trans street youth from public spaces. To give a particularly chilling example, LGBT groups lobbying for the local law enforcement Hate Crime Prevention Act in the United States, also known as the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd, Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act, recently found themselves in the unsavory position of supporting legislation that, thanks to a Republican amendment, included the death penalty among its available sanctions. 80. While several LGBT groups released statements opposing the death penalty amendment, few acknowledged that hate crimes laws, which function primarily by applying harsher sentences to crimes deemed as hate-motivated, grow out of, and feed, the same punitive logics that sustain the death penalty. Ironically, most of the arguments used by LGBT groups to oppose the death penalty, for example, its racist application, lack of deterrent effect, and perpetuation of violence, also apply to the criminal justice system more broadly. 81 Although the death penalty amendment was subsequently removed from the final legislation, by advocating for punishment-based hate crimes laws, LGBT groups nonetheless helped to legitimize imprisonment and channel further resources into locking people up despite a lack of evidence that such measures reduce hate-motivated violence. 82 It is also no coincidence that the act was passed as part the National Defense Authorization Bill, a package of reforms that provides $680 billion to the U.S. military defense budget, including $130 billion, USD, for ongoing military operations in Afghanistan and Iraq. 83 Given the devastating effects of the prison industrial complex and its broader connections with militarism and empire, queer and trans people must end their complicity with such projects. 84. 9 Prisons and police do not make queer, trans, and gender nonconforming communities safer. The biggest myth of prison industrial complex is that prisons and cops keep us safe. Yet when we examine state track records, prisons have failed to protect communities from violence. Just as criminal justice remedies for domestic violence have not kept women safe from harm, so too have prisons failed to protect queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people. 85. Although queer, trans, and gender-variant people are disproportionately subject to harassment, bullying, sexual assault, and violence, many do not feel safe going to the police for help. A recent UK study found that 1 in 5 lesbian and gay people had been a victim of homophobic hate crime in the last 3 years, yet 75% did not report it to the police. The incidents ranged from insults on the street to physical and sexual assaults. Of those incidents reported, half resulted in no action being taken, and 2/3 of those who reported were offered no advice or support services. 86 Trans people are particularly vulnerable when reporting incidents to police, not only because of ID issues, but also because police routinely assume that trans people are suspects rather than witnesses or victims of crime. 87. Some argue that the answer to this problem is to encourage people to report violence to police and to advocate for criminal punishment against those who commit such acts of violence. But the introduction of hate crimes laws has not reduced violence against queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people. In fact, when we examine the overall impact of the criminal system, imprisonment has never worked effectively to protect communities from harm. Here's why. Reoffending. Prisons have a terrible track record when it comes to reoffending. In Britain, approximately 65% of prisoners are reconvicted within 2 years of being released. For young men aged 18 to 20, reconviction rates tend to hover around 75%. 88 Though recidivism rates vary among particular groups and offences, most people convicted of murder, for example, do not reoffend. Canada and the United States have similarly high reoffense rates overall. 89 A growing body of evidence also suggests that prison expansion tends to increase reoffense rates. 90. Deterrence. Prisons and punishment are poor mechanisms for deterring crime. Considerable evidence indicates, for example, that harsher sentences do not reduce crime, particularly with respect to youth. In some cases, harsher punishments may actually increase reoffense rates. 91 Indeed, U.S. states with the lowest incarceration rates also have the lowest crime rates. 92 The logic that punishment will deter harm wrongly assumes that violence is the result of individual, rational decisions made in contexts of free choice. While some violent acts are indeed premeditated, especially white-collar crime, most harms arise from a more complex set of social, political, and economic factors. Because prisons do not address but rather exacerbate these factors, the deterrent effects of imprisonment are limited. As former senior Home Office researcher Carol Hederman notes, prison will never be an effective crime control tool because the evidence clearly demonstrates that it actively creates or compounds the factors that contribute to offending. 93. Rehabilitation. Rehabilitation programs have limited success and in some cases can actually cause more harm than good. 94. This is partly because most rehabilitation programs assume that the main problem lies in the individual rather than in broader social, economic, and political circumstances. Moreover, prison-based rehabilitation programs operate within coercive and disciplinary contexts and rarely coincide with adequate economic and social supports following release. By contrast, voluntary harm reduction programs that take place within supportive community settings are generally more successful and much less expensive. 95. The systematic failure of imprisonment is not only noted by anti-prison activists, but also widely recognized among criminologists, legal professionals, and even government officials. As the Dogny Commission, appointed by a conservative government, in Canada reported, it is now generally recognized that imprisonment has not been effective in rehabilitating or reforming offenders, has not been shown to be strong deterrent, and has achieved only temporary public protection and uneven retribution. The use of imprisonment as a main response to a wide variety of offenses against the law is not a tenable approach in practical terms. 96. Addressing violence within and against our communities is a far too serious, urgent, and widespread an issue to be left to a system that has proven to be an utter failure when it comes to community safety. 10 alternatives to prisons will better prevent violence, strengthen queer and trans communities, and foster social, economic, and racial justice. Prison abolition is not a call to suddenly fling open the prison doors without enacting alternatives. Nor is it an appeal to a utopian ideal. Abolition is a broad-based, practical vision for building models today that practice how we want to live in the future. Practicing alternatives requires different starting points, questions, and assumptions than those underlying the current system. The existing criminal justice model poses two main questions in the face of social harm: who did it? How can we punish them? And increasingly, how can we make money from it? Creating safe and healthy communities requires a different set of questions: who was harmed? How can we facilitate healing? How can we prevent such harm in the future? 97. Developing alternatives with these latter goals in mind prioritizes the needs of people who have been harmed and emphasizes more holistic, prevention-oriented responses to violence. Such frameworks not only reduce the need for prisons, but also work to strengthen communities by reducing oppression and building community capacity more broadly. Abolitionist strategies differ from reformist tactics by working to reduce, rather than strengthen, the power of the prison industrial complex. 98. Prison reforms, however well-intentioned, have tended to extend the life and scope of prisons. So-called gender-responsive prisons are a prime example. Reforms intended to address the needs of women have led to increased punishment and imprisonment of women, not less. By contrast, abolitionist strategies embrace tactics that undermine the prison system rather than feed it. There are many different approaches to abolition, some of which are outlined in the classic Instead of Prisons Handbook. 99. To highlight a few. Starve the system. Abolition means starving the prison industrial complex to death, depriving it of financial resources, human resources, access to fear-mongering, and other sustaining rhetoric. 100. Enacting a moratorium on prison expansion is one key strategy. This means preventing governments and private companies from building any new prisons, jails, or immigration detention spaces, prohibiting increases in police and prison budgets, and boycotting companies that make a profit from imprisonment. Starving the prison system means fighting new laws that increase prison time or create new criminal offenses, for example, hate crimes laws and mandatory minimum sentences, and redirecting money and resources into community-based alternatives. Stop using cages. Prisons are just one of the many cages that harm our communities. Racism, colonialism, capitalism, and ableism are other kinds of cages, which both sustain the prison system and give it force. Dismantling the prison industrial complex means working to eliminate all cages that foster violence and oppression. Taking this broad approach is especially important when developing alternatives, since some strategies, like electronic tagging or surveillance cameras, simply replace old cages with new ones. Getting people out of cages and preventing people from being put in those cages even one person at a time is a key abolitionist strategy. Develop effective alternatives. Dismantling the prison industrial complex is impossible without developing alternative community protocols for addressing violence and harm. Creating abolitionist alternatives means encouraging non-punitive responses to harm, enacting community-based mechanisms of social accountability, and prioritizing prevention. Such alternatives include restorative/transformative justice initiatives, community-based restitution projects, social and economic support networks, affordable housing, community education projects, youth-led recreational programs, free accessible healthcare services, empowerment-based mental health, addiction and harm reduction programs, quality employment opportunities, anti-poverty measures, and support for self-determination struggles. 101 Practice everyday abolition. Prison abolition is not simply an end goal but also an everyday practice. Being abolitionist is about changing the ways we interact with others on an ongoing basis and changing harmful patterns in our daily lives. Abolitionist practice means questioning punitive impulses in our intimate relationships, rethinking the ways that we deal with personal conflicts, and reducing harms that occur in our homes, workplaces, neighborhoods, and schools. In this way, living abolition is part of the daily practice of creating a world without cages. Conclusion. Among the many strengths of queer and trans communities is an acute ability to challenge social norms that discipline dissident bodies. As an institution whose violent effects cause massive damage to bodies both inside and beyond its walls, the prison should be a key target for queer/trans analysis and action. At the same time, abolishing the prison industrial complex is not only about getting rid of prisons, it is about integrating abolitionist analysis and practice into broader social, economic, and racial justice struggles. Whether fighting for trans access to housing and welfare, demanding the decriminalization of sex work, engaging in anti-violence work, or campaigning for free accessible healthcare, all our politics must be infused with an abolitionist analysis. Likewise, prison activism that does not consider the gender/sexuality dimensions of imprisonment will be unable to undo the roots of our cage-obsessed cultures. The task then is to engage in social change using strategies that bring a queer/trans analysis to the prison industrial complex and bring a prison abolition analysis to queer/trans struggles. Without integrating both, we'll neglect the very cages that prevent us from working toward broader social justice goals. Acknowledgements. I am grateful to the Prisoners' Justice Action Committee in Toronto, especially Peter Collins and Giselle Diaz for contributing so much to my understanding and practice of prisoner solidarity and anti-prison work. I also want to acknowledge the many lessons I learned from working with people imprisoned in Central East Correctional Centre in Lindsay, Ontario, Canada. Much inspiration also comes from work by Critical Resistance, Insight, the Prisoner Correspondence Project in Montreal, and the Sylvia Rivera Law Project. Thanks also to Stacey Douglas, Gregory Glass, Tony Johnson, George Lavender, Dean Spade, Mike Upton, and the book editors for very helpful feedback and discussion. Making It Happen, Mama. A Conversation with Miss Major. Jaden Donahue. We are at an important moment in the anti-prison industrial complex movement. The largest prison expansion bill, AB 900, in the history of the world is currently being implemented in California. We are experiencing increased policing of our communities through gang injunctions and the collaboration of local police agencies with the federal government through ICE and secure communities as continued fear-mongering bolstered by mainstream media urges us to become more dependent on state-sponsored solutions to social problems and less reliant on the skills, tools, and knowledge that we already have to create and support self-determined communities. History tells us that trans people and trans women of color in particular have played and continue to play a foundational role in this fight. The Trans, Gender Variant, and Intersex Justice Project is one of a handful of organizations around the country that are providing leadership, eking out victories, and exploring strategies to help us reach our goals and the challenges presented in the struggle. As part of this conversation with Miss Major, we tried to tease out some of these points to serve as a tool for organizers and individuals in recognizing places of entry into the work as well as pitfalls or places where we get stuck. We also take some time to celebrate the triumphs, an important part of reflecting on our work. The Trans, Gender Variant, and Intersex Justice Project's THIRD mission is to challenge and end the human rights abuses committed against transgender, gender variant/genderqueer, and intersex people in California prisons and beyond. THIRD was founded in 2003 by Alex Lee through a Soros Justice Advocacy Fellowship and his work as part of the Trans in Prison Committee, TIP, at California Prison Focus. From the beginning, the organization has been volunteer-directed and currently has 2 staff positions, a legal director and a community organizing director. THIRD has chosen to center trans women of color, particularly women who are currently inside and those who have been recently released, as an overall strategy to both build leadership among and empower people most affected by the PIC. Miss Major is a Black, formerly incarcerated, male-to-female transgender elder. A veteran activist born and raised on the South Side of Chicago, she participated in the Stonewall Rebellion in 1969 and was politicized in the wake of the Attica Prison Rebellion. She has worked at HIV/AIDS organizations throughout California, was an original member of the first all-transgender gospel choir, and is a father, mother, grandmother, and grandfather to her own children and to many in the transgender community. Currently, Miss Major is the executive director of THIRD. I wanted to talk to Miss Major about some of the core elements of THIRD and its structure, campaigns, and future work. I also wanted to take a look at some of the contradictions inherent in identity-based organizing and how THIRD works to navigate in that space. We explore notions of political unity in a broad-based and diffuse movement as well as questions around what it means to be an ally and effectively take leadership from people most affected by the PIC. Jaden Donahue, can you introduce yourself and tell me a little bit about the Trans, Gender Variant, and Intersex Justice Project, THIRD, and its mission? Miss Major Griffin Gracie, okay, I am Miss Major, none of this Miss shit. I am not a liberated woman. I'm a transgendered woman and I'm working on being liberated as we speak. So, as far as THIRD Transgender, Gender Variant, Intersex Justice Project, we're a non-profit organization working under the guise of Justice Now as our fiscal sponsor, that is interested in promoting the well-being and mental health and stability of transgendered women of color that are housed in the prison industrial complex, PIC. We help those that are currently housed or recently released maintain their civil rights and help them fight. Basically that's the start to finish kind of a thing. We have a lawyer to help legally represent them, should their cases get an opportunity or a chance to go to court. We help them work with that and help to find suitable legal representation through the lawyer we have working here. We also help with cases here in San Francisco and push for alternative sentencing, which may or may not work, but it's something we do push toward, making sure that the judges and the district attorneys have credible and viable information that pertains to the community itself and not this hyped up bullshit that's floating around about us, about who we are and how we exist. So, a part of us used to be the Transgender in Prison Committee, TIP, which was a part of THIRD. TIP was like their organizing fist of action, I guess you could call it. They worked together simultaneously with the same objectives and goals, except that TIP was more of the grassroots kind of a thing with organizers and allies who believed in the same mission and helped us work toward establishing those things that we chose as part of our mission. In that vein, one of the things that I think is a major coup for us was when Alexis Giraldo got a chance to actually sue the fucking prison system, and we assisted her in getting her documentation, her legal records at the time, and stuff like that. Alex Lee helped to coordinate and organize the information that she had and helped her find an attorney and work with them so that she could go to court. We did go to court on it. And then the organizing arm of us, that would be me, naturally I would be the fist, helped to pull together over 100 people in a day to appear outside the courtroom at 7 o'clock in the morning with signs protesting about what they're doing to transgendered people, how we are always getting abused and stepped over and mutilated and raped and walked on and ignored. And so we blocked the front of the courthouse, but we didn't stop people from going in. All four corners of that block, Polk and McAllister, had people on them with signs, so folks had to walk around us to cross the fucking street, so that was just a little goosebumpy. It just made you feel so good to look out there and see that. And it was allies, and some of the girls came out and carried the signs. We made signs on the bumper of my car and taped and stapled and nailed them to wood, you know. It was an event, somebody ran and got bagels and donuts. So it was a good thing, it was a really good thing. She originally lost in court, but, the good thing is it went to the higher court, and they sent it back down to the lower court telling them that she can have another trial now, so that bullshit that they went through is null and void. So now we're working on helping her piece it together so that she can have another trial. So hopefully that will come to fruition. JD, when did THIRD start? Were you around then? I came here a little bit after it started. Alex Lee, started it, primarily by his little two-gun shooting self. He had just gotten out of law school, he was working with TIP, and he wanted to help to organize something to help defend and stand up for the rights of transgendered women that are in the prison system. So, through that he got THIRD started, and then they worked with TIP. THIRD was doing prison visits and he was doing legal stuff to help the girls from the letters that were being sent into Prison Focus. And from there it grew into this mammoth that we're working on building and taking to the next phase. It's an exciting thing. JD, could you talk a little bit about some of the challenges that TIP faced in the beginning, especially around membership and power dynamics? A sprinkle, I can talk about that a sprinkle. As usual, there were definitely a lot of trans men involved in this in the beginning, in TIP. For some reason a lot of the trans guys are really more politically aware and astute than my trans women are. There doesn't seem to be this vanity floating through the fellas that simply butters itself up and down us trans women. We're just bathed in it. Having to be beautiful and this and that. It will drive you crazy. You'll lose your hair trying to keep all of this shit together. So, our particular involvement as transgendered women is often minimal compared to the involvement of most trans guys. Usually they're white trans guys and they've been to college and they have an idea of how the system works and how to deal with it. With a lot of the white privilege and the education that they've got, there's this tendency for them to step up and take charge and lead the way and say, "Follow me, I'll protect you," without educating people about what's going on. Of course, there are the little differences and petty things that get involved over personalities. Before I got heavily involved, there were a lot of little personality clashes and the testosterone egos bumping into each other here and there. It was a lot of the pissing contests the guys go through. It calmed down and the dust settled and TIP got to rise up and THIRD was a calmer space. JD, THIRD has a few different committees. Can you talk about them and the work you are currently doing? Well, the structure has changed from when I initially got involved, and so a lot of the membership also changed. My getting on board made it a more comfortable and I think a more relaxed space in terms of meetings. The feel of everything changed, and through that restructuring and getting everything to be more suitable to who we are as a different organization with the influx of more women of color and more transgendered female participants, it developed into teams. There's the legal team, which is run by our lawyer. There's the fundraising team, which is grassroots fundraising. We have a separate person who helps with the grants and that kind of annoying stuff that you have to do to survive. And then there's the Make It Happen Mamas, MEM, which of course happens to be mine since I'm the mama. And the three of them function independently but under the same guise. We're a collective. And so, even though we function independently, there's this common rule that directs everything. The legal team of course works on getting the girls the information that they need and helping them fight in court, and writing letters to the judges and district attorneys about sentencing and stuff. And in writing to the parole officers and advocating for our clients, which are primarily transgender women of color housed in these kinds of situations. Not that we ignore white transgendered women, but our focus is primarily transgendered women of color since we're at the very bottom of the pile. We help everybody, but concentrate on transgendered women of color. The grassroots fundraising team, currently, is working on developing outside funds so that we can become self-sustaining and not need the grant money that we have to sustain us. So we're working on building up a database of funders. The team is working to get us to the point where we can be self-sustained and we can function on our own using the technology of today, which is the computer and Facebook shit and that kind of thing. Mim is driving itself and me crazy. We are working on revamping the organization and coming up with a new focus and direction for THIRD since merging with TIP and becoming one organization. We've attempted to change the name and create a logo for us and ran into a brick wall, or impasse as they call it, and are sorting that out. So, we set that aside to concentrate on what the structure's going to be, where the direction is, and the aim that we're going to be taking. One of the things that we're working on right now is developing a mentorship program so that we can help to establish and empower transgender women that have been in prison to realize that they have a voice and that their stories are important and they need to be told. We are also working with Sylvia Rivera Law Project and 12 other agencies across the United States through Transforming Justice, which was the conference that we had in 2007 in San Francisco to build a network, national network. It was attended by 250 from around the country. For our community, the male-to-female transgendered community, one of the things that works best with us in getting us to realize the things that are going on politically and socially and realize that we have to fight for social justice with folks who are not transgendered and deal with the transgendered 101 that you have to give every time you go to pee because someone's going to ask you a question in the bathroom taking care of your business. Well, why are you in here, and how long have you been that way, and you know. A part of this mentorship program is helping the girls to understand how to deal with that, gracefully. And then getting them to take these things on and then to mentor to young girls, just 1 or 2 girls, so you don't drive yourself crazy. Help to set up boundaries and stuff like that. The mentorship program will help work on the newsletter that we send into the prison system to the girls, or work on our database and keep up on who is in there and who isn't, making things like that more current. And then working with them on establishing the Pen Pal program, not just getting it up and running, but getting it functioning because it was running before but it lost wind but like a sailboat, child, it's running along and then all of a sudden it stops. But now we have a motor on the damn boat so we won't get stuck, we can go forward. In thinking about it and mapping it out as we are doing right now, it's an exciting thing. I mean, it's just really wonderful to think about how we can affect stuff. It feels good, and I think the comfortable thing about it for me is that I've been doing it all along and that I'm pretty good, and also as an older person I don't run into a lot of walls. People give me respect. Getting to be 60 years old, it's like, well, we better listen to what this bitch has to say, and then once I get their ear, I got 'em. And so I think it's better for us, and better for the younger girls. And the reason why we're going through all of that restructuring of stuff and trying to sort out a different direction to take us, for me, a lot of times what I've noticed in reading about stuff is that THIRD has built something and then lost momentum or became fractioned, and whatever the goal was, it disappeared on us. In trying to refocus this and keep this going, I think this is something that we can take small steps on, and then after it grows we'll be able to take bigger steps, get more involved, see what other things we have, and encompass more things. And then we can reach outside of ourselves to get involved with agencies that are not specifically transgendered geared but that can help us say, sort out what the social justice movement is, how do we become a part of that, because, to me, none of these things are going to succeed if they don't involve everybody, which means, this community has to become involved. And it can't just be the transmen, we can't be, off to the side being all glamour pinning on the fence, child, our size 12 feet in size 6 shoes, so we can't walk anywhere, we just have to stand and be pretty and leave this on your back, we can't do that. We have to become involved. JD, you've talked a little bit about the newsletter that THIRD sends to people inside and the Pen Pal project. Can you talk a little bit about why it's important to stay connected to people who are inside? First of all, being in prison is filled with absolute, complete hell. Not a moment's peace. You have no sanity and no safety and no safe haven and no spots to think and sort out how you deal with shit that you have to go through, just from being in prison as a transgendered woman. The reason why the things that we do, like fighting to get bras inside, are important is that people are forgetting that these are women housed in a men's prison. They're not giving any recognition to the fact that a majority of these people have breasts, and oddly enough, they need to be cupped in a bra, for their safety, for them to maintain who they are and for them to hold on to their sense of self. And it's not like it's a luxury in there, but you know, if women have bras in the women's prison, then the women in the men's prison should have them. It's not that they want anything special, it's just something to keep their breasts safe, to keep them from having to suffer the indignity of making them run around without that particular protection, because that's what it is for them. Every now and then we get some in and it's a major accomplishment. It's like, let's go out and throw a party. It becomes something that helps give the girls strength to sustain themselves while they are in there. The reason we have the Pen Pal program is when you're in there you're feeling so isolated and cut off and desolate and depressed and lonely. There's nowhere to turn for anything. So, if you happen to get a letter from somebody who's outside the damn wall to just say how are you doing, what can I do to help, this is what's going on here, I've seen your old friend so and so, it keeps you connected to your life and who you are and what you stand for. This can make a big difference in how you relate to stuff and how you get though your bid. You gotta do the time, you can't let the time do you. And without that connection to what's going on outside that wall, the time winds up doing you. When I was in there, not getting a letter from people I knew or friends, it got to the point where I'd take a postcard from a stranger saying, "Hey, girl, you know, just something to connect me to who I am." One of things that happens is that you lose yourself in there. All of a sudden you become number 449632C, and that's not who you are, that's just what you happen to be wearing at the time. Those things are awfully important. JD, can you talk about some of the challenges facing women coming home from prison? Talk about Mission Impossible 2? I mean, it's unbelievable. It's bad enough for everybody else. It isn't just us suffering, everybody coming home is suffering. The reason why it's horrible for our community is you have a transgendered woman coming out of prison who hasn't had a moment to put her lotion on, keep herself feminine, stay in that mindset, portray the woman that she is inside. Then if they try to get a job, they're not going to hire Barbara because Barbara hasn't shaved in 2 days. I've had girls who have gone up to work in the Castro area and are told, "Oh, you're so cute, it would be nice to have you working here," thinking that it's a lesbian they are talking to. And of course, she shows her ID and it says Fred Schwartz. Ooh, well, you can't work here. I can't have people coming in here and questioning or looking at you like you're a, well, you know. Well, you want to hire me. They might come in here and like talking to me. You think I'm going to have my license pinned on my chest? Hi, I'm Fred. Call me Gladys. And if you don't laugh at it, it will kill you. You have to have a sense of humor about this and then, in that, work on getting at the change. And then when you go to report to your parole officer, and you do manage to run into one of your old girlfriends, so you go and stay with her and you get a chance to bathe and put lotion on and get a bra that fits and throw together a little androgynous outfit because you can't go to parole and you're shit and you can't go there looking like the woman that you are. And you go in there and you get hassled, you're a sissy and you're this and you're that and you're not going to find no fucking work and I'm not going to help you get a job and the moment you do something, I'm going to throw your ass back in jail. So, you're on the merry-go-round and you're trying to figure out, should I reach for that brass ring or not? Well, no, because that brass ring is stuck and you're going back to jail, you know. So, how do you find a job? How do you find a place to live that they're going to approve of? How do you find a way to manipulate and use the things around you so that you can be okay and get off that merry-go-round of recidivism where you're back in jail within 10 months? And it gets to the point where jail becomes like an old home. That's not exactly something that you're thinking about when you realize that you are a transgendered person and that you want to make this transition. It's not like you are thinking, all my best friends are going to be behind bars and I'm going to visit them frequently from time to time, only on the inside, so I can hug them. That's not what the hell I want, but that's the reality, as frightening as that is. And it takes the work of agencies and people that want to help and commit to doing this despite the reaction that they're going to get when they offer to help. People forget that we've been abused and kicked in the stomach and stepped on for so fucking long. So you say, "Hi, my name is Dawn, I want to help," and you get, "Yeah, fuck you. You're not going to do shit for me, punk ass motherfucker, you're not going to be there. Kiss my ass." And off you go. Well, Dawn needs to get his shit together and approach them again. You need to be consistent, you need to keep pushing. If this is what you really want to do, then you're going to have to climb up the mountain with roller skates on. Because the abuse has been so long, so tumultuous, that there isn't the room. Most of the girls don't have the time to believe in everyone that comes along wanting to help because prior to them coming into our lives, someone else came along saying that very same thing and then kicked us in the ass. Or we reached for their hand and they said, "Oh, you're too heavy, I can't hold you, girl," or "Oops, sorry, I missed you by just that much." Don't matter how much, bitch, you missed me. So, in order to deal with this you come up with this shell. The shell protects you, I love my shell, where would I be without you, hug me mama. Other people don't have to have a shell. JD, this question came up for me in the last bit that you said different groups of people feeling like they are at the bottom. It occurred to me that this says a lot about identity politics and competition for who is most oppressed. Can you talk a little bit about this and how it plays into your work? It's like going over to one of your friends' houses and they are in the middle of the biggest pity party that they've ever thrown. And instead of trying to help them feel better, you aren't invited to their party. So you're going to throw a party of your own. As an older person, when I go to one of the senior centers to get help, like for my taxes, and I'm in there and people are saying hi to me and greeting me, then they'll ask you, "How do you feel?" Well, for older people, they really want to know how you feel, how your health is. "Oh, well, I had kidney surgery and I have this scar." "Girl, I fell and broke this leg and this hip over here." What is this, a competition? When you're younger it has more to do with what your income is or how you have been denied an income, and so it turns into being so devastated that you feel you don't even deserve to breathe. Well, how do you go forward if that's your attitude, if you are living to be worse off than somebody else? Complaining about it doesn't get anything done. So, in the social justice movement I have found that the things that some people are working on and pushing toward are not more important than what everybody else is working on. All of it is important. Because with the resources that are available to us we can make sure that nobody has to go through any of this. All we had to do, for a mere moment, is to step back and realize that the sun doesn't revolve around me, it revolves around a world that has other people in it. That's too hard for people to commit to. That's why all the wealth is in, 6% of the population, and the rest of us are struggling like hell. JD, I consider THIRD to be a radical organization. Can you talk a little bit about where your priorities differ from mainstream gay politics? I eventually do want to get married, to the right person, pet, tree. At this point, I don't care, but I don't want to assimilate myself into a group of people who think that my very existence is abominable. Why do I want to do what they want to do? Why do I have to have a ring on my finger? Why do I have to pass? Why can't I just be recognized and acknowledged for who I am? Well, he's pretty, the man's gorgeous. This society is not at that level, and so that makes it hard to maintain. It makes it hard to go forward. It makes it hard to sit and just accept your damn self. They say, "We're here to help." You don't know what help is. Try walking a mile in my shoes. Fuck walking a mile, why not wear my shoes, throw on my hair, wear this tight ass dress, tuck my dick and balls into a gaff, child, and then run in front of police, jump over cars, and then snatch off your hair, put on different clothes, change your shoes and then walk down that same street past the motherfucker that was looking for you in the first place. Then you can give me some shit about who the fuck I am. JD, some of the things that you are talking about seem to be indirectly related to the prison industrial complex and maybe address some of the root causes of imprisonment for transgendered women of color. The thing is, it's hard to see that there is a connection, but there is a definite connection between that kind of stuff and the prison industrial complex. One of the things that happens for a girl getting involved in the PIC is we already, from the moment we decide to be a transgendered person, are living outside the law. The moment this dick-swinging motherfucker wants to put a dress on and head on down the street to go to the store or something like that, they have broken the law. Because it's not a legal thing that we're doing. We can be beaten, attacked, and killed, and it's okay. Oh, well, who gives a shit about that motherfucker? He's confused. You are already a convict for just how you express yourself, and you might start to live a lifestyle of a person that is living outside of the law. Because you can't get a legitimate job, you can't get a chance in school, you can't get a chance to function and survive as a part of mainstream society. So, immediately, once you've done this, you're part of the PIC. Whether you get there right away or you slowly build toward it, but every step that you take, takes you another step closer to it. Now, depending upon what star you were born under, you may or may not have it happen right away. But eventually, it happens. Most transgendered women have had some involvement with police. And this is directly related to the PIC, from my way of thinking. Because if you don't have a sense of self and you don't have a way to learn how to protect and live your life, you're on your way to prison. So, for me, I'm working at it in the best way I feel I can to make sure that the girls don't get there. If they don't get there, then society can't put a number on them, they can't be labeled, they can't be marketed or targeted by the PIC. JD, can you talk about where you see THIRD going and its future work? Why would you do that to me? I don't have a crystal ball. I hate that question, but I can answer it. I see us growing and getting into a position to whereby we're not only helping the girls that are in the prison system, but we're holding meetings and classes in there to talk to the girls, to let them know what their rights are while they are in there, helping them with the charges they get while they're in prison doing stuff, and alleviating sentences. Because you can go to jail, get arrested inside the jail for doing something else, and then go to jail in the jail as punishment for what you did. I can see us being in a position to help to alleviate that. We could train somebody to be one of those legal representatives within the prison to help the girls with charges and papers and that kind of stuff inside. And then outside to develop a system to work with the women who are coming out, job training, organizing, and doing what they need to do to survive. Get the girls involved in school, teach them trades so if they don't want to work a 9-to-5 job, they can sew, help girls make gowns, learn computers, do data entry, paint, draw, artistic stuff. Get them to express themselves in ways that are appropriate to what they've gone through. There's art inside that so many of the girls never get the opportunity to present and have it appreciated. And help families, friends, and lovers adapt to situations, because it's hard to explain to people what it means to be a transgendered woman, what we go through on hormones. We need to help families understand that this person that you happen to have raised is now 16 and wants to wear a dress and they still stand up to pee, it's their choice. We need to help negotiate that so that the animosity that usually occurs doesn't. JD, is THIRD an abolitionist organization? I wonder how I knew that word was going to come up when talking to you. Yes, we are definitely an abolitionist organization. The thing about trying to get rid of the system, we can't just snap our fingers and the bitches are gone. While we tear down the walls and let everybody go, we have to figure out what we can do to make society accept this and figure out how to negotiate a coexistence. One of the questions that usually pops up is the idea that there are some evil, crazy, wild, stupid-ass motherfuckers who need to be behind bars. Well, it isn't that they need to be behind bars, it's that they need to be held accountable for what they do, and we need to sort out a way to do that without putting them behind bars. Because when you put them behind bars, technically, you're putting all of us behind bars. It's like telling people they have to get off drugs, you have to give them some alternatives. We have to show society that their protection is still ensured by our other system. We are working on dismantling this system from the inside out, to show how it's not working, to show how it's hurting everybody, and at the same time, building towards something else. My hope is that in the future, there won't be any prisons. Gender wars. State changing shape, passing to play, and body of our movements. Vanessa Huang 1. The alarm clock wakes me at 6:30 in the morning early, given that I'm not preparing for a prison visit. After snoozing once or twice, I reconnect with the sustained struggle and resilience of people in California's women's prisons who cannot make the day's trip with me. While not knowing the experience of personally having been locked up, my body memory breathes quiet present with the rupture of immigration, heartbreak of family missing, close and far. We believe in home, all beautiful home, enough bellies breathe and sigh. Enough skin rest dance free, enough courage carry all life, this a home no landlord. Tenant bank imagine. No passport jail shelter claim. It's connecting across a chorus of activist spirit amid break and towards something more safe, more whole, more true and free that pulls me out of bed to shower and dress myself. I pull on what I explain to housemates as my policy disfraz, a stern striped femme suit, the texture smoothed out of my hair, and the sturdy leather bag, usually in the bottom of my closet, slung over shoulder. Once at the office, I settle more into this suit shape containing my queer, Chinese American, female assigned / identified and gender fluid, college educated, able body. I check online for the morning roundup of Capitol gossip. I review talking points for all 20 seconds that the committee chair will likely afford me come hearing time, when I'll say again in suit voice that it's a bad idea to build more prisons and that calling them gender responsive, community-based alternatives, or homeless shelters wasn't gonna cut it. I shuffle a stack of papers into my bag, roll a 30-foot-long petition into a tube, and begin the drive north from Oakland to Sacramento. Gender heartbreak, fraud tag. The once uncomfortable routine of shape change and code switching to play policy in service of containing the prison industrial complex became more and more practiced for me from the late 2005-2006 California legislative session through the first half of the 2007-2008 legislative session. I was serving as the campaign and communications director for anti-prison organization Justice Now. We were knee-deep in a contentious battle over words, ideas, jobs, monies, ego, most significantly, the names, bodies, and lives of gender-oppressed people imprisoned and targeted for lockup in California prisons. At the heart of our quickly escalated fight response was the vital need to give shape and sound to what our movement body had held for too long, the break and tire from the feeling of unending fight against more and more criminalization, more and more stolen, more and more disappeared, more and more prematurely dying. 2. The specific proposal our pushback targeted was California's proposal for a near 40% expansion of California's women's prison system in the shape of a new system of mini prisons, female rehabilitative community correctional centers, FRCCCs, throughout the Central Valley and beyond. Originally packaged as part of a portfolio of so-called re-entry facilities in what would later become the single largest prison construction package to pass in U.S. history, according to the New York Times, California's FRCCCs and a broader female offender reform master plan were not unique. 3. These policy proposals were part of a coordinated and growing movement pushing prison expansion in new form, gender responsiveness. The state changing shape in this way enabled white cisgender liberal feminists, the face of this policy trend, to blend with policy speak for good for women while colluding with the state's ever-growing need to manage more and more communities exploited and broken by empire. Gender responsiveness enabled policymakers and criminologist academics to present as so-called feminist while continuing to play and stay in the policy game by keeping a tough on crime card amid a shifting political landscape, where our movements have labored to sound the voice of premature death from communities of resistance in prisons such that they could no longer ignore it. Notably, proposals for gender-responsive prisons administered and staffed by prison guards was dressed in language of community-based alternatives and closer to home, speaking back to long-standing desire from families and communities surviving the break of imprisonment for our loved ones to return home. Given what was inside their frame of gender responsiveness, the most immediate threat that Justice Now and our allies inside and out experienced was it, in and around women's prisons, and who most often gets stolen and hidden here: cisgender women, female-assigned, and gender-variant people, and people on the trans-masculine spectrum. We also feared that in response to growing Trans 101 training and integration across our movements, the slow trickle to state institutions would reframe gender responsiveness and the specialized prison expansion policy trend more generally over time to more intentionally collude with trans misogyny and trans/gender oppression more generally by way of trans-specific prisons. Regardless of whether, when, and how the state might continue to change the shape of gender responsiveness over time, we were clear on the empty promise in its echo of desire for home, safe, free. Evading state accountability for past and current harm and threatening to further grow the edges of gender oppression and state violence against communities of color and poor communities, proponents' nebulous gesture of gender responsiveness proposed an array of so-called new gender-responsive programming useful to people of all genders, i.e. job training and mental health support, and services and regulations steeped in rigid gender training. Cookie Concepcion, one activist leader we worked with at Central California Women's Facility, CCWF, speaks to the fraud of gender responsiveness in a feministing.com blog post dated May 13, 2008. Explaining how the prison doesn't allow female-assigned prisoners to wear boxers, Cookie writes, "Lately a lot of time and money has been spent on mandatory gender-responsive training for all officers and staff. The objective of this training is to define differences between female and male inmates. The basic ideology is that females commit crimes because they are victims, whereas males are just bad and mean. This must be where they learned how dangerous it is for females to wear boxers." In mid-2006, Justice Now and our allies successfully lobbied Assembly member Jackie Goldberg, an original bill co-author and key policymaker promoting gender-responsive prison expansion policy in California, to remove her name and leadership from the bill. Goldberg told the press that after listening to prisoner rights advocates' concerns and following our media hits, she realized that the proposal was a fraud, pointing to a contract bid proposal filled with problems that would almost certainly result in a reduction of services, less family visitation, and countless other custodial issues, and its expansion of an already mammoth prison system. 4. Throughout the campaign, I witnessed bill author Assembly member Sally Lieber's rallying cry to peers and lobbyists from Sacramento policy organizations without bases or constituents overlapping with people in women's prisons: "Shame on us for leaving women out of the picture." Lobby visit after lobby visit, my heart broke at the empty promise of gender responsiveness. While Lieber, the governor, and other state actors' reasoning for these prisons and programming relied on references to the needs of women in prison, they did not stop to ask what we need or want, even if they care, according to Misty Rojo, an activist leader then imprisoned at CCWF and board member of Justice Now. Rojo wrote Justice Now that the plan for gender-responsive prisons is not truly aimed at helping us, but serves as a ploy to make prison expansion politically agreeable. My heart broke when the governor's prison proposals confirmed this fear, explicitly stating that the 4,500 prison beds vacated by prisoners for the mini prisons would be filled by additional people. 5. Hearing after hearing, my heart broke when proponents' language presenting as care for women in prison morphed into conversation about and with the labor lobby and who would get to fill new jobs playing good cop in these good prisons. Public Safety Committee shape changing to Jobs Committee. In the hallways of the Capitol, my heart broke when Mary Wiberg, Director of Committee on the Status of Women, responded to Justice Now in turns carrying a petition against gender-responsive prisons on behalf of over 3,300 people in women's prisons by saying that anyone could have gotten thousands of women in prison to sign anything. And in a crowded office, my heart broke when a staffer burst into tears mid-meeting after declining my invitation for her to join Justice Now on a prison visit, or to accept some collect calls, to hear directly from people inside about why they opposed these prisons. First writing since 6. The process of writing this essay trailed me several years since the height of the campaign. Finishing the writing required a distance of time to just feel, to sleep. These 2 years punctuated by many prior attempts to open, many leavings, being in the direct work, later returns to page. During this time, my partner and fellow activists were unexpectedly targeted, harassed, and beaten by police at a protest. They were arrested and charged with felonies and misdemeanors, some with terrorist enhancements, each and together held at atypically high bail. That weekend and in the weeks and months following, I learned in new ways, through body, more about how the persistence of state-sponsored crisis has shaped our movements than I ever would have wished. Here in our organizing for loved ones to return and stay home, fundraising for bail and bond, building community pressure to drop their charges, here where my edge as family of loved ones fighting back blended with the edge of their community's response after attack, I re-encountered some of my own movements, the shape of organizations and people whose labor over time has fed and raised me, a prison abolitionist attempting to wrestle the terror of police and prison violence, disarming resistance of each and all where empire, racism, gender oppression, queerphobia, and silencing meet. Here my personal reopened my political, the layered secondary traumas in my political further intensified my personal. I tracked the shape and sound of my body's fight response. In this moment, in my first year outside of organizing within a full-time non-profit framework, I understood more about collective body memory and shaping than in the last 5 years that I've actively been in practice expressing my commitment to prison industrial complex abolition and continuing to explore the politics and principles guiding that commitment. I learned about how our movements have learned to react, survive, and keep safe over time to the crisis of a state military in its stalwart growing of violence and control over more and more of our communities. My body memory recognized the exhaustion and safekeeping practices of our elders, OG organizers still standing after FBI infiltration and targeting of our lineages of resistance. This steadfast heart/keep safe from their watching. Heart/be heart/be heart/beat that quiet baton. Heart/beat code of ethics in crumble. I woke to and grew empathy for the experience of chronic tire after break. I found new empathy for how mentors have labored to renew and reshape possibility and promise from this place, coaxing and feeding our movement body to grow new muscle. I located my political development inside this movement body's longing to rebuild safety, to return to the fierceness of vision and strategy that our communities and movements so urgently need to contain in order to dismantle the prison industrial complex. And I reconnected with the real body fear driving our fight back against California's threat to grow a new arm of its prison empire by way of so-called gender responsiveness. In this remembering, I understood on the body level how the state's growing trend of specialized prisons is its reaction to the real power arising from communities of resistance, the real ways we've shaken up the conditions through the tremendous labor of so many to amplify the collective voice of more and more stolen and disappeared. Each door forced open, each left ajar still chanting. Each stomach caressing ground still chanting. Each muscle fight back still chanting. Glimpse of fire, this slow breath home. Ultimately, justice now, activists inside, and our allies outside successfully defeated gender-responsive prison construction in California's 2005, 2006 and 2007-2008 legislative sessions as presented in several legislative vehicles, Assembly Bill 2066, AB 2066, ABX 2-1, AB 76. AB 2066 gave way to ABX 2-1 amid the then California governor's call for a special session pushing a broader expansion package in which ABX 2-1 failed, likely more because of political conditions in Sacramento and with other parties than because of our efforts. Between the 2005, 2006 and 2007-2008 legislative sessions, Justice Now was able to clarify and solidify our campaign demands and targets, strategies and tactics, and messaging for our 2007 campaign, in which we successfully defeated AB 76. Due to a legislative loophole, the Assembly Public Safety Committee granted the bill author a courtesy revote in which she pressured a legislator who'd abstained from voting in favor of a revised bill in which they removed the prison construction language. Our path to successfully remove bill language authorizing gender-responsive prison construction included weekly one-on-ones throughout the summer of 2006 with people imprisoned at Central California Women's Facility, CCWF, and Valley State Prison for Women, VSPW, alongside conversations with allies in an ongoing conversation about moving from reformist/expansionist responses to current conditions of confinement toward responses that speak both to conditions and open strategic opportunity to squeeze out imprisonment. Over the course of the campaign, Justice Now engaged and deepened relationships with a dozen or so activist leaders inside, strategizing with and supporting those leaders in activating over 3,300 people at CCWF, VSPW, and some other lockups in a collective demand that California not expand prisons in their name. We worked with these activists to publish letters in California dailies and submit a petition serving as a collective letter of opposition for bill analyses. And we deepened relationships with existing allies and cultivated new alliances to grow opposition statewide. 7. Through the campaign, California's anti-prison and prisoner rights movements grew our muscle for future policy fights, having exposed more activists to engagement in Sacramento for our overlapping goals. Through this, we demanded and won some institutional accountability where the key players expected to give none and establish our ability for oversight of the policy process. We shifted the terms of the game, escalating against our campaign target over time while continuing to negotiate and build relationships with strategic and tactical allies in and outside of the Capitol building. We saw the state take on a defensive move in beginning to influence gender-oppressed prisoners via invite-only gender-responsive training classes targeting some of the activists' leaders we worked with. Over time, we saw state actors and secondary targets beginning to reflect our messaging against prison expansion, including bringing on 2 key policymakers as spokespeople. And in responding to a conversation framed around gender as code for cisgender women through alliance across experiences of gender oppression, we deepened our movement body's grounding and practice toward possibility for gender liberation. Between the lines of these victories, my body memory still holds the cost of passing to play. During the campaign, my face had become enough part of the Capitol landscape that upon returning to Sacramento a year later, post-campaign, to MC a press conference, a familiar photojournalist greeted me, asking where I'd been. The answer I didn't give was that I'd retreated home to recover. During this fight, my policy body tried on its growing understanding of Capitol culture and its code of ethics. My heart body prayed for its quiet of chorus to stay accountable to movement body, movement heart across prison walls. I hold the tire from bridging Sacramento's demand to make nice, make compromise, and make friends with each and all with our movement body's demand for accountability from institutional decision makers, accountability to our communities, from learning to scurry the pecking order across 3- and 4-digit room assignments and internal to each office, to counting votes for hearing while cultivating tactical relationships and occasional longer-term relationships. Simultaneous with retreat from Sacramento, Justice Now continued to engage organizationally as the legislative fight shifted into a local site fight. While our campaign successfully removed bill language authorizing Female Rehabilitative Community Correctional Center, FRCCC, construction, the state continued to push its agenda, seeking requests for proposals from corporations and nonprofits to build and run the FRCCCs, including them in the 2007 budget bill. I spent some time between Oakland and Fresno, backing local anti-prison organizers there waging battle against the state and local officials colluding to build an FRCCC. In many ways, this moment of campaign shift brought me present in new ways with questions about our movement body, the thousands of prisoners mobilizing against the proposal and exception. Most of us who were able to show up and engage in campaign activity in Sacramento were paid staff of anti-prison and prisoner rights organizations, and my body was the most consistent, employed by an anti-prison organization providing immense leadership because of both commitment to this fight and the resources to do so. I rest my heart. Shoulder in fire blink. Heat of silent smolder. Where body brave sleep. Today my body memory still holds the brakes. It holds the brake in being labeled bold broad by a white cisgender lesbian identified state commissioner after testifying against a prison system leader for her lack of leadership amid a gender responsiveness meeting where a subcommittee proposed to offer elective sterilization to people in prison during labor and delivery as medically necessary. The break in not knowing what to make of this commissioner likening my testimony to her witnessing of ACT UP days. My body memory holds the break still from dodging what one campaign intern observed as looks of death from the office housing our campaign target. It holds the break in a Republican consultant, saying that I must have come from a nice family, not black, brown, drug-addicted, violent. And deep inside it still holds tender so many collectively ungrieved sorrows of mass imprisonment, in layer upon layer of secondary trauma in the stories we'd been asked to receive in refusing to lose touch with growing numbers of loved ones stolen by the state. These punctuations in memory, the still chronic tire from shape changing, are part of the discomfort in returning here to reflection. I'm left with the gift of question, where I will leave you. How has our increased engagement in state-centered organizing influenced our individual and collective visions and shaping? How do we change shape to blend with external conditions while remaining centered with our principles and building and strengthening connection between each part we bring in? How have our campaigns and actions weakened the prison industrial complex, and how might they have strengthened it? When attacked by the state with the threat of its building more prisons, how might we stretch our hearts and build new muscle to move from automatic reaction toward grounded and timely response aligned with our truest vision and principles? How do we escalate on a timeline and tenor responsive to what external conditions demand and to internal capacity and scale? Can we wage campaigns targeting the state that strengthen and grow the resilience muscle of our movement body, account for differing locations and entries, care for each and all parts and range of ability, and stay open to transformation toward the movement body that we want to inhabit? How do we account for individual and collective tire and break and changing shape, in continuing amid attack? The anti-prison and prisoner rights movements face particular challenges in facilitating mass-based organizing. Given that our constituency is under direct attack by the state, how do we account for and meet these challenges? How do we build the muscle, patience, and resources we need to hold meaningful, sustained, and accountable collaboration across the many surfaces that we negotiate within and across the prison and non-profit industrial complexes? How might we better open possibility and overcome the limitations in leveraging 501(c)(3) non-profit structures and current conditions of our organizing to build and strengthen our movement body while demanding accountability from external threats? How do we maintain presence, connection, and accountability with each and all we bring closer in? How do we return the body to our movements after and within crisis? This essay has taken a few years' time, including opening in the heartbreak following a partner's arrest and defense campaign to be present in disorganization, reshaping, and articulate these questions, rewrite between the lines of what I've written and sounded 10 times over through hearings, policy briefs, press releases, op-eds to rewrite from body, outside my more practiced organizational and journalistic voices, into reflection of this time that I contributed leadership, participation, and witness from inside one organization's leadership and movement fight back to the state changing shape. This here what's distilled after slow boil of free writing and rewriting around unanswered questions, notes to self, the space of questions we don't yet know to shape or sound. Some edges I've grown to know, some I trust to unfold with time. I'm leaving sentences unfinished, this here offering to move us closer to learning, closer to implication for our work moving forward. Maroon abolitionists. Black gender-oppressed activists in the anti-prison movement in the US and Canada. Julia Sudbury aka Julia C. Opera. Since the 1970s, the exponential growth in incarceration in the US, combined with racial targeting in the use of state surveillance and punishment, has marked the prison as a primary site of contemporary struggles for racial and economic justice. At the same time, US-style penal politics have migrated across the border, generating resistance by disenfranchised communities in Canada. Roberts et al. 2002, Prisoners' Justice Action Committee 2007. There are very significant differences in the scale and practice of imprisonment in the US and Canada. The US currently incarcerates approximately 2.3 million people, or 762 per 100,000, compared to approximately 35,000 or 108 per 100,000 in Canada, International Center for Prison Studies 2008. Moreover, whereas tough-on-crime reforms over the past decades have led to the widespread construction of warehouse prisons, Irvin and Austin 1997, a range of alternatives from community corrections to restorative justice have limited prison expansion in Canada, Pate 1999. However, there are also important and growing synergies between sentencing and penal policy in both nations. At a provincial level, conservative politicians have vigorously pursued a neoliberal, tough-on-crime approach, leading to the emergence of no-frills provincial super jails, some built or managed by U.S. corporations. At a federal level, critics have predicted a US-style prison building boom as the Harper government has begun to fulfill its promise to turn around 30 to 40 years of soft criminal justice policy, Roslin 2007, Whittington 2008. In both countries, anti-prison activists have developed an analysis and critique of the prison industrial complex, its role in producing and maintaining racial inequalities and the need for abolition rather than reform, indicating the existence of an anti-prison movement that crosses national borders, Sudbury 2004a. The contemporary anti-prison movement is made up of a wide range of organizations with diverse goals. These include ending the war on drugs, advocating for prisoners' health needs, spiritual freedom, family integrity and basic human rights, challenging sexual violence in prisons, working for women, queer, and trans prisoners, releasing war on terror detainees, ending the criminalization and detention of immigrants, protesting police brutality and racial profiling, working for the freedom of political prisoners and exiles, opposing construction of new prisons, divesting from prison construction and prison privatization, ending the death penalty, and building community-based alternatives to incarceration. This article examines the experiences of Black gender-oppressed activists, 1 in the anti-prison movement in the US and Canada. 2. During the past decade, I have developed a body of scholarship that seeks to elucidate the articulation of race, gender, and punishment through the lens of women of color's imprisonment and resistance. 3. In this new work, I have expanded that focus to include transgender and gender nonconforming people. 4. In so doing, I aim to mirror the reality of gender complexity and multiplicity both within the prison and in anti-prison organizing, and to reject the unquestioned compliance with the binary gender system in most feminist research on prisons, including my own. At the same time, I have chosen to focus on Black activists rather than on activists of color in order to foreground the ways in which often overlooked African diasporic cultural and political legacies inform and undergird anti-prison work. The article explores the activists' motivations for involvement and barriers to participation, and explores spirituality as a source of resilience and guidance. It examines the participants' political analysis and abolitionist visions, and explores the possibility of non-reformist reforms that take up the challenge of a radical anti-racist gender justice perspective. The article posits the existence of a unique abolitionist vision and praxis, centered on the participants' direct experience of gender oppression and racialized surveillance and punishment and rooted in African diasporic traditions of resistance and spirituality. 5. My research methodology draws from the insights of feminist action research and participatory action research. The research is grounded in 10 years of activist ethnography in the anti-prison movement in the US and Canada. 6. In addition, I interviewed 8 Black, 7 women and transgender activists between the ages of 20 and 32 from the US and Canada during 2007. The participants had been involved in anti-prison activism in Ottawa, Vancouver, Toronto and environs, New York, the San Francisco Bay Area, Chicago, and Lagos, Nigeria. 8 most had been involved in more than one anti-prison organization, and several had held both volunteer and paid positions, although the paid positions were seldom full-time or well-remunerated and tended to grow out of prior volunteer work. Participants represented considerable diversity in terms of gender and sexual orientation, 4 described their gender as woman or female, and 4 chose the following gender nonconforming labels: transsexual/trans guy, trans/gender variant/faggot, genderqueer, and two-spirited. 9-3 identified their sexual orientation as hetero, sexual, with the remainder identifying as queer, gay, faggot, free-loving, bisexual, or fluid. Participants also had diverse experiences of class, social mobility, and the criminal justice system. 2 had personal experience of imprisonment, and all had family members or loved ones who had been in conflict with the law. Love and anger, reasons for resistance. The 1960s and 70s were marked by the rise of what have been labeled new social movements based on racial, gender, and sexual identities. Starting from these social locations, activists generated radical critiques of interlocking systems of capitalism, white supremacy, patriarchy, and compulsory heterosexuality. Melucci 1989, Combahee River Collective 1995. Despite recognizing the power of identity politics, commentators have also been critical of its tendency to promote a hierarchy of oppression and to separate oppressed groups along lines of race and gender, thus limiting possibilities for coalitional work, particularly around a common resistance to capitalist exploitation. The emergence of the global justice, anti-war, and anti-prison movements in the 1990s and 2000s marks a resurgence of movement building based on a shared political analysis rather than on a shared social location. 10 As an ideology-based rather than an identity-based movement, the anti-prison movement engages a wide range of activists, including those with relative privilege in relation to interlocking systems of oppression. By making visible the multifaceted ways in which the prison industrial complex affects all of us, anti-prison organizations have successfully generated a wide base of support among those indirectly affected by mass incarceration, such as teachers and students, affected by swollen corrections budgets and education funding cuts. This approach has been critically important in building a mass movement to resist the prison industrial complex. At the same time, this research points to the importance of bringing social location back into ideology-based movements, in this instance by foregrounding the analysis and praxis of activists who have been directly affected by the prison industrial complex. 11. All participants in this study testified that they had been directly affected by the prison industrial complex. This occurred in 3 ways. First, participants spoke about their experiences of policing and surveillance. For several of the participants, these experiences constituted powerful childhood memories that continued to be a source of trauma and a motivator for resistance. Jamila shared a painful memory of her father being pulled over by police in a Toronto suburb. "I thought my dad was going to be taken to jail, I didn't know what was going on. I remember thinking I was never going to see him again, and I also remember the look on his face. He was sitting in the back of the squad car and I was on the lawn, and I just remember him looking at me and there was a look of shame and embarrassment that I will never forget. And anger too. He wasn't given a ticket and he didn't go to jail, it was just a clear-cut case of racial profiling." As a child, Jamila had no tools with which to understand her father's humiliation at the hands of the state. As she became more politicized, she was able to put the incident into a wider perspective and to understand it as part of a collective experience of racist policing. In so doing, she channeled the pain and anger as a source for resistance. Experiences of police harassment led participants to reject common beliefs taught to children growing up with race and class privilege. Rather than believing that the police were there to protect them, and that people are arrested because they have done something wrong, the participants learned to fear the police as agents of social control and state violence. The second way in which participants had been directly affected by the prison industrial complex is through having one or more family members imprisoned or working within the prison system. 6 of the participants had had a family member in prison or on probation at some point in their life. Growing up poor and black in upstate New York, the prison was a central part of Jack's family landscape. "My dad had been a prison guard at Attica for about 11 years. He was hired just after the uprising because one of the things they decided to do was hire more black guards, as if that would actually make any difference. 12 And I also have another uncle who was also a guard in New York State, and I had another uncle, their brother, who was imprisoned in New York. So the prison industrial complex was a huge part of our family understanding. For Maya, the incarceration of family members was an everyday occurrence, creating immense challenges for those left caring for dependents on the outside. Of course, everyone I know has some sort of family or friend who is currently or has been incarcerated, including myself, so I've had cousins in and out. Mainly all women and separated from their children. And seeing the impact that's had on our family has been horrific. So since very young, I've always known that there was something very wrong with this so-called correctional system. Maya's experience of the criminal punishment system was double-edged. At the same time that the criminal punishment system created havoc in their lives, her family also grasped at it as the only solution available for problems including addiction and gender violence. The solution offered, however, was, as she recognized, temporary and illusory, leaving the family further entrenched in a cycle of state and interpersonal violence. The same cousin, her partner, was extraordinarily abusive to her and to my great-aunt, and we stepped in to separate them. But the only way to provide safety for the children and my great-aunt, and my cousin to a certain extent, is to separate them, and unfortunately we ended up involving the state and he was arrested. So what are alternatives to that? So again he ends up coming out, they get back together, same thing happens all over again. Again the problem's not solved, so what do we do? Like Jack's family, Maya's family was forced to rely for safety on the very system that was disappearing family members. Reflecting on the impact of his sister's imprisonment on his childhood experiences, Nathaniel pointed to the sometimes irreparable damage to relationships caused by these disappearances. You just miss this whole part of somebody's life. That to me seems like the biggest thing, it's just missing time. To me that is one of the things that I think was so disastrous within my own family. Whether you go to Memphis and somebody's just not there. Or like with my sister, there was a significant portion of her life and of my life that we just didn't get to know each other. When he was first exposed to anti-prison activism, Nathaniel began to view his family history through the lens of what he was learning and went back to talk to family members about their experiences of criminalization and imprisonment. This personal connection further fueled his commitment to the work. The third way that participants had been affected was through personal experiences of arrest, prosecution, and incarceration. 2 of the participants had been incarcerated. Although Bakery's father had been in prison, it was the experience of being imprisoned in the California state system for 2 years that he found radicalizing. 13 When he was left in a cell moaning in pain all night after guards refused requests for medical attention, Bakery was shocked and surprised. Gradually, he awakened to the fact that as a prisoner he had lost any rights as a U.S. citizen. It was this realization that fueled a commitment to bring about change. It was that instinctual feeling that you guys are crazy, something's wrong for you to be treating people like this. I would say things to the police inside like, do you understand that this is a violation of my civil rights, do you understand that I'm an American citizen? Because I didn't know that when I was incarcerated, I had no civil rights, I was not viewed as a citizen. Multiple experiences of criminalization were a powerful motivator for the participants. But gaining access to a collective movement analysis was equally important. Trey was raised by his grandmother while his mother was in and out of jail for drug use, and was sent to Spofford Juvenile Facility in upstate New York at age 13 for fighting in school. From there, he served time for a series of property and drug-related offenses before finding the Audre Lorde Project, where he served as an intern. The political education he received there led to a lifelong commitment to penal abolition fueled by his personal experiences. When asked what motivated him, Trey responded, "My love and my anger. That I love my people and my heritage, and what I know we can become too much to let it go down. And I'm angered by the oppression and the atrocities that I see every day that are committed against my people and myself. It makes me too mad to just sit down and let it happen. And it makes me too mad to just close my eyes and pretend it's not there." The testimonies of Black gender-oppressed activists reveal that even as we come together to work for social change based on our shared political analysis, rather than shared identities, we can reintroduce some of the strengths of identity politics. This is not to fetishize racialized and gendered bodies, but to tap the mobilizing force of personal experience and to rebuild some of the community power stripped by daily encounters with state violence and repression. Maroon abolitionism, visions of freedom. What makes me the most angry is that everybody's sitting there kicking it, not knowing that they're building plantations. Bakery. The second distinct characteristic of anti-prison activism by Black gender-oppressed activists is the development of an abolitionist vision shaped by direct confrontations with the prison industrial complex and imbued with the historical memory of slavery and rebellion. In the 1970s, political prisoners like Angela Y. Davis and Assata Shakur, in conjunction with other radical activists and scholars in the US, Canada, and Europe, began to shape a new anti-prison politics that combined campaigns for freedom for political prisoners with a call for the dismantling of prisons, NOP-ETAL 1976. The explosion in political prisoners, fueled by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI's counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, and targeting of Black liberation, American Indian, and Puerto Rican independence movements in the U.S. and First Nations resistance in Canada as threats to national security, fed into an understanding of the role of the prison in perpetuating state repression against insurgent communities. Churchill and Wall 1996, Lopez 1996, James 2003. The new anti-prison politics were also shaped by a decade of prisoner litigation and radical prison uprisings, including the Attica Rebellion in 1971, which was brutally crushed by New York Governor Nelson Rockefeller. The Attica brothers, working-class people of color imprisoned for everyday acts of survival, challenged the state's legitimacy by declaring imprisonment a form of cruel and unusual punishment and confronting the brute force of state power. Parenti 1999, Gilmore 2000. By adopting the term abolition, activists in the US and Canada drew deliberate links between the dismantling of prisons and the abolition of slavery. Through historical excavations, the new abolitionists identified the abolition of prisons as the logical completion of the unfinished liberation marked by the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which regulated rather than ended slavery. James 2005. Learning the truth about this enslaving anti-enslavement document, Gilmore 2000, XXI, was a galvanizing experience for several of the participants in this study. Maya viewed her work for freedom from persecution for political exile Assata Shakur as part of a broader struggle against penal slavery. The first time I found out about the 13th Amendment was in Assata's book, and a lot of people didn't know that the 13th Amendment had a but clause. So that means that people are still legally enslaved in this country. That's what inspired me also. If you are against enslavement, how are you for prison? When legally they say that you can be enslaved. Some scholars have critiqued the slavery prison analogy, arguing that since work is a privilege coveted by and denied many prisoners, the prison should be considered a warehouse rather than a new form of slavery, subjecting its captives to incapacitation rather than forced labor. Gilmore 2007, 21. However, in focusing narrowly on slavery as a mode of labor, this critique minimizes the continuities between ideologies and practices of slavery and mass incarceration that make slavery a useful interpretive frame. Sudbury 2004b, Rodriguez 2006, 225-29. As Joy James argues, prison is the modern-day manifestation of the plantation. The antebellum plantation ethos of dehumanization was marked by master-slave relations revolving about sexual terror and domination, beatings, regimentation of bodies, exploited labor, denial of religious and cultural practices, substandard food, health care and housing, forced migration, isolation in lockdown for punishment and control, denial of birth, family and kin. That ethos is routinely practiced and reinscribed in contemporary penal sites. James 2005, XXIII. Participants in this study frequently referenced the institution of slavery as a framework for understanding contemporary experiences of surveillance, policing, and criminalization. Trey explained the continuing enslavement of poor black communities through the story of her birth. One day when my mother was in the house by herself, the police knocked on the door, and my mother let them in, and the police officer who's my father raped my mother. That's how I got here. When we talk about slavery, I don't have to go back 300-odd years, I can go back to 1980 and have a real case of slave rape, the overseer/master raping the slave, who in this case would be my mother, who is a slave to the narcotics that were pushed into our community. Trey brings our attention to the extension of state surveillance and punishment throughout poor communities of color that occurred from the late 1970s under the guise of the war on drugs. 14. Reinforced by state power, the police officer/overseer turned Trey's mother's house into a site of captivity and sexual racial terror, marking a set of continuities among the prison, the urban hood, and the slave plantation. By linking slavery and prisons, the concept of abolition also highlights the interaction of racial and economic dynamics in processes of mass incarceration. Participants were acutely aware of the role of prisons in sustaining the current mode of capitalist exploitation. Samaya continued the slavery prison analogy at a global level, pointing to the attenuated privilege awarded U.S. blacks in comparison to black people elsewhere. Globalization has created an international plantation. I've begun to see symbolically that black people in the U.S. represent house slaves and that black people in the diaspora represent field slaves. And that globalization has made that plantation of racist relationships a global one. And prisons are for the people that don't fit in the field or the house. Samaya's social location as a black woman from Canada with roots in North Africa acts as a site of epistemic privilege, producing an insightful and nuanced analysis of U.S. empire. As an African Canadian who has moved to the U.S., Samaya is an outsider within in relation to both U.S. global power and African American discourses of oppression and resistance. Collins 2000, 11-13. This critical lens enables her to identify the simultaneity of racial subordination and imperial privilege, suggesting that transnational solidarities must be formed not around an assumed sameness of racial oppression, but around a complex understanding of differential racisms in the context of global inequalities. These unequal positionalities rest upon both violent colonial histories and contemporary geopolitical and economic formations. This means that while black people in the U.S., Canada, Africa, and the Caribbean are all affected by the neoliberal economic reforms and cutbacks in spending on social welfare and education that have accompanied the globalization of capital, the impact is refracted through the particularities of local socio-economic conditions. Study 2002. These systemic cutbacks, coupled with inflated spending on forms of global and domestic social control, indicate the continued devaluing and dehumanization of black people and other people of color. 15. Maya pointed to this contradiction. We have horrifically dilapidated schools with inadequate resources, no computers, no materials, teachers underpaid, we don't have health clinics. There are so many resources we need in our poor communities, communities of color. How do we have billions of dollars for this war? How do we have $1 million to try to re-enslave a woman who fought for her political beliefs? 16. Just as the dehumanization of captives was central to maintaining the economic system of plantation slavery, the dehumanization of people of color through racialized and criminalizing ideologies legitimates the devastation wrought by capitalist globalization. Abolition is therefore not only about ending the violence of imprisonment, but also about claiming public resources and declaring the value of human life over corporate profit. I have chosen to name the political vision of black gender-oppressed anti-prison activists Maroon abolitionism for two reasons. First, Maroon serves to identify the tactics of those directly affected by slavery/incarceration. The word Maroon refers to the communities of runaway slaves, indigenous peoples, and their descendants that formed throughout the Americas beginning in the 17th century, Price 1996. 17. While Maroon communities existed outside of the violent social control of the slave state, they were both under threat by and at war with re-enslaving forces. 18. As Maroon abolitionists, black gender-oppressed activists know that the consequences of failing to achieve abolition are that they themselves, their family members, and their loved ones will continue to be disappeared. Bakery articulated the maroon experience of constant threat from the penal/slave system. We like the free Negroes in Alabama down south. Some of us scared because hell they going to come and get us too. Whereas white abolitionists were guided by moral convictions, for ex-slaves and their loved ones abolition was the only avenue for liberation from the threat of captivity, torture, and social death. Hence, slaves and those who had escaped slavery rejected white abolitionists' calls for gradual emancipation through indentureship that would keep formerly enslaved African Americans tied to the land. They demanded nothing less than the immediate end of slavery. Popular histories tend to focus on formerly enslaved African Americans who sought to win white support through speeches and slave narratives, while less attention is paid to the slave rebellions, mass escapes, and maroon insurgencies that fundamentally challenged the viability and hastened the demise/restriction of chattel slavery. 21st century maroon abolitionism is also rooted in the survival imperative, guided by a sense of urgency and informed by an understanding of the prison industrial complex as a war on black communities. Samaya articulated her vision of abolitionist work as a form of self-defense. In terms of prisons and the penal system, I think that it's at the center of a lot of our oppression. So my options are to live oppressed or to fight this. So I prefer to fight it. I think that as people of color we have no option but to fight it. It's a matter of survival. I also think that we are at war, that we are under attack, through different institutions and cultures and social practices. And when you are at war you have no option but to fight back. By conceptualizing state policies toward disenfranchised communities as a war, Samaya implicitly refutes a prison reform agenda, and pushes us to adopt an uncompromising position against the prison industrial complex. As Dylan Rodriguez points out, the state has long declared a series of domestic wars against crime, drugs, gangs, and now terror involving official declarations, mobilizations, and body counts, which have been waged in the streets and homes of low-income communities of color and immigrant communities. Rodriguez 2008. In claiming the language of war and mobilizing it against the state, Samaya brings a radical positionality and sense of urgency common to the political visions articulated by the participants in the study. Second, while it honors the participants' understanding of contemporary incarceration as a continuation of slavery, the concept maroon abolitionist avoids implying that the society outside the prison is free. Joy James argues that we must reject the illusion that a return to civil society via parole or clemency constitutes an escape to the liberated North. James 2005, XXX. Instead, state penal practices exist on a continuum from the prison, the juvenile hall, and the detention center to the urban hood, the reservation, the school, and the welfare office where surveillance, policing, and punishment extend far beyond the prison walls. Trey's story told above is one example of the extension of captivity beyond the prison walls. Continuing her analysis, Trey argues that prison abolition involves far more than the abolition of the physical prison building. When I say the prisons, I mean the physical prison itself, but also the prisons we create in our communities. Whether those are physical like the projects that the government keeps building up and locking us in, and also the mental ones that we put ourselves in, all the social constructs that society projects on us. If we have so many drug crimes and we have so many property crimes, then let's start addressing the mental health of our people and the economic development of our communities. Let's get to the root causes of why people commit crimes. Jamila elaborated on this expansive vision of maroon abolitionist politics by distinguishing between emancipation and abolition. Rather than ending imprisonment in an otherwise unchanged society, emancipation indicates the transformation of society and an end to racism and capitalist inequality. We've seen abolition of slavery, but the ramification of sanctioned apartheid still remains. Abolition literally means the end of something, whereas emancipation means to free or liberate. So how we understand that is critical to how we do anti-prison work. So a world without prisons would mean a world with healing, it would mean a world that had alternatives, it would mean forgiveness, it would mean justice, it would mean the eradication of poverty. One limitation of the slavery prison analogy is that it tends to erase the presence of non-black prisoners. This is problematic both in Canada, where First Nations prisoners suffer the most dramatic rates of incarceration, and in the U.S., where Latinos/OS are a rapidly growing incarcerated population, Diaz-Cotto 2006. 19. While slavery was premised on the black/white binary, Maroon communities rejected this racist logic. Maroon settlements incorporated resisting Indians and exiled whites as well as runaway slaves, and offered a radical multiracial alternative to North American apartheid. 20. As such, Maroonage offers a model for black-brown coalitions and reminds black activists of the value of learning from indigenous knowledges. Women from the Native Sisterhood at Grand Valley Institution for Women, for example, taught Jamila about a form of accountability, an alternative form of justice that is grounded in the teachings from different Native nations. Although some of the participants reported not having worked with indigenous people or Latinos/as, activists like Jamila demonstrate the importance of non-black outlier knowledges for contemporary abolitionist work. Maroon abolitionism is dedicated to the creation of a world in which prison is obsolete. 21. However, the participants did not limit their activism to this long-term goal. Instead, they were involved in challenging human rights abuses and advocating for the immediate needs of prisoners. For Bakery, this meant working to challenge overcrowding and medical neglect in California women's prisons. Of course, we have to deal with what's going on right now. So right now I want for people to live in humane conditions until we can figure out a way to get rid of prison as a form of social control. So right now what I want is all the beds off the day room. To have people treated in a humane way. But my goal is not to have prisons. My goal is not to have capitalism. These non-reformist reforms create solidarity with prisoners while paying attention to the penal system's tendency to co-opt reforms to consolidate and expand prisons. By carrying out their reformist work as part of a broader strategy of decarceration, abolition, and fundamental social transformation, Maroon abolitionists address the immediate needs of captives while ultimately challenging the legitimacy of their captivity. Black gender-oppressed activists' advocacy for transgender and gender nonconforming prisoners is one example of non-reformist reform, demands for change that challenge the logic of incarceration while simultaneously addressing prisoners' immediate needs. Trans/forming anti-prison work, beyond the gender binary. During the past decade, transgender and gender nonconforming activists, both imprisoned and non-imprisoned, have worked to end the human rights abuses faced by transgender prisoners while also tackling the incarceration. 22. The participants in this study moved beyond the human rights implications of this work to generate a radical critique of the state's power to delimit and police gender. In so doing, they produced an anti-racist, genderqueer, anti-prison praxis that constitutes a challenge to the violent gender regime of the penal system and suggests new dimensions of abolitionist thought. Penal systems are based on the premise of a rigid and fixed gender binary that, as Bakery points out, ignores the actuality of gender fluidity and multiplicity in society as a whole and within the prison in particular. You have male and female prisons. I ain't male or female, so which one do I get to go to? And you're housed according to your genitalia, which to me does not connote gender. By reducing gender to biological sex represented by prisoners' genitalia, prison administrators routinely violate the right to self-determination of prisoners who do not match the narrow range of sex/gender identification allowed within the prison. This is particularly devastating for transsexual prisoners. Since many transsexuals do not choose or cannot afford gender reassignment surgery, prisoners who may have had hormone treatment and top surgery, to remove breasts, will be assigned to an institution according to a gender assignation based on one part of their body, which does not match the rest of their physical and emotional experience. The psychological and physical impact can be devastating, as Nathaniel shared based on his experiences of advocacy work in Ontario prisons. For trans people, depression and suicide, you can have really high risk factors for that when you're consistently being denied for who you are. When people take away your opportunity to have self-determination, which happens in many ways in prison, but can be so detrimental when you're a trans woman and you're put in a men's prison, and you're denied your hormones and you're denied being called the name that you chose and you're being called he all the time. The denial of adequate medical treatment to transgender prisoners, including but not limited to a failure to continue hormone treatment, constitutes a form of state violence enacted on prisoners' bodies and psyches. Richard 2000b. 23. In this context, the denial of adequate medical care is one method by which the state punishes gender nonconformity. The penal system seeks to produce women's prisons inhabited by female women and men's prisons inhabited by male men, out of a population that in actuality embraces an immense range of gender diversity. In addition to transsexual prisoners who may or may not be on hormones and/or in the process of transitioning surgically, this includes butch lesbians, feminine gay men, and transgender, genderqueer, and two-spirited prisoners who identify as neither male nor female nor in transition. Since transgender and gender nonconforming individuals are more likely to be stopped by police, both because of higher rates of homelessness and involvement in street economies arising from discrimination and familial rejection, and because of police profiling and harassment, the prison is actually a site of heightened gender variation. Amnesty International 2006. The process and ultimately unattainable objective of producing binary gender in the prison is one that enacts psychological, emotional, and physical violence on all transgender and gender nonconforming prisoners. Bakery shared a critique of gender policing in the California Institution for Women. How they control you and mandate you to this gender binary is if you are in a women's facility you must wear whatever society says is for women. At CIW when I first got there, I had on boxers, they took them, said they were contraband. Then they make you wear panties and a muumuu, an old lady house dress. When the new people come in, all the women stand there to see if it's their friends coming in and you gotta walk by in this muumuu. Although a relatively androgynous uniform of jeans and a t-shirt was standard issue, Bakery's masculinity was ritually stripped in front of the general population on arrival at the institution before he was allowed to don clothes more appropriate to the way he self-identified. The practice of forcing people in women's prisons to wear clothes constructed as gender appropriate is common, and many women's prisons have rules mandating a minimum number of items of female attire. Policing prisoners' underwear becomes a sign of the state's power to control the most intimate aspects of prisoners' lives. In this sense, gender policing is an everyday and central part of the prison regime's brutal exercise of power over its inhabitants. Vulnerability to physical and sexual violence is also of critical concern for transgender and gender nonconforming prisoners. Recent research and activism has made visible the systemic and epidemic nature of sexual violence in men's prisons. Human Rights Watch 2001, Sabo et al. 2001, 10938. 24. However, research and advocacy in this area tends to focus on gender-conforming men who have been targeted because of their perceived physical weakness or inexperience with prison life, rather than foregrounding the endemic sexual violence against transgender and gender nonconforming prisoners. The scant research that does examine the experiences of transgender prisoners has focused on the institutional abuse and rape of transsexual MTF, male to female, prisoners in men's prisons, largely ignoring women's prisons. Edney 2004. The elimination of violence against gender nonconforming prisoners in women's prisons relies on the invisibility of gender nonconforming women and FTMS, female-to-male transgender people, as well as on erroneous gendered assumptions that women's prisons are kinder, softer environments than men's prisons. As Bakery explained, violence targeted at transgressive masculinity in women's prisons is part of a spectrum of violence fostered by the totalizing institution of the prison. Butch women are the ones who are targeted because they are the ones who are most different. And the men feel intimidated in there. If they try to resist or question, they get the smack down a lot sooner. Like they get hit, punched, thrown down to the ground. There was one trans man in CCWF that had facial hair that was put in segregated housing for refusing to shave their facial hair. Because it's arbitrary power in there. They can virtually do whatever it is they want unabated, unchecked, unquestioned. To your body, to your soul, to your spirit. It is not only guards who enact this regime of violent punishment of gender nonconformity. Other prisoners are often complicit in the policing and abuse of transgender prisoners. Prisoner violence, including sexual assault, is often represented as the inevitable outcome of containing violent criminals in a confined space, with guards preventing the violence as best they can. This narrative leads to the common practice of placing transsexual prisoners in administrative segregation, ostensibly for their own protection, where they are isolated in highly restricted conditions otherwise used as punishment for unruly prisoners. Richard 2000a. However, the participants in this study argued that institutional transphobia supported violent and exploitative acts by other prisoners. JAC spoke from experience of activist work in men's prisons in California. Prisons create gangs because they create the need to create your own safety. But different groupings will not accept someone on the basis of some part of their identity. So for black trans women, one of the black groupings will say, "We don't want you." Or "We'll only have you if you sleep with all of us and give us all favors." So it means having to find a husband immediately, and he's not a good one. You can be out of luck. And being out of luck means being raped on a regular basis. Being harassed by guards on a regular basis. It's okay to be racist to trans women because they are traitors to the race. JAC points to the way in which racism and transphobia intersect within the prison to create an atmosphere of extreme vulnerability to violence for transgender prisoners of color. This interaction between racism and transphobia in the prison is the basis for an anti-racist, genderqueer, anti-prison agenda promoted by black transgender and gender nonconforming activists. In contrast to calls to develop a normative transgender prison order, or trans-sensitive prisons, Edney 2004, 336-37, the participants point to the systemic nature of gender violence as part of the structures of imprisonment, and reject the possibility of gender liberation under conditions of captivity. In so doing, they seek to transform anti-prison politics by calling for the abolition of gender policing as part of a broader abolitionist agenda. The following section explores the emotional costs of this radical positionality and examines the inner resources that many of the participants drew on to provide strength and resiliency in continuing the work. Invoking the ancestors, spiritual undercurrents in anti-prison work. Black women and transgender activists deal with personal traumas and family stresses arising from policing, criminalization, and incarceration while simultaneously confronting racist/sexist violence and gender policing. These multiple challenges constitute struggles that take place at a psychic and emotional as well as material level. In coping with the emotional toll of anti-prison work, many of the participants found strength, guidance, and solace through spiritual beliefs and practices. Following Jackie Alexander's encouragement to take the sacred seriously, this research seeks to make visible the knowledge of sacred accompaniment that informed the radical praxis documented here. Alexander 2005, 326-27. Anti-prison spaces are highly secularized, in part in reaction to race and class bias in early abolitionist and reform efforts based on religion. It is not surprising that none of the organizations that the participants worked with drew on religious principles. In contrast, prisons in the US and Canada are sites of both evangelist interventions and struggles over religious freedom by Muslims and Indigenous people in particular, indicating the continuation of a centuries-old strategy to mold prisoners by shaping their souls and policing their relationships with the transcendent. 25. The role of religion in penal regimes mirrors its dualistic and contradictory role during slavery. The Bible's exhortation, "Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear, and with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ," Ephesians 6, 5-9, as well as the apparent justification of racial hierarchy gleaned through the story of Ham, provided the slave-owning class with a potent tool for mental colonization. At the same time, enslaved African Americans drew on both indigenous African religious practices and Old Testament stories for empowerment and liberation, finding inspiration from Moses defying Pharaoh and leading the slaves to freedom, or from Yoruba Orishas clothed as Christian saints. Prison ministries also bring congregants an interpretation of religious teaching that erases any liberatory potential in favor of a focus on individual internal transformation and accommodation to authority. 26. At the same time, the continued struggle for religious freedom within prisons indicates that many prisoners view religious practice as a powerful source of inspiration and inner strength. As Hamdiyah Cooks, former director of the California Coalition for Women Prisoners, and a formerly incarcerated activist comments, "Inside you have to have something to sustain you and fight being treated like things. My faith gave me the ability to fight, gave me the belief that I am a human being and have the right to be treated like one." Cooks 2008. Taking a lead from imprisoned activists, this study seeks to illuminate the importance of spirituality in radical anti-prison praxis. 6 of the participants stated that spiritual beliefs played an important role in their lives, supporting their sense of self in the face of racist sexist ideologies, lending them the strength and resiliency to keep doing insurgent work in the face of immense barriers, and guiding their activist work. Developing a personal relationship with a higher power gave Bakery the strength to give up crack cocaine and to find a calling in advocacy work with women in prison. Bakery draws our attention to the psychic brutality of the prison and the emotional strength required to continually to hear women's stories of injustice, violence, and re-victimization by the state. Spirituality's very important for me. Spirituality stopped me from using drugs. It helps me get up at 4:45 to drive 3 hours away to deal with some messed up COS correctional officers and hold the pain of other sisters that are still there. It helps me to do that. It helps me spend all my free time doing this work. It fills me up. Like Bakery, Trey called on spirit as a source of strength, but he also saw this relationship as a source of wisdom and guidance. "I do believe in a higher power. I'm not going to say I don't pray because I do. I'm not going to say I don't ask my grandmother for guidance because I do." Although Nathaniel was raised in Toronto, he spent summers with his grandparents in Memphis, Tennessee. There he absorbed Southern Black spiritual beliefs that later came to form a central but invisible foundation for his activist work, informing both his commitment to abolition and his organizing methods. "My grandparents were famous for saying that if they wanted to pray or speak to anything spiritual they would go into the middle of the forest because that would be the most holy place that you could go to. I believe that. In a way that's one of the underlying beliefs as to why I believe that prisons are so wrong is just the idea that you would take someone out a natural setting, remove them from things like airflow and natural light and the energy of other living beings and deprive them of that as part of their punishment is so wrong to me." Nathaniel's spiritual beliefs also led him to pay attention to the connection among mind, body, and spirit in his organizing, making sure that nourishing food, emotional connection and support, regular breaks, and physical movement are a part of meetings and activist work. This approach mirrors the Black traditional church, where worship is embodied in food, emotional expression, and comfort, movement, and song. While spirituality was important for many of the participants, none felt that organized religion met their spiritual needs. Instead, they felt that religious institutions were complicit in punitive systems of social control. Several of the participants rejected the mainstream Christian church because of its historical role in promoting white supremacy and its complicity in slavery and colonial violence. For Bakery, there was a clear continuity between the historical and contemporary role of the church in buttressing the ideological apparatus underpinning institutions of dominance. The church is an institution that supported slavery, supported colonization. The history's all there, but that's not what we're taught. Religion tells you right and wrong, good and bad. We're indoctrinated with that mentality that people are bad and they need to be punished. Christianity is a very punitive religion. In response to racism in the mainstream church and homophobia and sexism in the Black church, most of the participants turned inward to their own personal and individual relationships with spirit. In contrast, Maya found a spiritual community in the Yoruba religion. Originating in what is now southwest Nigeria, Yoruba religious practices came to the Americas with African captives and blended with Christian practices to create syncretic Africanized religions. Contemporary African American communities have reconnected to Nigerian practitioners to re-engage with traditional Yoruba practices and to form transnational communities of practitioners that are closely linked to religious communities on the continent. Clark 2004. Through her initiation to Oya, warrior goddess of the wind, Maya felt connected to the former prisoner and political exile Asada Shakur. The movie Eyes of the Rainbow was very powerful because it was very powerful to see this woman warrior both as Oya in the deity form and as a physical being in the Asada form, defying horrific odds and fighting for justice and life and liberation. 27. As the tempestuous goddess of upheaval and change, Oya is often represented with a machete, cutting away the old to clear a way for new growth. Gleason 1992. By invoking Oya, Maya summons ancient wisdom and power in her work with the Hands Off Asada campaign, a campaign that poses a powerful grassroots challenge to the U.S. government's power to punish and to the legitimacy of its imperial reach. Maya's initiation to Oya enables her to channel West African encounters with the divine feminine to counter the horrific odds faced by grassroots mobilizations against and within U.S. empire. Countering Christian conservatism rooted in Eurocentric, masculinist conceptions of the sacred, these African diasporic spiritual practices are also evident in Nathaniel's return to black folk traditions and in Trey's reliance on her grandmother's spirit for guidance. They introduce a metaphysical component to Maroon abolitionism, connecting contemporary activism to the otherworldly sources of power invoked by their Maroon antecedents. 28. Calling on the ancestors and the spirit world to enliven the struggle for social justice, they represent underground spiritual currents in the anti-prison movement. Conclusion. The activists in this study are located at the intersections of systems of dominance. The politics and subjectivity arising from this location have long been the subject of black feminist interrogation. However, our investigations have assumed that only black female subjects or other women of color experience the epistemic privilege associated with the multiple jeopardy of race, class, gender, and sexuality. Collins 1990, King 1995, Sudbury 1998. In contrast, this research finds that other gender-oppressed activists who stand at the nexus of systems of dominance also use an integrated anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-capitalist analysis as a basis for their work. 29. At the nexus of race, class, gender, and sexuality, black gender-oppressed activists bring to the anti-prison movement a unique vision of social justice based on lived experiences of racialized policing, surveillance, and imprisonment. These activists embody a tradition of marronage, the abolitionist praxis of ex-slaves and their families. In so doing, they reintroduce the sacred as an element of anti-prison activism, indicating that liberatory African diasporic spiritual practices play a more important role in contemporary struggles for social justice than has previously been understood. This article draws on the work of black transgender and gender nonconforming activists in order to move anti-prison praxis beyond the gender binary. While feminist anti-prison researchers and activists have worked to make imprisoned women visible, we have tended to assume that women's prisons house only women, and that all women prisoners are in women's prisons. This research demonstrates that we were wrong on both counts. Many of those labeled women offenders by the state refuse to conform to this label, and some of those identifying as women are housed in men's prisons. This double invisibility to prison officials and to anti-prison practitioners creates a location of multiple marginalization and vulnerability to violence, which is compounded by racial segregation and harassment. By engaging in non-reformist reforms, black gender-oppressed activists challenge prison regimes to engage the disruptive presence of prisoners' non-conforming body politics while simultaneously working toward the dismantling of penal structures. In so doing, they place gender justice at the center of black liberation struggles. Abolitionist Imaginings. A conversation with Beau Brown, Raina Gossett, and Dylan Rodriguez. Che Gossett. I am ever inspired and empowered by the visionary and community-centered work done by my sister Raina Gossett, ever impassioned by the intensity and sheer force of Dylan Rodriguez's abolitionist critiques, and ever oriented and grounded by Beau Brown's history and present of organizing with radical anti-prison and queer liberationist movements. At this critical juncture, this conversation offers a collective, cross-cutting dialogue about prison abolition and gender self-determination in this present era of mass incarceration and criminalization. Raina Gossett, Dylan Rodriguez, and Beau Brown have been organizing around, writing in resistance to, speaking out against and through suffering, loss, and hate violence that our communities are facing on a daily basis. This conversation highlights the ways that prison abolitionist activists and academics inform, challenge, and help nurture and develop each other. It demonstrates not only the immediate urgency of abolition and trans-liberation but also the relevance of histories of community resistance and resilience to our present struggle. Che Gossett, how were you politicized around prison abolitionism? Dylan Rodriguez, first, let me say how important it is that we situate our biographies of politicization within our specific political historical contexts rather than as universalizing stories of radicalization. There is often a temptation to inhabit and perform radical political positions as if they were the inevitable result of traumatic or spectacular individual experiences with violence, oppression, and so forth. The fact is, we usually become radical political workers not simply because we have personal grievances with corrupt and unjust social systems, but rather because we encounter the mundane, insistent, nourishing, and contentious influences of some community of activists, teachers, survivors, and intellectuals, by which I mean people who think a lot, not just people who get paid to think and write. In this sense, I see my politicization toward prison, police, and penal abolition as a logical outcome of the people and political intellectual traditions that I've been close to during the last 2 decades. There were 2 overlapping really inseparable dimensions to the process of both clarifying and, more importantly, identifying with an abolitionist analysis and political intellectual position, participating in the formation of critical resistance as a, truly novice, activist and organizer produced an intimacy with a deep, historically specific sense of futility, urgency, and frequent desperation that I eventually realized is organic to the work of engaging liberationist and anti-racist work in a time of heightened but no less normalized warfare and institutionalized dehumanization. This is why I've spent most of my adult life trying to figure out how to conceptualize the prison and policing regimes, in their comprehensive social institutional totality, as genocidal, or at least proto-genocidal, systems. Let me put it this way, if our examination of the prison regime constantly leads us to the conclusion that particular populations, bodies, places, and communities are not meant to thrive or survive existing institutional arrangements, then what political practices can we conceive that directly deal with this condition as a state of emergency? This leads to the second major aspect of my politicization toward abolition, and that's the sometimes undervalued activist work of focused study, research, and analysis. Anybody who wants to contact me can ask me for my personal bibliography, and I'll be happy to send it to many books, essays, articles, poems, and stories to name here. But let me expand on this dimension just a bit. Many of us, as activists, who are otherwise constantly thinking about and critically analyzing what we're doing, far too frequently ignore or abandon radical intellectual work as if it was an unaffordable luxury that's best taken up by academics, lawyers, and artists. I think this intellectual underdevelopment kills radical movements and empowers the liberal to conservative political circuitry that would like to see this condition of proto-genocide managed, reformed, and controlled rather than destroyed and transformed. Bo Brown, I was a white working-class butch, bar dyke on the weekends. Then I was a social prisoner due to a conviction for a less than $50 theft from the post office where I was working. I was what we now call a social prisoner in prison for less than a year in a federal prison in San Pedro, California. I was in prison in September 1971 when George Jackson was killed. In fact, I was reading blood in my eye. I was still in prison when Attica happened, a month later. So that kind of slammed open my eyes to a lot of stuff. Even though I was pretty young, 23, pretty inexperienced, pretty naive, didn't know a whole lot about the rest of the world. Even though I had no real political perspective or language, I knew that was some fucked up shit that went down. It was so wrong and really outright criminal. Murders were committed. Yet they got away with it right there in front of our eyes on TV for the whole world to see. Raina Gossett, in my life, politicization happens as a deepening process, so it was years of fermentation rather than a single event that deepened my abolitionist politics. I found out about critical resistance New York City the spring after the RNC. This was a time when Bush had won re-election and abolitionists in New York City had been really engaged in organizing in response to militarization in NYC and the war in Iraq. I entered during a time of reflection, burnout, and inspiration. Because of gentrification in Brooklyn, the CR office moved from Crown Heights to the West Village. What I was witnessing were people throughout different activist spaces engaging abolition, even people deeply invested in reform work. At that moment, along with other students, I was doing creative writing and poetry workshops at Island Academy, a high school for teenagers on the Rikers Island jail. I had strong desires for a political home to hold these experiences and make sense of them, to make my life intelligible to myself beyond the fear and shame I felt around my own trauma with the PIC. The possibility of being involved in abolition presented a moment when traumatic experiences and shameful experiences could be transformed into the possibility of something more powerful. Yes, we have agency, yes, we are not innocent, and yes, there is something larger at work that causes ourselves and our love to get caught up in prisons, jails, cop cars, detention centers, TSA private screenings, etc. In that initial moment it felt like Critical Resistance NYC worked to create room for a lot of people. I felt inspired by so many queer people in a room working together, and it made the Brecht Forum a space of political possibility. There were people doing childcare, and a lot of people from La Casita, the drug treatment program for women with children, came down from the South Bronx to be there. At that first meeting, people who had done a lot of work to create the space were leaving, which felt like the space didn't mandate that you stay, even if you were one of the co-creators. Later, traveling to the Gullah Sea Islands and the Penn Center with CR deepened my connection to the spiritual/soulful aspects of this lineage of resistance and liberation. It was a powerful moment of entering a place that held such rich history of Black resistance, resilience, loss, and joy. It also helped expand my understanding beyond a thinking process, meaning that the PIC doesn't just affect our material condition but also our spirits, psyches, and connection to land, so any meaningful response and resistance has to be about more than our material condition. This was all a decade after first reading George Jackson's Blood in My Eye, learning about Mumia, attending an Afrocentric summer and after-school program, and developing a sense of wonder about my family's involvement in the Black freedom movement, and many years after starting to visit my father while he was incarcerated in prison and psychiatric institutions. This makes me believe that coming into contact with the PIC or critical analysis was important, but entering a community of people committed to the process of abolition, which meant commitment to each other, was where transformation really occurred in my life. The 2007 Transforming Justice Conference deepened and challenged my understanding of abolition politics. Many trans women, formerly incarcerated, were talking about their lives in the context of state violence and PIC abolition. Prior to that, I felt a real growing edge when it came to creating abolitionist spaces that trans people, but particularly trans women of color, could access. It challenged me to make sure I was not leaving myself at the door when I entered abolitionist spaces. This reminded me of the legacy of trans people resisting state violence and whose stories have been suppressed both in and out of abolitionist movements. So for my own politicization process, it wasn't just what caught my attention, but what held and challenged me, what grew my soul and sense of somebodyness. This means to me that politicization is a sacred moment, a sacred process, and throughout my life sacred spaces have held and increased those moments and processes. C.G. PIC abolitionism indexes so many apparatuses of state violence, surveillance, and policing, as well as modes of resistance, healing, and accountability. How you do make the concept politically intelligible and tangible through your own work. Dr. I'll spend anything from many minutes to many hours, depending on who I'm talking to and working with, illustrating how the formation of the prison and policing regimes are inseparable from the apparatuses of racial genocide on which the United States is based. How is the prison a paradigmatically anti-Black genocidal institution? Where do we find the connections between policing and the land displacement, cultural genocide, and geographic incarceration of Native and Indigenous peoples in and beyond North America? What is the concept of civil death and how does it shape a society in which 2 million people are locked up by the state? What's the critical difference between an activism that addresses police brutality and one that addresses police violence or even domestic warfare? If we ask and begin to answer questions like this, we can demystify the prison's apparent normalcy and political invincibility, and build a different set of historical and political assumptions that recast our understanding of the prison regime as a focal point of a collective, radical political creativity abolitionism that takes seriously the monumental challenges of freedom, liberation, self-determination, and anti-violence. I'll put it another way: if one is willing to commit to an unapologetic, rigorous analysis of what prisons are, where they come from, and what they do, in a way that respects and challenges the intellect and sensibilities of the person or people one is engaging, the abolitionist position makes more sense than not. This is not to say that we don't need to engage in simultaneous conversations about how to deal with repressive, oppressive, and exploitative forms of structural violence that would not simply disappear with the abolition of the prison regime. Rather, it's to say that simply establishing the abolitionist concept as something that's grounded in a historical analysis and political logic results in different sets of urgent questions that no longer presume the existence of policing, imprisonment, or even the militarized nation-state itself. BB, if you're about your politics, you know that all that shit comes out of the same asshole. It's all about who runs it, who profits from it. There's a medical industrial complex, a prison industrial complex, a business industrial complex. It's all about the wealthy getting wealthier. It's all connected. So you have to look at all that. I'm working toward a world in which we don't really need a prison industrial complex, a world that treats people like human beings, a world that doesn't create a war on drugs, a world that doesn't destroy the education system and determines that the people who are somehow classified as uneducable or the wrong color or the wrong class will be tracked to prison, because there will be no jobs available to them, etc. A more equitable world, a more humane world, a world that's not about money, that's the primary thing, a world that's not about slavery. RG, I've spent a lot of time wondering about how abolition is tangible in my work, and I have shifted in my practice in making abolitionist politics real. While I was involved with CR, I put energy into creating a tangible abolitionist practice by challenging people to wonder if incarceration was a solution to violence by asking a lot of questions. The campaign to stop New York City from building a new jail in the South Bronx on a toxic land site, slated to be a women's jail with a nursery, fit really well into this. Because we had been organizing to mobilize large-scale community opposition to the jail, we created a good moment to highlight how reforming and managing the prison industrial complex rather than abolition far too often leads to an expansion of state violence. In that case, the state used the fact that Rikers Island was, and is, in horrible condition and completely inaccessible for people to visit, as an excuse to build pristine new neighborhood jails so that communities could access their loved ones more easily in prison. So it became an important moment to engage the state and organize to stop this escalation of state violence. After my involvement in the campaign and witnessing how often campaigns can make it hard for folks to not burn out, I moved into the place of wondering how to make abolition intelligible through a range of daily practices. A lot of people were really trying to incorporate principles of prevention, intervention, reparation, and transformation into how we practiced our political work. It is not enough to just be urgent and in opposition to state violence but uncritically practice it through exclusion, alienation, sexism, ableism, transphobia, and homophobia and a racist politic of policing authenticity. Prefigurative politics really resonated with me, meaning I wanted the work I did to prefigure the world or communities I wanted to live in. A lot of the bridge or transitional space between these two ways of practicing politics was held in spaces that were not actively organizing around state violence and domestic warfare, or at least not framing it the same way. Thought a lot about Southerners on New Grounds, song, framework of spirits, land, labor, and bodies being both sites of violence and colonialism as well as sites of beautiful places of resistance and healing. The prison industrial complex fits really well into that framework. This marked a real shift in my politics and signaled my movement into internal practices and away from campaigns, with an emphasis on slowing down the work. CG, how have queer, genderqueer, trans, and gender nonconforming PIC abolitionists organized internally to foreground gender liberationist and queer politics within the abolitionist movement? How might non-trans allies address cisgender supremacy within the abolitionist movement and help to center the politics of gender self-determination? Dr. These are two of several questions that are shaping and reshaping progressive to radical social movements generally, and abolition particularly. You've asked related questions here, one descriptive and one speculative, and both are reflective of present tense conditions in the prison regime that focus on gender as a site for the invention and deployment of state violence. One of the most remarkable developments in the abolitionist struggle over the last decade or so has been the emergence of a radical queer analysis of state violence that pushes our understanding of how gender, and for that matter, sexuality, is not simply one discrete axis within intersecting logics of oppression and repression, but is actually a technology through which the state creates new forms of systemic bodily vulnerability and disintegration. So what do we make of the prison regime if it's constantly deforming and redefining its institutionalizations of gender over and against the actual gender identifications of its captives, officers, and administrators? In this sense, I think we've seen the emergence of a queer, genderqueer, trans, and gender nonconforming intellectual and organizational leadership in abolitionist collectives and other social movements, including and especially those collectives and movements that don't appear at first glance to be especially focused on gender and sexual oppression as their primary critical engagements. My sense of this development is that this community of activists is finally attuned to the ways in which their bodies and identities are acutely vulnerable to the comprehensive, oppressive violence of the state, from being subjected to abstract normative definitions of their allegedly deviant sexual and gender identities, a process that leads to both reactionary, state-condoned homophobic violence and self-harm, including suicide, to their increasingly evident vulnerability to gender-specific forms of racial and class criminalization, as is the case with the state's targeting of sex workers, black and brown gang-classified youth, and undocumented migrants. This sensibility can and does translate into a dense, complex, and politically explosive political positioning that can and must be engaged by non-queer and non-trans people. This is why I'm always a bit suspicious of and hesitant to embrace the allies rubric, because if we really take the queer, trans, gender nonconforming political position seriously, we have to understand that to undertake the work of gender self-determination and gender liberation, we don't simply stand alongside/behind our queer/trans peers, we inhabit a position with them in absolute political intimacy. Because they queer, genderqueer, trans, and gender nonconforming PIC abolitionists do the work and they bring their issues. If you don't do the work, then you don't get the say. I'm a working class person, and I believe that the product belongs to the people who do the work, not the people who wrote the theory. We, the George Jackson Brigade, were a very integrated group, especially for our time period. There were people in the underground at that time period who said that queers could not be revolutionary and would have to be dealt with after the revolution. We were just the opposite. We were lesbian, we were gay, we were bisexual. Transsexual was not necessarily an issue at that time, the way that it is now. That's who we were, and then we did the work. And we did a lot of work around prisons. One of the first bombings was the Department of Corrections in support of a prison struggle, in the maximum security prison in the state of Washington, Walla Walla. Later there was a long, 47-day lockdown or a strike by prisoners in Walla Walla, and it was the longest strike in state history, and actually it might be the longest strike in prison history that we know of, where the prisoners were demanding better treatment, an end to torture, better food, basic things. The mainstream press had never talked to a prisoner, they only talked to the people in charge. We did some research and found that the mainstream press was owned by the same private utility company who had workers on strike, some of the same people who were on the prison board who were on this board and that board, and there was a financial connection, and we wrote that in a communique and said all this shit is connected, and the demand in the communique was that a prisoner be interviewed. They non-trans allies have to do the work to understand that it's a civil rights issue. It's not about I want to get married so I can be accepted by mainstream society, it's about I would like to live my life, I would not like to be oppressed, suppressed, beat up, and spit on the street, whatever the fuck you as the oppressor feels like doing to us. Because everybody's not the same in this world, nor should they be. RG, the 2007 Transforming Justice Conference in San Francisco around gender self-determination was integral to PIC abolition. It was organized primarily by trans and gender nonconforming women who had been incarcerated or otherwise survived the PIC. Because it was organized with an understanding of how organizing against transphobia and a commitment to gender liberation and self-determination are key components in creating real safety, it really concretized a new set of possibilities within the abolitionist movement. As opposed to some of the organizing with other abolitionist spaces, this conference already began with an understanding that trans and gender nonconforming people's lives matter. That meant that the energy it so often takes trans people to convene in other abolitionist spaces where gender self-determination is held could be used for building relationships. The Transforming Justice Alliance continued to grow this work during Critical Resistance 10, CR10, through plenary speakers, workshops, and film. Last April, a contingent of Transforming Justice members met with the Disability Justice Collective here in NYC. We're expanding our understanding around sites of incarceration and policing, made a decision to gather again in 2012 in Atlanta and do it in a way that prioritizes relationships, resilience, and strategizing. During CR10, the Gender Liberation/Self-Determination Working Group, which was part of the CR10 Planning Committee, struggled with how to have gender self-determination and trans histories and communities held in that space, and it was a constant negotiation. However, we successfully engaged all of the planning process and ensured gender liberation throughout the entire weekend, from childcare to plenaries, as well as logistics like bathrooms access and pre-conference prioritizing outreach to trans and gender nonconforming communities. CG, in thinking about the legacy of trans activism against prisons and policing and the bio and necropolitical dimensions of incarceration, be they the regulation of gender expression and hormonal access, or the outing of HIV status and denial of care, what are ways in which the inside/outside struggle against the PIC has been shaped by trans and queer liberationist movements, especially by people of color. Dr. These movements have initiated a decisive altering of the ways in which we do and think political work against the PIC, aiming toward abolition. These critical interventions, in my experience, are spurred by major discursive, theoretical, analytical, and conceptual disruptions and transformations of formerly prevalent and heteronormative activist assumptions. For example, when we speak of medical neglect, medical abuse, or lack of access to care, we can no longer assume a normative, prototypical, male or female body as the object of racist and gender-oppressive state violence. Instead, we need to understand how it is often precisely when the prison medical and psychiatric apparatuses are working well that they are mobilizing some of their most fundamental violence against people's already fragile sense of bodily integrity and emotional well-being. In other words, what trans and queer liberation politics teaches us is that there is really no such thing as a good or humane imprisonment regime within our historical conditions. There are only differing capacities and political/juridical tolerances of a range of physiological destructiveness against people held captive. So by focusing on the peculiar and acute ways that trans and queer people are actually imprisoned, we get a far deeper insight into the institutional logics of the prison in its deadly totality. BB, well, you have to go back to Stonewall. Wasn't that about queer and trans people in a bar in the Village, in New York? And then you have Kawesi Balagoon, a Black Liberation Army member. It took people a long time to be able to say that, and now they can say that he was a black gay man and that he was a revolutionary. Of course he did his part in that part of the struggle and in his community and remained who he was, true to himself. And I think that the formation of TIP in San Francisco, Trans in Prison, and those kinds of organizations that are specific, that work within the context of the broader prison industrial complex, are essential. RG, I think this question requires deep reflection on the real importance of trans history within anti-authoritarian and abolitionist spaces and how these trans legacies are passed on to people or not and held or not within the larger left/activist world. Too often, in abolitionist movements, we imagine that trans lives have just started to exist, that there is no legacy of trans people engaging abolition. We often do not know or retell how trans people organized around state violence in the PIC, like the street transvestite action revolutionaries organizing against police violence alongside the Black Panthers and the Young Lords. We forget that, until recently, organizing led by trans people was in resistance to violence from the police. We fail to remember that in the year following Stonewall, the first gay march in New York City ended on purpose at the Women's House of Detention, which held Panther 21 members Joan Bird and Afeni Shakur. We hardly like to share that trans activists like Sylvia Rivera and whole communities of trans women were kicked out of burgeoning gay and lesbian movements, feminist movements, and anti-authoritarian movements in order to consolidate power, make the movement more attractive to institutional power, and win minor concessions from the state. Least of all, we do not talk about how this violent exiling of trans women from radical spaces continues to happen to this day. If we ignore the way this legacy and history of trans and gender nonconforming people being pushed out of and marginalized within abolitionist movements shapes current trans and gender nonconforming struggles, then we're only getting part of the story and are perpetuating historical exile and isolation. We are perpetuating violence. That said, I don't believe it is enough to nostalgically and uncritically call upon the leadership of trans people during the Stonewall Rebellion or the Compton's Cafeteria Riot, each time we talk about trans people resisting the PIC. When recalling and trans leadership in the anti-state violence movement, we often don't have enough understanding of the social history to name not only the amazing accomplishments but equally important the moments in which more growth and development was needed, what compromises should not have been made, what ethics could have been better foregrounded. This tendency makes our history less dimensional and more flattened, and ultimately diminishes our ability to make connections and see political patterns. Right now I am grieving the exile of our political lineage and lives from abolitionist spaces. I am longing for my history and struggling to piece it together. As a Black trans woman who is queer and an abolitionist, I want to know more about how trans people have supported or rejected abolitionism and gender self-determination within a range of political movements. More than any compiling of organizations or individual activist names within a general abolitionist history, I want a fuller scope of our social history that extends beyond when we were simply only oppressed or acted incredibly exceptional. I really believe in order for this to happen we have to challenge the hierarchy of intelligible abolitionist history that keeps our stories as trans and gender nonconforming people from ever surfacing in the first place. Rather than simply reclaiming our lineage, let's start to change the context. Trans people and trans resistance against the PIC have existed for a very long time, and our movements deserve a more complex understanding of the way we have shaped these movements. Reproductive justice work particularly done by and on behalf of incarcerated trans and gender nonconforming people and supported by trans people on the outside is an exciting piece of work I want to hold. Gabriel Arkels, formerly a staff attorney at the Sylvia Rivera Law Project, gave a brilliant talk at Critical Resistance 10 on reproductive justice and trans people and providing a real framework to challenge the eugenicist underpinnings of the PIC. Gabriel reminded the abolitionist audience that trans people's access to different treatments or interventions like hormones and surgery are real and legitimate medical needs, most of which do not permanently end our ability to physically reproduce, and not getting them can damage trans people's health and ability to function in the world. Gabriel then goes on to name 6 ways that prisons act as forces of reproductive injustice and carry out eugenicist practices. These include isolation from partners, simply locking up huge numbers of trans people during the years when they could be having children; isolation from families, keeping trans people away from raising their children when they are incarcerated and have their convictions used against them in custody and visitation cases; abuse, neglect, and termination of parental rights cases, and in adoption proceedings, conditioning safety on trans people giving up their ability to have children. The only way that trans people are put into facilities that match their gender is by having a type of surgery that may or may not be right for them, that is nearly impossible to get, and results in sterilization, denying medical care. Denials are not only profoundly damaging the physical and mental health of trans people in prisons and robbing them of the ability to make intimate decisions about their own bodies and to self-determine their own gender. But they can also lead to loss of reproductive capacity in another way, keeping incarcerated people from having children together, explicitly a part of the agenda of prison officials to make sure that trans women and non-trans women in prisons, who are mostly women of color and disproportionately disabled, cannot have children together, and to make sure that trans men and non-trans men in prisons, who are mostly men of color and disproportionately disabled, cannot have children together. The final way that the prison industrial complex interferes with the ability of trans people to have children and limits the population of trans people is by literally killing trans people. Trans and queer liberationist movements expand and transform the conversation around incarceration and reproductive justice and deeply impact the struggle against the PIC. Trans and queer liberationist movements continue to push reproductive justice spaces to remember that there are women who are incarcerated in men's prisons and that reproductive justice conversations need to expand to center trans women and gender nonconforming people. CG. What are ways in which the abolitionist movement needs to change and adapt in order to address current realities facing incarcerated and ICE-detained trans and gender nonconforming people, especially women and people of color? Dr. To begin, I would largely defer on this question to people who are much more deeply enmeshed in the political and intellectual work around the specificity of these conditions of imprisonment. I think I still have a lot to learn from the experiences and analyses being generated by people who are closely and rigorously engaging this form of state violence, and perhaps this is the best way to respond to the question you've posed. I don't know that the thing we're naming as the abolitionist movement has calcified to the point that it has developed a truly parochial, common set of political paradigms and protocols, at least, not in its current rendition as a late 20th and early 21st century radicalism. One could say there were at least two predominant, contradictory understandings of abolition during the middle to late part of the 19th century, as it was taken up by white abolitionists and enslaved and non-enslaved black abolitionists. I'm not saying that there aren't some persistent assumptions guiding this emerging movement that reproduce oppressive racial, gender, sexual, and class logics. Rather, what I'm getting at is that the field of abolitionist politics and discourses is contingent, fragile, and flexible enough at this moment that it may not be a question of whether it needs to change and adapt to accommodate the material and historical truths of imprisoned/detained trans and gender nonconforming people. Instead, the issue may be one of whether and how multiple abolitionisms can articulate with each other in a way that poses a legitimate threat to transform the current condition. What we'd be talking about is a conception of political struggle that visualizes the abolition/transformation of various, specific, perhaps non-comparable forms of imprisonment that are sometimes lumped together within the same institutional designation, prison. It may be the case that we can't and shouldn't attempt to compare, or conflate, the sometimes drastically different forms of policing and imprisonment targeting different bodies and populations, and instead engage them as relatively specific, but structurally connected forms of state violence. This, I think, might give the work of abolition a rich set of political tools as well as organizing strategies. With all respect to my colleagues who've spent much time and energy constructing them, I don't think there can be such a thing as a singular or definitive abolitionist mission statement. We need many of them, and each needs to rigorously understand what its mission is attempting to engage. BB. One thing that I think the prison movement doesn't have is a lot of information about this group. People need to make the information available. Once people know the facts, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. That's what I think could happen with this in this age of computers, is that websites that are about prison abolition should be linked, or somebody needs to be coming up with numbers and concepts and stories like what is happening. I don't see that stuff too much on the web. At Prison Activist Resource Center, PARC, where I do my prison abolitionist work, we have a resource directory and we have a pretty large LGBT section that goes into prisoners. About somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 of those a year go into prisoners, and based on the replies that we get back, prisoners tell us on average they share this with 15 other prisoners. We're trying to solicit their stories, and we're trying to create a blog page where we can excerpt stories from prisoners' letters and put that up, so people out here in the free world can understand, because they cannot understand, because they don't know. If you want to support prisoners, you don't take over the movement, you encourage prisoners to create their own movement and you support that movement. You can't run that from out here, but you have to make a way available to them for them to have a voice, and you can do support work on a daily basis just like you do all your other support work. You live your politics by supporting your work and making a way for others to support their own. RG, a lot of the information in this answer can be found in the Welfare Warriors Research Collaborative publication A Fabulous Attitude, which I co-authored. Last spring, NYC-based members of Transforming Justice, including the Audre Lorde Project, Queers for Economic Justice, and the Sylvia Rivera Law Project met with two members of the Disability Justice Collective, Mia Mingus and Sebastian Margaret, to talk about the overlapping ways that ableism, poverty, transphobia, and racism construct the prison industrial complex. We talked a lot about expanding our understanding of places of incarceration to include psych hospitals, group homes, and homeless shelters, but also we talked about how we can intentionally do abolitionist work in a way that centers the disabled people within transforming justice in our communities. The conversation really depended on our commitment to disability justice as an abolitionist process, not just a principle that we hold. According to the U.S. Census, 54.4 million people in the U.S. live with disabilities, and a recent study by the Center for Economic and Poverty Research found that half of adults who experience poverty are disabled. This is something that the Welfare Warriors Research Collaborative found when asking our community members about their experiences with poverty and disability. We also found that a substantial number of low-income queer and trans people dealt with police violence because of the NYPD's ableist racism and homophobia/transphobia. We weren't surprised when we learned that the percentage of people who named they dealt with police violence because of policing of disability was the same as the percentage of people who said they dealt with police violence because of policing of sex work. Of course, we also understood that it wasn't just disability or sex work that the police were regulating, but also that the folks who were disabled or sex workers were most often low-income, homeless, and people of color who were queer and trans. The experiences of shame and isolation when navigating police violence are central issues for trans and gender nonconforming people, especially people who are people of color, immigrants, low-income, and disabled. When we asked people how they navigate, 71% of people said they rely only on themselves when dealing with immigration issues, nearly half said they rely only on themselves when dealing with legal issues. If we want to create an abolitionist movement that faces the realities of people navigating the prison industrial complex, then we must create strategies to generate safety and connection. So many low-income trans and gender nonconforming people in New York City are not leaving their homes or their shelters as a proactive way of navigating transphobia and other forms of violence. If we're trying to build a grassroots movement that encompasses all of us, we need to make sure shame and isolation are challenged and incorporated into our organizing. Of course, we are also not victims, we are fighting back and navigating state violence all the time, and trans people are doing incredible work around the shame and isolation that the prison industrial complex creates. When the Welfare Warriors Research Collaborative asked our community, low-income queer and trans people, how we healed from discrimination and violence, 114 community members answered, we tell others what happened, 54%, we write in journals, 40%, we have fun, 35%, we exercise, 30%, we meditate, 31%, we make art, 25%, and we pray, 58%. CG, how might the abolitionist movement speak to the demands and needs of categories of labor excluded from mainstream union politics such as sex work and incarcerated work? How do these labor politics fit into configurations of class struggle by low-income LGBTQ communities of color fighting campaigns for economic justice in both the neoliberal city and rural areas? Dr. This is crucial and difficult work because it has to address an intense confluence of unions' internal political hegemonies, late neoliberal capital's repression and disposal of entire categories of workers, and the particular forms of criminalization reserved for laborers who are already presumed to be destined for some form of early death or imprisonment. Here I'm thinking of prison labor, undocumented workers, sex workers, and young, urban and rural, black and brown people whose only Access to a real income is through the underground economy. So, there has to be an alternative to mainstream union politics, since the structural conditions confronting these kinds of workers are quite literally not legible to a conventional union membership or agenda. In other words, when you're focusing on workers who are not only fighting for basic economic survival, what we often call economic justice, but are simultaneously engaging the systemic violence of criminalization and policing, as well as the spectrum of institutionalized violence formed around the disciplining and enforcement of normative genders and sexualities, you are transcending and really obliterating the parameters of a union politics. So I have no programmatic thoughts for how abolitionist struggles might adequately address this state of crisis, but I do think that an immediate step would be to develop a more multi-layered, dynamic, and complex understanding of what criminalization is, how it works, when and where it's mobilized, why its technologies change and don't change, and so forth. To adequately comprehend the sites of struggle your question lays out is to build an understanding of how the technologies of criminalization not only lead to people being policed and locked up, but also lead to the most hyper-vulnerable workers being excluded or marginalized from entire categories of political advocacy. Criminalization is a violence of the social imagination that constantly creates the prison and policing regime, and works to eliminate certain people from the realm of legitimate politics. Abolitionism is uniquely positioned to illuminate and expound on this. You have to do the work, you have to put the information out there, you have to form a group that builds respect in the movement by being there, and then you have to demand a voice. We're queers, we know, we have to take a space for ourselves, that's the only way we'll ever get any space. And we can't just go fuck that and walk away. It's a process, we have work to do to earn it, we have to do it based on our politics. The thing you learn in prison is everybody's a number, anybody can say anything, but not everybody can do anything, anybody can talk the talk but not everybody walks the walk, and if we want people to pay attention to us and take us seriously, we have to walk the walk. We have to do work and then we have a right to demand, and we should be strong in those demands. And we all know that organized queers have never been known to be the quiet ones. When the Welfare Warrior Research Collaborative, a research and activist group made up of low-income queer and trans people, mostly of color, interviewed our community about interactions with the police, the people who identified as trans and the people who identified as currently homeless had the highest rate of interactions with the police. Of 7 people who identified as sex workers, 5 of people had been strip-searched more than once. 9 people reported policing targeting based on gender expression, 5 of these 9 people said they had been strip-searched more than once. 30 people reported that police stereotype and target them based on sexual identity, and of these 30 people, 14 said they have been strip-searched at least once. As Angela Davis explains, the abolitionist movement and radical feminist movements must understand strip searches performed by police and prison guards as a form of sexual violence. If uniforms are replaced with civilian clothes the guards and the prisoners, then the act of strip searching would look exactly like the sexual violence that is experienced by the prisoner who is ordered to remove her clothing, stoop, and spread her buttocks. Some imagine that if you stretch the politics of large unions to include everyone, all workers, then that will garner the greatest amount of protection for people. Some might imagine that this would protect queer and trans folks who consistently navigate this kind of sexual violence from the police. Personally, I have great doubt that mainstream union politics will ever expand enough to encompass the priorities of low-income trans people within informal and underground economies, as well as the quite formalized system of incarcerated labor. Abolition is relevant for people excluded from unions and union politics because people and communities are already taking care of and protecting themselves. For people who are doing work that is criminalized, an abolitionist politic supports relevant questions such as how do we protect ourselves, each other, and practice justice without getting the state involved? C.g., what kinds of political alternatives does the abolitionist movement offer in the face of current prevailing post-racial and neoliberal ideology? Dr. I can speak in a very incomplete way to what abolitionism can offer in terms of a radical racial, anti-racist politics. In my interpretation of it, the logic of an abolitionist position is that it is a direct and radical historical confrontation with the living legacies of anti-black racial slavery, racial colonialism, white supremacist nation-building, as they've differently converged in a nation-building project. So one of the most compelling political alternatives abolition can offer is a pedagogical commitment to learning and teaching how these systems are central to our everyday, historical present. The fraudulence of a post-racial, or even post-racist, society is not hard to show. You can just go to the US government's own socio-economic and criminal justice data to demystify the bullshit, but what's far more difficult is building a racial/anti-racist politics that is about liberation rather than reform and the abolition of genocide rather than genocide management. BB, we are not post-racial, we have racism that occurs every fucking day. I think they should not be fooled by the hype. Who owns the media? It's not people of color. I would say the media takes this and that and says this movement Obama's election means we're past race. This in itself is a new chapter of racism. It's a way of saying, we don't have to worry about that anymore, even though we know that racism occurs every day in our lives and all around us. Don't be fooled by the bullshit. They'll the big money that owns media take any opportunity. They pay people millions of dollars to figure out how to talk to us and convince us that things are different than how they are. If racism had ended, there wouldn't be more than 2 million, gazillion, however many people in prison. 60 to 70% of them are people of color. Who gets jobs? Who has the highest unemployment rates? All the numbers are there. We are not past racism. It took us 500 and however many years to get us where we are. It's not gonna change in a day or in one election. We made a step maybe, which they'll try and take away from us as soon as they can. But I mean, what the fuck is the Tea Party about? It's not about tea, it ain't about trans, either. RG, we are neither post-racial nor post-racism. I think that abolitionist movements center and respond to the incredible amount of racist state violence and warfare that people every day have to navigate, and make clear links between the prison industrial complex and chattel slavery, colonialism, white supremacy, and anti-black racism. But it is unclear how an abolition movement operates as a political alternative beyond holding up the lie of post-racial ideology and promoting a politic, like Dylan said, that is about liberation rather than reform, and the abolition of genocide rather than genocide management. Tools/resources. Critical Resistance's Introduction to the Prison Industrial Complex. Picturing the PIC exercise. What you need. For Part 1, flip chart/big paper. For Part 2, concentric circles drawn on big paper minus the list of PIC element terms, sticky notes, blank sticky notes, copies of CRLA concentric circles handout, see below for more. What you do. This section of the workshop has two parts, 1, a PIC brainstorm, and 2, the PIC concentric circles. Part 1, PIC shout out. Set up, have a piece of big paper up, and some markers. Shout out any and all parts of the prison industrial complex that you can think of. How it works. 1. As you shout out parts of the PIC, write them up on the big paper. Be specific, and don't use language that empowers the PIC, i.e. don't use crime, use harm instead, don't use criminal/inmate, use people in prison instead. For CR's thoughts on language, go to their website. 2. After about 10 minutes, end the brainstorm and take a look at the board. What connections do you see? Make sure there is a good range of parts of the PIC up. It should cover policing, imprisonment, and surveillance, for example. It should have structures, white supremacy, patriarchy, and institutions, courts, corporate media, and interests, investment banks, politicians. Part 2, concentric circles. It can also be helpful to look at all these parts of the PIC in a more systematic way. To do that, CR's LA chapter developed the following concentric circle exercise. Set up, prepare beforehand and draw the concentric circles on big paper without the lists of PIC element terms, but with the sentence fragments. Create sticky notes that have those terms listed, 1 term per sticky note. How it works. 1. The concentric circles are a model used to assist in defining the PIC by filling in the blanks of a fragmented defining sentence. 2. Read through the fragments of the sentence aloud. The PIC is a set of interests, empowered by these forces. 3. Participants should come up to the circles, one at a time, pick an element of the PIC sticky note, place it where it belongs in the circle, and explain to the group why that is so. Start with the inner circle first and work your way out, placing 2-3 sticky notes in each circle. 4. After each sticky note is placed and explained, comment on the choice of item, find out what questions there are, and see if anyone else has something brief to add. 5. After the outermost circle is filled in, each participant should either write a new element of the PIC on a blank sticky note and place it, and / or move a sticky note from one concentric circle to another, explaining how it fits in both, or more, circles. 6. Distribute the filled-in CRLA concentric circle handout. Political points. Some points you might want to think about. Both the brainstorm and the circles show the same thing in different ways. The brainstorm might be a better way to see how much is part of the PIC, or to search for new connections between elements of the PIC. The circles help us highlight how elements of the PIC do particular kinds of work to keep the PIC moving and growing. The circles show really well that the PIC is not broken in many ways, the interests at the center are more powerful than ever, and the results at the end are being produced more abundantly than ever. Where are PIC reformers and abolitionists? When picturing the PIC, it might be useful to point out our place, in it. Of the 3 words in the phrase PIC, complex might be the most important. These models show that the PIC is broad, deep, and intertwined within itself. The PIC encompasses our entire society. Is there anything that can't be related to punishment, imprisonment, policing, or surveillance? Critical Resistance's Introduction to PIC Abolition. Questions for abolitionist work, 7 easy steps. What materials you need. Handout, 7 easy steps. What you do. This section has one part, going through the 7 easy steps document and discussing how you can use it to evaluate your work and plan new projects, and to use this section as an opportunity to think about how specific parts of your current work tie into one or more of these steps. Set up, pass around the 7 easy steps handout. How it works. This is basically a talking piece, which means it's really important to check for understanding and draw out questions from the participants. There are a number of points to hit. 7 Easy Steps comes from Critical Resistance's Abolitionist Toolkit, and was designed to be a way for people to think through how a wide variety of projects can fit into an abolitionist practice and vision. The first part of the handout has the steps broken down really basically, and the second has the same steps but with a little more detail added. Read through each step and then take a minute to talk through what it means, offer an example from your work or that of other work happening, and ask for questions. Use the following main political points to shape your reading and thinking about the handout. Step 1. Life and Scope. It's really important to emphasize that we don't think abolition includes anything that makes the PIC reach further into our lives, or hang on to power longer. Campaigns to make prison more livable are an example here. A campaign that supports the building of newer cells to deal with crowding is not abolitionist, while campaigns to release the people who will fill those cells, or a campaign to decriminalize activities are. See Step 4 to ensure you are not pitting said group of activities against another. Use the third exercise to think of other examples. Step 2. Where are you working? It's important to emphasize here that we try to build leadership development work into our project and campaigns, not make it something separate. It's also good to mention here that we try to go after big, central parts of the PIC, not low-hanging fruit. Step 3. Coalitions. You can't win this fight on your own. Build stronger relationships with your allies and start new relationships, in every phase of your work. Step 4. No to NIMBY. NIMBY means not in my backyard. It's really easy to look out for NIMBYism in terms of prison and jail construction, making sure you aren't saying don't build a jail here, build it there. But NIMBY also applies to the rest of the PIC. Abolition can't win if we pit groups of prisoners, women versus men, or nonviolent versus violent, against each other. We can make specific claims to eliminate specific parts of the PIC without implying that other parts are okay to let stand. Step 5. Healthy solutions. We have to create an active, dynamic balance between tearing down the things we don't want, and building up the things we do. Step 6. Whose words are you using? We all need to help each other learn new ways of talking about the world, whether it's saying people in prison instead of criminals, or inmates, or working openly to combat white supremacy, sexism, or gender violence in how we talk to each other. Building a new language takes time, but is essential to building the new world we want to live in, and it can bring to light and work to counteract the manipulative ways in which the PIC defines itself and/or co-opts the words we use. Step 7. Short to long term. Everything critical resistance does today is a short-term step to abolish the PIC, but it is also all connected to a long-term vision and strategy. It's really important that you practice laying out what those connections are, and explaining them so that people who participate in one event or project can see the connection between that and a long-term struggle for abolition. Political points. Analytical work is work. We need to constantly be evaluating if our work is getting us closer to our goal, or if we've been thrown off track. It's especially important for people new to organizing to ask questions about how the work they are doing fits into an abolitionist practice, and not assume that because an element of the PIC is being challenged that it is abolitionist work. Lots of different work can be abolitionist. There's a huge variety of work that can help abolish the PIC. The point of the tools is not to limit or restrict the type of work we take on, but to guide you in thinking really seriously and creatively about what you can do. Addressing the prison industrial complex, case studies. The following is a list of campaigns, policies, and changes both past and present that address the prison industrial complex. Review a few, discuss the results and ask the following questions. In what ways has this change hurt our communities and/or made the prison industrial complex stronger? In what ways has this change supported our communities and/or made the prison industrial complex weaker? Is it possible to have achieved the stated goal without hurting our communities? If so, what does this mean about the strategy of abolition? Any lessons learned from efforts to fix versus efforts to weaken/eliminate the prison industrial complex? Goal: end domestic violence. Strategy: create more/harsher sentences for people who abuse others. Result: has domestic violence decreased and/or ended? Goal: end returns to imprisonment, recidivism, by people with substance dependencies. Strategy: legislation that forces treatment instead of imprisonment. Result: has recidivism decreased and/or ended? Goal: end violence against LGBTQ, queer, communities. Strategy: hate crime legislation that gives harsher sentences for people who have caused harm against those communities. Result: has this violence decreased and/or ended? Goal: end returns to prison, recidivism, due to the poverty of joblessness. Strategy: ban the box campaigns that eliminate the question on city and county job applications that asks if the applicant has been convicted of a felony. Result: are/will more former prisoners be able to apply and get jobs? Goal: provide safe space for transgender people in prison. Strategy: send all transgender prisoners to a transgender-only prison. Result: did this happen/is this happening and are transgender people in prison safer now? Goal: decrease individual to individual, interpersonal, violence. Strategy: increase public police presence. Result: has violence in our neighborhoods, families, communities decreased? Goal: bring people in women's prisons home to be with their families. Strategy: create more, smaller prisons located in more places. Result: will this bring people in women's prisons home? Goal: end violence against youth in prison in Louisiana. Strategy: shut down the Tallulah Youth Prison. Result: the prison was closed. Did violence in this prison stop? Goal: decrease the number of people in prison. Strategy: compassionate release which allows for the release of terminally ill prisoners. Result: does this decrease the number of people in prison? Goal: end abuses by prison officials who determine at will sentence length. Strategy: introduce mandatory sentencing minimums for specific charges. Result: are people in prison facing shorter sentences? Are individuals able to get shorter sentences based on individual circumstance surrounding charges with mandatory minimums? Goal: support people in prison who have survived violence, including sexual violence, harassment, and other abuses. Strategy: use administrative segregation as protective custody. Result: are survivors of violence safer, cared for and/or supported, and is trauma addressed in protective custody? Goal: end imprisonment violence against youth in prison in California. Strategy: build multiple, smaller facilities throughout the state. Result: will there be less imprisonment of youth, and will there be less violence generally against youth who are locked up? Goal: end abuses against marginalized people, people of color, trans people, queer people, by police and prison staff. Strategy: mandatory sensitivity trainings, already done for most of California's police force. Result: will harassment, abuse, and violence against these communities by staff and police decrease? Goal: end medical neglect and crowding in prisons. Strategy: build more prisons. Result: has this ended medical neglect and crowding? Can you think of more? How about ending the death penalty and replacing it with life in prison, or decreasing recidivism, see above, by decreasing parole and probation time, or decreasing violence by creating curfews, or fighting police violence by convicting individual police officers? Resource list: All of Us or None. 1540 Market Street Suite 490. San Francisco, California 94102. 415-255-7036 EXT 308, 315, 311, 312. info@allofusernone.org. www.allofusernone.org. ACT UP Philadelphia. P.O. Box 22439, Land Title Station. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania 19110-2439. actup@critpath.org. www.actupphilly.org. Audre Lorde Project. 85 South Oxford St. Brooklyn, New York 11217. 718-596-0342. www.alp.org. Bent Bars Project. P.O. Box 66754. London, WC1A9BF. United Kingdom. bent.bars.project@gmail.com. Black and Pink. C/O Community Church of Boston. 545 Boylston St. Boston, Massachusetts 02116. www.blackandpink.org. Breakout. 1600 Oretha C. Haley Boulevard. New Orleans, Louisiana 70113. www.jpla.org. Critical Resistance. For more info, write to J. Donahue 1904, Franklin St. Suite 504. Oakland, California 94612. 510-444-0484. www.criticalresistance.org. Fierce. 437 West 16th St. Lower Level. New York, New York 10001. 646-336-6789. www.fierceenique.org. Generation 5 P.O. Box 1715 Oakland, California 946-04510-251-8552. www.generation5.org. Gay Shame. San Francisco, CA. gayshamysf@yahoo.com. www.gayshamysf.org. Hearts on a Wire. For folks incarcerated in P.O. Box 36831, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania 19107. heartsonawire@gmail.com. Insight. Women of Color. Against Violence. P.O. Box 226. Redmond, Washington 98073. 484-932-3166. www.incite-national.org. Justice Now. 1322 Webster Street, Suite 210. Oakland, California 94612510839-7654. www.jnow.org. Lagai Queer Insurrection. lagai_chi@yahoo.com. www.lagai.org. Prison Activist Resource Center. P.O. Box 70447, Oakland, California 94612. 510-893-4648. www.prisonactivist.org. Prisoner Correspondence Project. Kbirg Concordia C/O Concordia University. 1455 de Maisonneuve. Montreal, QCH3G1M8. Canada. www.prisonercorrespondenceproject.com. Prisoners' Justice Action Committee. Toronto, Ontario, Canada. PJAC_committee@yahoo.com. www.pjac.org. Sylvia Rivera Law Project. 322 8th Avenue 3rd floor. New York, New York 10001. 212-337-8550. www.srlp.org. Transmission Prison Project. P.O. 1874. Asheville, North Carolina 28802. Transmission Prison Project@gmail.com. Transgender, Gender Variant, and Intersex Justice Project. 342 9th St. Suite 202B. San Francisco, California 94103. 415-252-1444. www.tgijp.org. Right to Win Collective. 2040 North Milwaukee Avenue, Chicago, Illinois 60647. Right to Win Collective@gmail.com. www.righttowin.wordpress.com. Contributors. Raylo A.T.M. Pugh. The Mysterious Maiden from Suburban California. Yes, Raylo A.T.M. Pugh, a living testament to the activist ideal. Yes, Raylo A.T.M. Pugh, the seductive fragrance wafting through milieux of unbridled danger and intrigue. Yes, whether it be outing gay Castro realtors as AIDS profiteers with ACT UP and gay shame, or trying to free the New Jersey 4, or preventing the non-profit management company in her SRO from killing her neighbors, Raylo A is there. Who is she? What is she? If adventure has a name, Raylo A.T.M. Pugh. Yes. Bo, R.D. Brown, is a 63-year-old white working-class butch dyke feminist who prefers female pronouns. She is an anti-authoritarian, anti-imperialist, ex-political prisoner who did 8 years in federal prisons during the 1980s for several bank robberies claimed by the George Jackson Brigade in Seattle, Washington. She has been a prison abolitionist for more than 35 years. Bo is also a founding mother of Out of Control, lesbian committee to support women political prisoners. She is a proud member of All of Us or None. Bo is a board member as well as a worker at the Prison Activist Resource Center in Oakland, California. Bo works with many other prison abolition groups in the San Francisco Bay Area. You can reach her at bo@prisonactivist.org. Morgan Basichis lives in San Francisco and organizes for queer and trans liberation, transformative justice, and prison abolition with Community United Against Violence, CUAV, the Transgender, Gender Variant, and Intersex Justice Project, TGIJP, and the Transforming Justice Coalition. Morgan's writing has been featured in the Radical History Review and The Revolution Starts at Home. South End Press. Stephen Dillon is a PhD candidate in American Studies at the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities. His academic work focuses race, gender, terror, and the formation of the neoliberal carceral state in the 1970s United States. Jaden Donahue is a member of the Oakland, California, chapter of Critical Resistance and believes that abolishing the prison industrial complex is central to building strong, self-determined communities. He has also volunteered with the Prison Activist Resource Center and the Transgender in Prison Committee. If you don't find him organizing, he's probably out training for his next marathon. He currently lives in Oakland with his partner and a variety of animals. Lori B. Gershik is an activist and a sociologist. She has worked extensively in the area of LGBT domestic and sexual violence, and with people in prison. She is the author of Woman-to-Woman Sexual Violence, Does She Call It Rape? Soledad Women, Wives of Prisoners Speak Out. And No Safe Haven, Stories of Women in Prison. After writing the book Transgender Voices, Beyond Women and Men, she sought to combine her experiences by speaking with masculine-identified people in women's prisons. She teaches sociology at Chandler Gilbert Community College in Chandler, Arizona. Lori can be reached at lgirshik@cox.net. Che Gossett is an activist who has been involved in prison abolitionist political formations and LGBTQ struggles for self-determination. Che is part of the Hearts on a Wire collective in Philadelphia and is working on a book project on Black radicalism, queer and trans resistance, and the politics of history, loss, and liberation. Raina Gossett lives in Brooklyn and works at the Sylvia Rivera Law Project supporting SRL peace membership and community organizing work. She believes that creativity and imagination are crucial for growing strong communities and practicing self-determination. Right now she's asking herself and others a lot of questions about shame and isolation, and, relatedly, loves making collages, watching reruns of Battlestar Galactica, and reading anything illustrated by Diane and Leo Dillon. Nadia Guidotto Ma, LLM, is a doctoral candidate in political science at York University in Toronto, working primarily in the area of gender identity and sexual orientation. Her current research analyzes intersex and how authoritative discourses like medicine and law support each another in maintaining a hierarchy of bodies. She is also interested in exposing how silence, violence, and exclusion can result from this process. Vanessa Huang is a poet, writer, and community organizer whose practice draws on a history of collaboration with the anti-prison, gender liberation, anti-violence, immigrant rights, reproductive justice, and disability justice movements. Vanessa is a member of Generation 5's leadership team and Sins Invalids Advisory Board, has staffed Justice Now as campaign and communications director and transgender, gender variant, and intersex justice project as interim grassroots fundraising coordinator, and was a founding member of Transforming Justice. Chris is a honey black gender nonconforming lesbian. Christopher loves music, poems, intellectual conversations, museums, and traveling around the world. Chris has worked for convalescent hospitals and with youth as a youth. Chris loves to cook and looking to also fulfill that dream. Dreams can come every day, but which ones stay? People are invited to write to Christopher Crystal at Chris Shelley, W89861, VSPW, C131L, P.O. Box 92, Chowchilla, California 93610-0092. S. Lomble has been involved in social justice, anti-poverty and prisoner solidarity work in Ontario, Canada, and London, England. Lomble currently teaches at Birkbeck Law School, University of London, and is a founding member of the Bent Bars Project, a collective which coordinates a letter-writing program for queer, trans and gender nonconforming prisoners in Britain. Alexander L. Lee is the founder and former director of the Transgender, Gender Variant, an intersex justice project, which works to challenge and end human and civil rights abuses against transgender and gender-variant people and people with intersex conditions in California prisons and beyond. He is currently a public interest career counselor at his alma mater, UC Berkeley School of Law, helping to guide the next generation of attorneys fighting for social justice. He lives in Oakland, California, with his partner. Miss Major is a Black, formerly incarcerated, male-to-female transgender elder. She has been an activist and advocate in her community for over 40 years, mentoring and empowering many of today's transgender leaders to stand tall, step into their own power, and defend their human rights, from coast to coast. Miss Major was at the Stonewall uprisings in '69 and became politicized in the aftermath of Attica, has worked at HIV/AIDS organizations throughout California, was an original member of the first all-transgender gospel choir, and is a father, mother, grandmother, and grandfather to her own children and to many in the transgender community. Currently, Miss Major is the executive director of the TGI Justice Project, where she instills hope and a belief in a better future to the girls that are currently incarcerated and those coming home. Tommy Avakali Mecca is a radical queer activist, writer, and performer whose work has appeared in almost 40 anthologies. He is editor of Smash the Church, Smash the State, The Early Years of Gay Liberation, and co-editor of Avanti Popolo, Italian-American Writers Sail Beyond Columbus, and Hey Peasant, Writings by Lesbians and Gay Men of Italian Descent. His website is www.avikalimecca.com. Erica R. Miners teaches, writes, and organizes in Chicago. She has written about her ongoing labor and learning in anti-militarization campaigns, educational justice struggles, prison abolition and reform movements, and queer and immigrant rights organizing in Flaunt It! Queers Organizing for Public Education and Justice. 2009. Right to be Hostile, Schools, Prisons, and the Making of Public Enemies. 2007, and articles in Radical Teacher, Meridians, Academe, and Social Justice, a Journal of Crime, Conflict, and World Order. Her day job is teaching at an open-access public university, Northeastern Illinois University, where she is a member of UPI/Local 4100, and she also teaches at a free high school program for formerly incarcerated men and women, and at a number of other popular education sites in Chicago. A 2010 Lillian J. Robinson Scholar at the Simone de Beauvoir Institute, a beekeeper, errant fruit canner, haphazard nun fan, and non-us citizen, she enjoys long-distance running and most kinds of engagement. She can be contacted at e-minors@neiu.edu. Yasmin Nair is a Chicago-based writer, activist, academic, and commentator. Her work has appeared in publications like Windy City Times, Discourse, GLQ, Make/Shift, Time Out Chicago, Bitch Magazine, and Maximum Rock and Roll. She is part of the Collective Against Equality, againstequality.org, and a member of the Chicago grassroots organization Gender Just, Justice United for Societal Transformation, www.genderjust.org. Nair is currently working on a book about affect and neoliberalism. Her work can be found at www.yasminnair.net. Blake Nemuk has paid the rent as a healthcare worker throughout his adult life, while actively providing/trading harm reduction-based medicines for activists and family. Calling for the decriminalization of prostitution, he's worked with national/international groups, most recently being Hook and Koswas. A dilettante artist, he is most known for his short stories and is currently pursuing an MFA at the University of El Paso, Texas, where he can be reached at blakej.nemec@yahoo.com. Michelle C. Potts lives in Oakland, CA, and works at the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic in San Francisco. Michelle recently graduated from UC Santa Cruz with a degree in feminist studies and is currently a PhD student in rhetoric at UC Berkeley. Her work is interested in effective labor, anxiety, and race. She can be reached at michellepotts9@gmail.com. Dylan Rodriguez is professor and chair of the Department of Ethnic Studies at UC Riverside, where he began his teaching career in 2001. He is the author of 2 books. Forced Passages, Imprisoned Radical Intellectuals and the U.S. Prison Regime. Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 2006, and Suspended Apocalypse, White Supremacy, Genocide, and the Filipino Condition. Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 2009. His essays have appeared in such scholarly journals as Radical History Review, Social Identities, Journal for the Study of Race, Nation, and Culture, Critical Sociology, The Review of Education, Pedagogy, and Cultural Studies, Social Justice, A Journal of Crime, Conflict, and World Order, and Scholar and Feminist Online. Lori A. Safin received her Ph.D. in American Studies from Washington State University and currently teaches in and chairs the Sociology Department at Bellevue College. She has a passion for teaching and a general love of empowering students to act toward social change. Lori is actively involved in a variety of social justice initiatives, though is particularly invested in building coalitions within the queer community across race/ethnicity, class, gender, and nationality. She lives with her wife in Seattle. Dean Spade is an assistant professor at the Seattle University School of Law. In 2002 he founded the Sylvia Rivera Law Project, a collective that provides free legal help to trans, intersex and gender non-conforming people who are low-income and/or people of color and works to build racial and economic justice-centered trans resistance. He is the author of Normal Life, Administrative Violence, Critical Trans Politics and the Limits of Law. South End Press, 2011. Julia Sudbury aka Julia C. Opera is an activist scholar and professor of Ethnic Studies Department at Mills College. She is editor of Global Lockdown, Race, Gender, and the Prison Industrial Complex. Routledge 2005, co-editor of Outsiders Within, Writing on Transracial Adoption. South End 2006, and Activist Scholarship, Antiracism, Feminism, and Social Change. Paradigm Publishers 2008, and author of Other Kinds of Dreams, Black Women's Organizations and the Politics of Transformation. Routledge 1998. Julia has been involved in the racial and gender justice and anti-prison movements in the US, UK, and Canada for 2 decades and has worked with numerous social justice organizations including Critical Resistance, Insight, Women of Color Against Violence, and the Prisoner Justice Action Committee, Toronto. Julia is involved in spiritual, meditation and healing communities in Oakland, CA, and is committed to radical womanist mothering of her daughter Anyakeke. Clifton Goring/Candy Rain Sweet is a transgender black woman who loves writing poetry and many types of music, singing and rapping, reading vampire and serial killer fiction. Candy is best known for her voice and has 6 talent show titles and counting. Candy is smart, considerate, affable, and is a joker yet loving and caring person at heart. She is simply 44 cents away from you, so forever stamp her, will you, Jay? People are invited to write to Candy at Clifton Goring 02822252, Sullivan Correctional Facility, P.O. Box 116 Fallsburg, New York 12733-0116. Wesley Ware is the founder of Breakout, a project of the Juvenile Justice Project of Louisiana, JJPL, that fights for justice for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer/questioning youth in the juvenile justice system, and the author of the recently released report, Locked Up and Out, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Youth in Louisiana's Juvenile Justice System. Wes serves on the advisory board for the Equity Project, a national initiative to bring fairness and equity to LGBT youth in juvenile delinquency courts. At JJPL, he coordinated the investigation for a class action lawsuit on behalf of youth detained in an abusive youth jail in New Orleans and monitors the conditions of 3 state-run youth prisons in Louisiana. Paula Ray Witherspoon is a transsexual woman incarcerated in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and is thankful for the opportunity to tell my story, voice the cruel and unusual punishments transsexuals face in prisons throughout Texas and try my best to do my part to case change in the USA. Jennifer Worley is a professor of English, Women's Studies, and LGBT Studies and director of the Queer Resource Center at City College of San Francisco. She is the author of Pulpitations, the lesbian pulp novel and the imagining of lesbian community, in Invisible Suburbs. Ed. Josh Lucan, Jackson, Miss, University of Mississippi Press, 2009, and the director of Sex on Wheels, a short film about sex worker history that premiered in 2010 at Frameline LGBT Film Festival. She is currently at work on a feature-length version of the film and a monograph on lesbian literary cultures. Advance praise for Captive Genders. Captive Genders is an exciting assemblage of writings, analyses, manifestos, stories, interviews that traverse the complicated entanglements of surveillance, policing, imprisonment, and the production of gender normativity. Focusing discerningly on the encounter of trans persons with the apparatuses that constitute the prison industrial complex, the contributors to this volume create new frameworks and new vocabularies that surely will have a transformative impact on the theories and practices of 21st century abolition. Angela Y. Davis, Professor Emerita, University of California, Santa Cruz. The purpose of prison abolition is to discover and promote the countless ways freedom and difference are mutually dependent. The contributors to Captive Genders brilliantly shatter the assumption that the antidote to danger is human sacrifice. In other words, for these thinkers, where life is precious, life is precious. Ruth Wilson Gilmore, author of Golden Gulag, Prisons, Surplus, Crisis, and Opposition in Globalizing California. Captive Genders is at once a scathing and necessary analysis of the prison industrial complex and a history of queer resistance to state tyranny. By analyzing the root causes of anti-queer and anti-trans violence, this book exposes the brutality of state control over queer/trans bodies inside and outside prison walls, and proposes an analytical framework for undoing not just the prison system, but its mechanisms of surveillance, dehumanization, and containment. By queering a prison abolition analysis, Captive Genders moves us to imagine the impossible dream of liberation. Matilda Bernstein Sycamore, author of So Many Ways to Sleep Badly and editor of Nobody Passes, Rejecting the Rules of Gender and Conformity.